Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for making time to watch Mtembei TV. We are back again looking at the latest development on the political situation in the country and the pull and push between the front contenders for the presidential seat. And today there has been a challenge posed by the DP on whose track record proves who can make the best president 2022. That is the subject we want us to dive into even as we continue with this discourse so that tujue mbivu na mbichi, nani anafaa kuwa rais kulingana na vile wamefanya kazi wakati wamekuwa katika serikali. Ni Raila Odinga ama ni William Ruto ama ni viongozi wa OKA? Nani ameprove kwamba anaweza kuwa rais wa Kenya na Kenya iboreke kwa sababu yeye amedhihirisha uongozi unaofaa. So wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for making time, and please let's get in and make the difference today by being bare, factual, and ensure that whatever we are sharing is credible and is first and foremost for the betterment of Kenya. When Kenya is safe for all, then we are safe, each one of us individually. But when it comes to one side pulling this side and working out to get only what benefits them without bothering what benefits other Kenyans, then we miss the point. So here is the issue at hand, whose track record gives them the audacity of asking for presidents 2022. All of these people have been in government in one way or another. They have served in different governments. Who has performed exemplary that he can be the best president for this country? I'm waiting for guys to come in and let's begin this discourse very well. And this is not a bot. I want us to share on the track record as it has been posed as a challenge. And then from there, we'll know who is who where. Let everybody's track record defend them for their bid for presidents tonight. Wow, wow, wow. Shavan, how are you? Ustad Shavan, are you there? Dere vipi? Uko barabarani? Hebu tulia kwanza basi. Yes, you use the link and join into the discourse. Let's all gather up and make a difference tonight. Track record it is. Let everybody prove how they have performed in the past for us to be able to judge them how they will perform in the future. A very interesting way of looking at our politics. Let everyone produce their CV. Let everybody defend their past performance to considered for presidency 2022. A great, awesome way of looking at everything. So let's come in, use the link, and let's get in and do what we know best to do by ensuring that nobody takes us for a ride. Everybody has come out to defend their track record, and Kenyans know what is happening. Very good. Yes, Chris, how are you? J. Chris.
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay,
Are you getting
you are. How is it going?
doing well? Just following up the political tsunami that is less Sunday, whereby I've seen several political parties
No,
opening up and looking
your
for
gadgets are not
voters.
good. Your audio is not coming through right. Please
It's not
log out and log in back.
okay.
Pius, your device is not well connected. Please log out and log in so that you allow StreamYard to control your camera as well as your audio. Then we'll be able to communicate. Haya, wananchi huko nje mnasema vipi? Nani ako na track record ya kuwa rais wa Kenya ifikapo 2022? Na hapa tupigi kura, nataka utetee yule mbaye una mpigia debe kwa track record yake. Nini ameleta Kenya ya kuprove kwamba anaweza kuwa rais na ataendeleza Kenya vizuri. Naona voti zimeanza kuingia kwa fujo, lakini nataka tutoe maoni, sio kuvoti tu. Naona majina peke yake. Nataka kuona maoni, waacha majina. Na uingie kwa studio, tumia hiyo link, ingia kwa studio ukatetee rais wako kulingana na performance yake, vile ameperform miaka hii yote amekuwa kwa serikali. Kuna wengine waliingia kabla ya wengine. Haya, itakuwa vipi? Okay. Shavan bado. Haya, hali vipi? Ladies and gentlemen, you can use that link to get into the studio and defend whoever you are supporting or presidency to come 2022 based on their track record, as the challenge has been posed by the DP today in Kakamega, that all these people have been in government. What did they do? Why are they fighting to get the presidential seat if they have done nothing? So what has each one done that proves them that if given a chance to be the president of this country, will help this country better based on their past performance? Shaban, umefika au hujafika? Okay. Orange J Sadowisk.
Bernard.
Yes. Just yes, everybody to give track record. Let the track record of everyone speak for them. Enough of push and pull. Kila mtu atoe kitabu yake ya historia na performance yake akiwa kwa serikali, alafu tuchague rais leo, usiku wa leo. Haya. Mbiswa, vipi?
Hello, niaje?
Mbisa.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi.
Yes.
Mimi nataka nichangie hiyo saidi ya deputy president.
Endelea.
Mimi ni fan wa Ruto.
Ehe.
Na mimi naweza sema hivi kwa niaba ya deputy president.
Ehe.
Kwanza, mimi by the way I come from the county which we grow maize. First of all, deputy president alipokuwa minister of agriculture, kuna subsidy ya mbolea alishukisha from 3,500 to 1,500. Hiyo ni moja. Ya pili, alipotolewa hapo na the prime minister Raila Odinga juu ya conflict of interest obvious, akapelekwa kwa Ministry of Higher Education. Yeye ndiye aliintroduce double intake. Sasa mnajua kuna double intake ya university. Ukishamaliza tu nini high school, next year kama utamiss ya kwanza, hiyo inakuanga mwezi wa February, either utajoin mwezi wa 8. Hiyo ilikuwa introduced na Deputy President, of which alikuwa the Minister of Higher Education then. Cha tatu, mambo ya TTI. Deputy President aliintroduce mambo ya TTI. By the way, ilikuwa imai kufa kitambo. So however much wanasema mgala muue, lakini haki mpe. We just give credit where it deserves. Deputy President ako na track record. However much mnaweza ona positivity, negativity yake, angalia pia positivity side. Kuna venye ameperform pia. Siwezi nikasema ati Raila haja perform. Na tunaweza angalia juzi vile Murkomen alisema, if you want to know where Kenya comes from, check on Raila Odinga. And if you want to check where the nation of Kenya is going, you can check on William Samoei Ruto. So that is my take. Mi nime highlight tu hizo tatu zenye mi najua, but kuna mambo mengi sana. Hata mpaka saa hizi vile tunaongea hivi, kuna vitu fulani zilikuwa introduced na William Samoei Ruto. Hakuna mtu alikuwa wa government na akakaa tu hivyo obvious. Najua wengi mnaona hivyo pia. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you for your submission. Let's hear from client 1317. Unmute, whose track record gives them the audacity of President's 2022.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Let me start by agreeing 100% with this gentleman called Buisa. It is true, William Ruto has a very good track record in this country. One in the field of agriculture, when he was Minister for Agriculture. The issue of NCPBA, he came up with the issue of NCPBA, where also he introduced that issue of subsidizing inputs and also promoting how the government will be buying maize direct from farmers. That is one of the track record in the field of agriculture. The second one is the same as that field of science and technology. The field of education, where he contributed a lot. He made easier for the student who completed the primary level and the next level, very easier for transition, and also in the university. I remember that time students were waiting like 1 year, 2 years before you join the university. But nowadays, because of his record of his hardworking issues, it is just next year. If you complete Form 4 this year, you join next year and not waiting. And also, wanafunzi waliongezewa help because of his contribution. And also, the other one I can see is that since he has said into power as deputy president, we have seen him working here and there, akifungua mabarabara hapa na pale, mahospitali, akicontribute kujenga several dams, and also he has also contributed in the building of several stadiums, one Eldoret, and it is true that William Ruto has capability. If he will be given a chance by Kenyans, next year he'll do marvelous to this country. He'll take our country to the next level. He'll do great. Thank you.
Okay, maoni yako tunashukuru. I don't want to put anybody on defense right now. Oliver, track record,
yes.
urais na track record. Hebu changia tuone.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
Track record ya watu hao wawili ya. Aje nianze na Ruto. Naanza 1992. Track record peke yake amejulikana nayo ni kubeba pesa yeye na Jirongo mpaka wakajulikana kwa 500. 2002 track record yako nayo ni kupakia KANU alafu the rest is history. 2007 track record yako nayo ya 2007 ni kutaka kupiga Kibuitu. Hopefully kila mtu ana remember. Track record yako nayo 2013 ya kukeuzia Raila kumwambia yeye ndiye alimpeleka Hague hata baada ya kuwa na yeye kwa timu moja. Then kutoka 2013 mpaka 2021 sasa tuko track record yako nayo ya kupepa pesa kwa kunia na kupeleka kwa kule kwenye anapeleka. Aje nirudi kwa Raila. 1992 track record ya Raila alipigania vyama vingi. 2002 alisema Kibaki tosha kakuwa na amani Kenya, tukatoa KANU kwa uongozi. 2007 akasema hapana, sitapigana na Kibaki, akasalimiana na Kibaki wakamalizana. 2013 hata baada ya koti kuamua 2010 alileta katiba mpya. Hiyo track record hakuna mtu anaweza fanya hii Kenya kwa sababu hata ile Kibaki tuenjoy akapeleka Kilifi hatukuiona. Ilikuja hapa 2005 tukaishinda, tukaiangusha kabisa. Hiyo ilikuwa mara yangu ya kwanza kupiga kura. 2017 kila mtu anajua. 2017 kila mtu anajua Raila alishinda. Hata koti yenyewe ilishinda kuamua nani ameshinda. Lakini track record yako nayo ya kuleta amani, azimio la umoja. Sasa ile wengine wanasema ni project, hajai kuwa project ya mtu, hata wahi kuwa project ya mtu. Huyo ni mzee amepigania uhuru, amepigania multi party. So kama kuna mtu nilishangaa juzi watu wakiwa Mombasa wakasema Raila ni project ya mtu. So nashangaa Raila anaweza kuwa project ya mtu namna gani? Yaani all this time tumejua Raila. Nimeanza kumpigia kura hiyo referendum ya 2005, 2007 nikapika, 2013 nikampigia, 2017 nikampigia, 2022 najitayarisha kumpigia ikiwa Mungu ataniweka hai. Sasa unaweza Raila yani mtu akienda kwa uchaguzi anaanza na 30% ya kura kwanza. Unamuita project. Hiyo project mtu hana kitu, sasa unamsukuma. Wewe mtu anaanza na kura 30% ya country mzima. So kitu anatafutanga tu ni 20%. By the way, lakini kama kuna time imefika ya Raila, this is the time. Na sisi tunajipanga tuko nyuma yake kwa sababu ya track record yake. Ni hayo tu.
Na watu wakuje kwa akiwa sober.
Thank you. Nani huyo? Msianze kuingiliana mapema. It's too early in the day. Aya. Nani. Hassan upo? Hassan Boru.
Niko.
Haya, mchango wako. Vipi track record ya nani inafaa chukue urais?
Isanto samani. Mimi.
Okay, Isantos sema.
Habari Bernard.
Fiti namna gani?
Niko fiti sana. Sasa story na track record. Kwanza huyo mwenye ameongeza hii tunastahili kuwa hapa. Track record ya ODM. Si ndio?
Yes.
Track record yao ya kwanza ni kujiswear as president. Hiyo ndio track record. Ya pili track record ya DP na Prezo wamefanya kazi kubwa sana. Leo ndio nimeonekana hapa, si mbaya, wacha nitatafuta penye nitaongelea.
Leo umekubalika, asante. Nimeona umejaribu siku nyingi sana, so
Eh,
karibu na uendelee kuchangia.
na watu wakuwe soba.
Sawa sawa.
Eh,
Okay. J. Chris, is your gadget now working?
Iko sawa.
Yeah, endelea. Unmute and speak. Oluchi J. Chris.
Umeambiwa
Kama kuna shida hapo.
Umeitwa
Okay.
ndio.
Mike, how are you? Sorry? Oluch J, I think your name has problems. Sort it out fast. Your audio and your mini seems to be problematic. This Daktari who? Daktari Killing enter what? Enterprise. Upo ama upo?
Nico,
Endelea.
how are you?
I'm fine. Mbona kujificha?
So the track
Kafyu imeondolewa. Sasa unajificha kwa nini?
I'm here.
Sawa. Thank you.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we are getting you. Toa ni track record ya nani inafaa kupeana urais?
Track record mwenye anafaa kupewa rais ni Raila Odinga. Sababu ametesekea nchi sana tangu amefungwa miaka 9 years. Ameleta amani Kenya. Ameleta katiba mpya. Ameleta handshake, kama watu wanapigana hataki watu wapigane. Ameweka mambo yake kando, anaona mambo ya nchi. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba anaweza fanya mingi sana akipewa nafasi kuongoza. Again tena naweza sema track record ya William Ruto his track record is maybe to grab things. He like grabbing things. After grabbing things, he expects to be elected. We only elect somebody who has no criminal record on his side, the person who is clean in record, the person who is able to be depended upon. You can see in YK92 the way the guy was working with the oppressor. The former president was really oppressing people, those people who were against him. And William Ruto really supported that guy to the last man. That's why we can really say that it is not possible for him to become the leader. When he becomes the leader, he will really oppress people. And let me tell you for free, now some people are just thumping, saying that he will be elected. If he's elected, the same people who are just thumping here will be the victims, number one. He will kill them, he will jail them, he will be really oppress these people. Let the election be free and fair. So
Based
that we
on
can
what?
elect somebody.
Why are you running into that kind of conclusion?
I'm not running in conclusion, but you can, according to the past dealings that he has, if you have been working with the oppressor, and the oppressor is oppressing people, there is always being said that the person who is birds of the same feathers flock together. If he's flocking together with the oppressors.
It is also argued that there is nobody who has never been in Kano. Everybody was in Kano, including
There's
Baba.
nobody
Baba
was
was
that?
Secretary General of Kano.
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Mr. Bernard and others who are listening to me. Are you getting me?
Yes, we are getting you.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
tell you this one for free.
Tell me for free.
Take this one to the bank. That guy will oppress you more than he oppressed me. If he gotten that chance, those people who are close to him will be victims number one. He will really oppress them than somebody who is far away from him. Please, 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 please. Take this one for free. Avoid that guy like a plague. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A point of the objection.
You have an objection?
Yeah.
Aya, Buisa, what is your objection?
I know this guy is biased. Kwanza huyu jamaa anaitwa Daktari Killings you whatever. You are biased. Sababu gani? You can't blame Ruto on everything that happened back in 1992. Ruto back then alikuwa hustler, yani alikuwa anatafuta. Unajua, if you are promised something by the government by that time, ulikuwa lazima ufanye bidii sana uonekane kuna kitu unafanya. Let's take for example like saizi Dr. Killing saizi Uhuru Kenyatta akuite akwambie wewe sijui unatoka wapi, tuseme for example unatoka let's take for example unatoka Embakasi. President Uhuru Kenyatta akuita akwambie now I'll be giving you 300,000 per month. I want you to do mobilization. To do mobilization of youth so that hao watu wakuwe kabisa wameingia kwa handshake. Wote utakuwa unachukua 300,000 unafanya mobilization, kama utakuwa unachukua 100 unafanya mobilization, 200 unaweka mfuko kwa sababu you know where you come from. Unaona? Back then deputy president then alikuwa student, but then watu wengi wajui history ya deputy president. By the I'm privileged to come where we are neighboring, county yangu na yake ni neighboring. This guy akisema yeye ni hustler, si anamaanisha ati sasa yeye ni hustler. Ndio huyu jamaa kwa better off saizi, lakini the origin of this hustler name, deputy president come from a background whereby alipokuwa University of Nairobi alikuwa chairman of Christian Union CU, na mbele yake kulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anatoka saidi ya Busia, ndiye alikuwa the president of student wakati huo. Sasa Moi alipoona hatawezana kutumia ujamaa president then wa student, aliona the second person who is controlling relatively a large group of people alikuwa deputy president William Samoei Ruto. By then alikuwa CU leader. Sasa alikuwa anatumia yeye kumobilize vijana, so that was a privilege. Yeye angekulalia masikio, aliona ni privilege imekuja na akaigrab. So wacheni kublame Ruto, na Ruto is one of bright minded Kenyans. Hata mi najua wewe sasa hivi umepigwa na shida hivi, sasa hizi mtu akupe privilege ya kuwa na step kwa mlango ya CBK, my friend, I know you will grab some notes na ukuwa unajipanga mbele. Tuache kusema Ruto hapo na
if we use that as a way of getting our wealth, okay, we take advantage of the opportunity given to us and amass wealth for ourselves. If every Kenyan is left to operate that way, how much will be left for each and every other Kenyan?
Acha nikwambie my friend, let's talk reality hapa. Hata mimi najua Bernard, sasa ukipewa hiyo ufunguo ya hiyo, maybe uko unasimamia basket, kuna vitu tu utafanya by then, na si ati alichukua kila kitu.
No. There is, when we talk about leadership, there are some minimal standards that everybody needs to be qualified for. The uncompromised standards that everybody needs at least to stand for, something. Eti umeonyesha pesa imanishi unaanguka flat, alafu unabeba pesa, alafu baadaye unarudi unasema sasa unataka kusimamia pesa. Itakuwa vipi?
Sasa wacha nikwambie.
For example, at that particular time, the country was under oppression, under one party system, and everybody was crying. While you are laughing, okay? Then, because you say it's reality and we should understand everybody was looking for something. And then, when the oppression has ended, you now turn to the other side and say you fought imperial presidents. How were you fighting it when you are eating with it?
Your point itself has a double edge. Wacha nikwambie, Ruto mimi nimekuambia alikuwa anatoka from relatively to a poor family. Sasa mimi sijasema tutumie advantage ku loot government coffers. Nimesema in every normal mind, hata wewe included, hivyo ndio ungefanya. Na si ati yeye alikuwa anachukua pesa, yeye alikuwa anapewa pesa ya kufanya mobilization so that a group, a small group yenye alikuwa ana lead pale UN wakwe wanaunga wanaweza pigia mzee Moi kura.
So that what happens, so that he can perpetuate the oppression. That is where my problem is. Hapa sisi tunapambana na uongozi mbaya, okay? Na wewe unachukua pesa kutoka kwa uongozi mbaya kumobilize watu waendeleze huo muongozi mbaya. Then baadaye unatoka sasa unasema wewe ndio kiongozi mzuri, unaweza tuongoza. Now if you voted for wrong leadership, bad leadership that was oppressing people, how do you now turn around and become the best leader?
Na Mr. Bernard, unajua stop, you are a motion mover, but I can see you are also like you are part and parcel of the problem. At least you have to be neutral. Let me tell you one thing. Raila Odinga himself was a Secretary General of the KANU.
I knew you are going to end there. But let's do this. Raila
Odinga himself was a Secretary General of KANU. Sasa you cannot run from the fact that...
Relax, Bisa. Relax, Bisa. David, what are you saying?
Hello guys. Hello.
No. Bisa, tunarudi kwako.
Kwa nini umse
tutachimba mpaka tufike mwisho leo?
Kwa nini huyu jamaa unamwacha anaenda mbali hivyo na mauongo? Huyu jamaa anafaa kustopishwa. Sasa kuna penye unaenda na hiyo point yako. First of all, Ruto ni mtu alisupport dictatorship. Mimi nakumbuka 2000 Ruto alikuwa Minister of Internal Security. Alikuwa anaongea tough. Hao ndio walikuwa pale mbele saa zile Moi alikuwa na propose uhuru. So, wewe hakuna kitu yenye unatuambia. First of all, Ruto aliserve kwa hiyo government na wakaprint pesa, wakaprint 500 ndio wanunue nao watu. Ndio wa support hiyo imperial presidency. Kitu ingine, during that time ndio Wakikuyu waliuliwa Rift Valley na kulikuwa na clashes. Na Ruto ndio walikuwa nafanya hizo vitu. Ruto hata ni vile tu press imemuuza. Ruto hata kama tungekuwa na akili, Ruto yeye hata angetoka tu akae tu nje kidogo ndiye arudi ndani. Because yule jamaa, he seems stinks to the high heavens. Hata fai hata kufungua mdomo anatuambia ati anataka kuwa president. Yeye akae tu huko nje kidogo alafu akishakauka arudi ndani. Hiyo ndio naweza sema.
Eugene, unasemaje haya mambo? Eugene. Huyu Eugene yako pamoja na sisi ama ameng'atuka?
Ameng'atuka huyo.
Hai, Abdi Yusuf.
David.
Mitambo imekuwaje? Ni native ama ni vile curfew iliondolewa sasa?
Hello, habari.
Nzuri, vipi?
Wacha nipeane an example ya mtu anaitwa Stalin. Stalin once ripped all the feathers of a live chicken, nasoma kidogo, as a lesson to his followers. He then set the chicken on the floor a short distance away. The chicken was blooded and suffering immensely. Yet, when Stalin began to toss some bits of wheat towards the chicken, it followed him around. He said to his followers, "This is how easy it is to govern stupid people. They will follow you no matter how much pain you cause them, as long as you can throw them a little worthless treat once in a while." Hapo mmeelewa nini?
Tufafanuliwe, wewe ndio mhubiri, sisi waumini.
Maya.
Sasa kwa majadala vile Kenya iko economy yetu vile imeharibika kuna watu wameharibu. Sitaki kuharibia wakubwa yetu majina, lakini kila mtu anajua. And then wanaenda wakitembea kwa kanisa wakipeana hizo mashilingi kidogo kidogo. Sasa can we say such people wanafaa kuwa president wetu? Ndio economy yetu igrow, tunafaa kuangalia wale wako less corrupt ama wako na zero corruption. Kwetu kama vijana hii bottom up economy haitatusaidia. Ile itatusaidia sio promises. Ile itatusaidia ni something tangible.
Endelea.
Something tangible. Hata pengine mimi ningesema turudishe mzee Kibaki. Unaona wazee?
Yes.
Tukipeana hii safari hii, tukipeana wazee wataacha legacy mzuri kushinda vijana. Vijana wametumaliza. So for now nitaachia hapo.
Haya, asante sana kwa maoni yako.
Haya, shukrani.
Aha, client amebeba mkono. Client, sema. Ni swali mchango.
Okay, wacha tu nichangie kidogo. Unajua wakati unipatie nichangie, nilichangia tu side moja ya Dr. Ruto.
No, ngoja kwanza. Wewe changia mara mbili wakati watu wajachangia mara ya kwanza. Hiyo ni injustice. So subiri kwanza, tunakuja line yako. Aaron Nakuru.
Okay.
Unmute and speak. Aaron wa Nakuru. Unmute kwanza alafu ongee. Mara moja tu, you unmute once, then you speak. It's still mute.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I hope you're getting me. Now, I think what I can say. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Now, both leaders, I can say that both leaders have contributed majorly the economy of the country. Let me start with Raila. Raila has made a great transformation concerning changing the status, political status of the country. That is in the year 2010. That is by accepting the constitution of the whole country to be changed. That is what I can say, that their Papa has made us great. Now, let me come to side of Ruto.
Oh, keep the
I can
microphone
say
away
that
from your
Ruto.
mouth. Keep the microphone away from your mouth so that you are audible.
Now,
Yeah,
so
that's better.
I can still say that now Ruto is not such a performer. Now maybe once he has been given chance, or maybe once his time has been given maybe to lead as a president, I can as well say that maybe he can perform. I can remember right back to 00 between the Kibaki regime, where he was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture. Now he had a major contribution concerning the subsidy of the fertilizer in the nation, and there is where we had Nohanka, and we had seen him having a great transformation of the country. Now still the same case, we are still in the campus right now, and we are enjoying the services of the deputy president while he was the Minister of Higher Education. The type of intake was the idea from the deputy president, and from there, I can still say that Ruto has not been given chance to deliver to the people of Kenya. Now, I can say that the only time that we feel the effect of the deputy president is between 2013 and 2017. There is where we can say that he had chance to perform. But still, remember that being the deputy president, yours is only to do it I can say that kushawishi was only to move the president to maybe deliver to his side. So still I can say that the two leaders need to be given time to check whether they have to deliver to the people of Kenya or not. So if I can say that, still I am on the side of Papa. So my fault this time round I'm giving to Papa. But Ruto is coming from my region. Ruto is a person who is said to be a diehard, has a popularity in this area. But I can still say that he hasn't performed the way we expected. I thought that for him in both 2013 and 2017, but still I have no effect of saying that he has transformed something that can make me to convince to give him back the vote in the next coming general election. So still I can say that I wish, of which I wish Papa could be given time to lead this country once, so that we can really check whether he has chance to perform or not. Same case to Ruto. I also wish that he also be given time to lead this country, so that we can check whether he's performing or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, David, your hand is up.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I just have to say this. I think Ruto has been tested, he has been tried, and he has failed. Ruto is the deputy president, and the constitution that we have now gives him more power. In fact, he boasts that no one can send him home. So I wonder if someone is saying that Ruto is powerless. I don't know, sijui hayuko strong, aweza akafanya vitu kwa government, he has no influence. And then if we go back and compare when he was a cabinet minister, if we put Matiang'i here and then you put Ruto here, we take them back to, we see how Matiang'i has done in the cabinet and how Ruto performed in the cabinet. Who is on top of another? I think Matiang'i will emerge a winner. So there is nothing that Ruto has done. Ruto has just so many supporters. He's overrated. He has told so many lies, and he knows that there are so many stupid people in Kenya. That is why he is there. But to me, honestly, I don't see anything that that guy has done. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay, thank you, David. Client, yes. Client, unmute and speak. You have a question, I believe.
Okay, it is good that Oro have just dismissed our candidate. He has done nothing, but if you, as we know the history of this country, back to 1982, Raila Odinga took a key part. Alichukua nafasi kubwa ingawa
Point of order.
aliepuka msumeno wa sheria. One, he played a very key role in coup 1982 where so many people lost their lives.
Hold on, Leon.
Second,
you wait until you're given a chance to.
Hello.
Second, we know him as a person who have been so much hungry for power. I don't know what he wanted if he become president. Akona tamaa sana ya kuwa kiongozi. Mtu amesimama mara sijui 9, hii anasimama ni ya 8. What exactly he want to say? Is it a revenge or anything?
Client, can you
Number
give
2, listen.
put some evidence in what you're claiming, please?
Number 2,
sema vizuri 82 he was implicated in this because by this court, and then he has vied for 8 times. We are looking for the 5th president. He has vied 8 times. Does that even add up?
Okay, number 2, we came to 2007. We know what
go
happened.
back to 82 and begin to give me evidence of everything you're claiming, please.
What I said, he played a very key role trying to overthrow the government.
Tuambie ulienda National Archives ukaonyeshwa hii ama DCI records zinasema hivi ama alipelekwa koti hii akakuwa convicted hivi.
Despite aliweza kuepuka mkono wa sheria ama meno ya sheria, na ni kulingana na ile pressure wafuasi wake wanapeaga serikali. Number 2, we came to 007. Personally, I never see justice in that in 2007. The 2 ringleaders who are supposed to be walistahili kushikwa na meno ya ICC waliepuka, and I'm sure if that investigation was free and fair, he was supposed to be one, and he was supposed to read and to be included in that case. That is my own opinion. We know him very well, organizing goons, denying elections, the results. He never accepted any defeat. We know William Ruto in 2002. He appeared before the television and said, yes, we accept. And alisimama nyuma ya Uhuru na waka accept. Raila Odinga has never ever accepted
or they lost election.
He accepted the defeat.
They lose election or they accepted results.
What Raila cannot do. And I'm wondering what can happen.
Stancy.
Okay.
Are you there? Give your contribution.
Are you hearing me?
Your audio is very low. Increase volume.
Now are you getting me? Hello. Hello. Hello, are you getting me now?
We can hear you,
Hello.
but very far. You need to get closer
So are
to
you
the
now
mic.
getting me?
Yes,
Are you
that's
now
better
getting
now.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Now, there is something I want to talk about this song, which is of major concern, because when we look to the account, when you go deeper to political account between Raila and Ruto, and try to do a certain comparison by putting them in a balance, by weighing them their contribution toward the growth and development of this nation. Now, to put them on that balance, we come in conclusion that Raila can manage this nation. First, I want to put my concern first in 2007, that general election. And now, which deputy president was the main co-runner with the Honorable Raila Odinga. And now, as we get deeper to leadership integrity, we get that a leader is someone who put the citizen first, but not his or her own interest. And now, when we go to that perspective, we get that in 2007, during that post-election violence, when Kibaki was announced to be the winner of that election, and as we know in Kenyan politics, we know that the leader takes it all, isn't it? Now, Raila, because he had the interest of Kenyans at heart, he accepted the defeat and go and do something we call a handshake with Kibaki, which was against the interest of William Ruto at that moment, isn't it? And that's why recently Deputy President said that in 2007 he made Raila the Prime Minister. Why? Because I heard someone say there that Raila is hungry for power. No, Raila has fought for this nation. And if you want to confirm first this, go to Harare University. You will go in Zimbabwe. You got a long story about His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. And now, if you go the same to Botswana, you get a lot of story about Raila Amolo Odinga, because Raila Amolo Odinga is someone who have the interest. He understands the affliction which Kenyan people are going through, and that's why he have been fighting up and down to at least gain a chance where he can showcase his capabilities and competence to this nation. And now, when we go to about delivering to the nation, we first go to that is after 2007 when Raila go into handshake with Mike Kibaki. There was a certain project proposal that up to now we can witness and we can say they're in existence. Now, one of these, free primary education. We can go to that book and then open those accounts. We can look at them. And that's something which has uplifted the life of Kenyan citizens. And then we go there, we go to that pesa was on Alipwa. That was a proposal between Raila and Kibaki. It's faring so well because it's uplifted the life of people. Now, when we go to other infrastructure, devolution, Raila been fighting for devolution because he wants resources to come down to the people. Leave alone but up to type of model. Raila have been proposing devolution so that the resources can come down to the people, so that the people at the ground level may develop themselves. And now, when we go to accounts of Deputy President, the last time I checked, Deputy President Ruto is the DP of this nation. Now, I'm so shocked because when we go to most political rallies, you'll find him that taking credits from the government projects. He said, you look this road, we have constructed this road, we have done this 1, 2, 3. But now, when the government, when there's when deficiency in the government, he neglects himself. He said that I'm not part of that government. Then, who is he? Can somebody answer me? Who is deputy now to the government? Who is he? Because the president have not neglected deputy president. The deputy president have neglected himself because the policies and the structure that the government that Uhuru is trying to put through this agenda 4 can only be implemented when we have peace and then collaboration and putting our mind on one basket. And that is what Ruto cannot do because he want to accent the power. I don't know why. I don't know what his intention to accent the power. I don't know. But I don't think he have the interest of Kenya at heart. because it had into the heart, you have supported the handshake between Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta. You have supported that, but instead he moved. He said he stepped aside. He stepped aside to say that no, I'm not part of that. And when we go to intention between handshake between Uhuru Kenyatta and Honorable Raila Odinga, because when we understand that this nation was going the wrong direction. That's why Uhuru and Raila came together so that they may put their mind together to build this nation, so that we may grow our economy. But because Ruto, he knows very well he can thrive where there's only coup. He can thrive when there's only misunderstanding and confusion. That's why he don't want to put his mind in the same basket with other leaders to focus this nation ahead, to put this nation on the right track. And then saying today, Raila can put this nation in a better place because he understands the affliction where this nation had been. He has fought for this nation, the democracy, the evolution. I can't even name all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is time for Kunta. So sorry, AC umenua mkono. Ngoja kwanza Kunta. It's your turn, huh? AC. Is it SA or AC? Unmute and speak, AC. Is it a question? I hope it's a question. You are still mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now, go ahead.
Okay, first I want to rubbish what Stan 6 Ouma has said to us here. The reason
with a
being,
question or with the submission?
It's just a compliment. It's a compliment.
How can a compliment be a rubbish?
Now look here, AC.
How can you comment someone? How can you compliment someone through rubbishing what he has said?
Listen to me.
Order, everybody.
This is a political discussion, and therefore one should be allowed to intervene where necessary. And rubbish claims like the one Stan 6 Ouma is telling us.
In order, not out of order. So
you have already rubbished yourself.
That's why Stan 6 Ouma should be quiet. I rubbish his claims, then he can come back.
You're not listening. When you lift your hand, it means you have a question to him. Okay? That's how we interpret it. Now, if it's not a question, wait.
Okay.
When it's your turn to submit, then you can do.
Allow me to ask the question.
Done. Okay, what's the question?
How is someone's track record, or how is Raila's track record by greeting Kibaki and forming a 50-50 government? How is it a track record? Stan 6 can answer me.
Okay, Stan 6, swali kwako. Jibu.
Okay, thank you. Do you get me?
Yes.
Clear.
Do you get me?
Yes,
you're clear. Go ahead.
Unanipata?
Kabisa,
Hello. Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, do you get me?
Hey.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Now, yes, Mr. Easy. Mr. AC, how are you doing? Yes, Mr. AC, how are you doing?
He's even gone. Just respond, please.
Okay, that's a very good question. Now, when Mr. Easy have just asked a question about how do the handshake between Kibaki. Okay, I'm responding. He have just asked a question about the accountability that's of Raila Odinga when he got into coalition with Moi Kibaki. Do you now get me? Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Do
You
you
are
get me?
taking too much time. Are you,
Hello.
Stancy?
Yes, we can get you. Just continue speaking.
Hello.
We can get you.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, Stancy, inaonekana uko nyuma kabisa.
Okay. I think network is a bit low here, and that's why there's a bit of delay.
Okay, respond fast
Hello.
enough so that we move on, please.
No, I want to understand whether you are getting me.
Yes,
We
yes,
are
we get
getting
you.
you. Just
Hello.
speak.
Just speak.
Just speak. It's not a phone call. You are addressing the nation. Address your nation.
Okay. In short, if you go to books of account, that's where when you try to determine the ethics and codes of that's the accountability of Raila Odinga in the coalition government. You will find that most of the proposals that were being proposed during the reign of Kibaki and Raila in coalition. In Kenya, we have a problem in the implemental stage, not the policy stage, because we have good policies, but the implemental stage is the problem in this nation. And now, if we look at the implemental stage during the reign of Kibaki and that coalition government, you will find that most policies that were being made during that reign, they are being implemented up to the date. Let us just leave narrative of, I don't know how I can put it. But when to go to implementation, we can find that during that train, most policies that were implemented were being proposed as a bill. They are being implemented up to date. Now, free primary and secondary education. It was proposed during the coalition government, isn't it? If you go to Pesa kwa Wazee, it was proposed during the reign of coalition government, and it is being done up to date. And if you go to infrastructure development, there are numerous, we can't even name them. The Thika Highway, we started from there. The Vision 2030, which is going to be implemented to date, is the vision during that coalition government. Now, the implementers who go to that office, because that idea was not ideology, was not theirs. That's why we have a problem with implemental stage at this era. But the accountability of Raila is perfect. I can account for that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think I will let that rest that since AC is not there. For heaven's sake, I want the people who have not contributed to speak first. Then the other people get their second time. Let's go to Kunta. Mr. Kunta, we are waiting. Speak up now. Unmute. You unmute yourself.
Kunta.
I think Wood is just here to listen. Eh?
Don't judge that way. Mr. Kunta, unmute. We can't hear what you're saying. Unmute your mic, then speak. Okay, he seems not to be ready. Kiplangat. Kipla what? Kiplangat, yes. Your hand is up. Unmute first. Okay, your gadget has refused to talk. Okay, we can't hear you. Unmute your mic first.
It's failing me.
Okay, that's better now. Go
Okay, are
ahead.
you getting me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, members.
Twakusikia,
Are you
endelea.
getting me?
Hey.
Thank you. I'm privileged to participate in such a discussion, which is very paramount to all of us and the future of this country. From the motion mover, it's very clear that we are speaking about the track records of two individuals. As it is very clear that the race to the presidency this time round is a two-horse race. That is between the Deputy President, William Ruto, and the Right Honorable, the Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. To me, somebody spoke yesterday on his Twitter account, writing that if you want to know the future of this Kenya right now, look at William Ruto. If you want to know the past of this country and the history of this country, you consider Raila Odinga. And in fact, I concur with the guy. We have got a plan. Hello? Is someone trying to allow me to speak my mind? Okay, when we look at what the track record from the former prime minister, it's like it behaves like a venture. He wants to revenge some, I remember the time when the last election, of course, the last election, I voted for Raila Odinga, and I was very astonished when he could not give up after the Jubilee government won the election. I was very astonished when he dared being sworn in by another judge, that is Miguna. In fact, I was worried of how did he ended up thinking of such a very dangerous decision, whereby that was punishable by what is called treason. And if treason could have been done, if that one could have been implemented,
Bernard,
I don't know where this.
thank you so much. I don't know if you are.
Mute yourself.
Are you getting me, Bernard?
Okay,
Yes.
Kunta, mute now. Your time is up, but we'll come to you later.
I think you are not getting me, but
We can now get you. Your gadget was slow.
Gunda is muting and unmuting himself.
Kiplangat, make your point quickly,
We are
please.
getting Gunda. Come on.
Chasing time. Your hand is up. Okay.
Oh, am I clear from your side? Do you get me, members? Do you get me? Bernard, are you getting me?
The question is coming from Kiplangat. We've been getting you. Just go ahead, please.
Oh yeah. The track record of the do. You can't hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, please. Go ahead.
Kiplangat, please, can you speak? You are wasting our time, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. When we come to the track record of the two, in fact, Raila Odinga has been in government all the way up to 2013, and the two have been assigned to ministries. We can actually look at how each performed in their ministries.
Raila has been in government since 2013.
Not 2013.
And what are you saying?
Since two, Raila has just been brought in to the Jubilee government. I don't know by what means. We all could not understand. He was just given an office, and he's the man. He has been a man of the day in the ruling government, and that is why you find William distancing himself from this ruling government now at some points, because he was the agenda of the government was involved. He was involved in the delivering up to an extent whereby we all witnessed how he was disturbed.
No,
And in fact,
Kiplangat,
the government of the day belongs
to interrupt you. Okay, I hate to intercept you. We are looking at track record. What do you understand by track record?
Of course, their past performance.
Yes, their past performance.
Isn't that?
Not who served when where.
Yes.
Let us tell us when Baba was in government 2002 to 2003.
Yes.
This and this was achieved. When Ruto was in government, so and so, this was achieved. Then we weigh the performance of the two guys.
Okay. Let me go back to Raila's tenure. That is, of course, he has been in government as a minister, and he was the prime minister during Kibaki's time. During his time, Kenya could not realize much. What he did was just to, well, I don't know if it was actually conserving the environment, but it brought a lot of distress to some communities, of which up to date,
Mr.
those
Kiplangat,
who are being...
I will not allow you to continue speaking. If you want to speak with us, come with facts. State the years, the amount of years they served. Don't just pick some rubbish from somewhere, then you come and throw them here. Here we don't deal with rubbish, okay? Those kind of rubbish you take to the social media. They will really, really praise you there, okay? Thank you.
Okay. I beg someone to continue from there.
Okay. Who has not spoken? Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Bernard.
Yes.
Actually, I liked what Kiplagat was saying, but he didn't even have any facts. Okay, first of all, when you look what is happening right now, I think this is what I can say. These are the ideas that Raila Odinga brought in board when they're in Nusu Mkate thing. So those are still Raila's contributions. When you check at the SGR, actually SGR was the mastermind of Raila Odinga and the Mwai Kibaki. Those are the things that the so-called Ruto is joyriding on, he's talking about it every time and then. And when you see okay, let me talk of, I can't talk of Ruto when he was Eldoret not MP, because actually he did nothing. When you go to roads those days at Eldoret, all were built by the Moi government. So I can't count on that as what Ruto did. So let us come now from 2013 to date. What the Jubilee government has done is only doing corruption, improving on corruption. And when you say we will look at the agendas of Jubilee, one was health sector, healthcare. Second, infrastructure. Was corruption. Then there was insecurity. When you check on all of those things, let us go to insecurity. It's just the other day, Uganda walikuja wakaanza kutusumbua na migingo. Walikuwa wanataka kuchukua migingo. Meaning that in terms of security wise, our borders are insecure. Juzi Somalia ndio imekuja. Just because we don't have those tough policies that can make us that feared government, that feared state. like you are not a sovereign state. Cause my neighbor wameanza kutusumbua. Juzi hapa paka Tanzania wanachoma kuku zetu. Hapa kwa nini? No, so what I was expecting as a deputy president, who is the second in command, who is like, I can say a chief advisor of the president, is supposed to like at least to control the government. Like inafaa pia acheze kama president, cause nika okay, constitution ilimpa nini mamlaka zaidi, cause it's like the government actually is the president, as much as we have the president, but pia say yake inasikika na president sana. Juzi nilisikia president akiongea. Actually aliongea, yes, but aliongea about the SGR as one of the greatest roads in Africa, and that is the mastermind of Raila Odinga and the Mzee Mwai Kibaki. So I can say, just naming that, those few issues, wacha tuende like kuna yenye anasema like Uhuru nani Kibaki nani Uhuru nani Raila Odinga hakufanya chochote Kibra, hakufanya chochote Kibra, but Kibra before Raila akwe MP wa Kibra was nowhere to be seen. Sasa ukienda Kibra, by the maendeleo mingi, I can tell you for free, maendeleo mingi, that is why those people like Raila, just because of what unajua. Okay, development is a process. You can't just like walk today na kesho ufanye kitu ifanyike. And I'm sure even if you elect Raila sahi, all the promises that ametufanyia hazitafanyika during his first 5 years. These things that will come, because itakuwa inakuwa like ni process. Provided it's a process, it can take even 10 years for them to mature. So ukiangalia Kibra sahi is a different town. Kibra sahi is ranked like ilikuwa slum, but sahi is a town. Actually Kibra sahi kikombea Kibra, Kangemi, Kangware, Sika, Madhare, hizo sides za Eastlands. So I can like, so that is a few things that we can say ni development things. Let us go to my main points. Who is a good leader? A good leader is somebody who is representing the interest of the people, not the personal interests. Ruto, I don't say I hate Ruto, but okay. For me, I went to school. Me, Mr. Danganywa, now the same narrative of like leo nimekuja huku nimechange, kesho nikienda hivi naongelea vitu different. Angalia vitu Ruto anaongelea sasa bottom up. Bottom up is the narrative alikuwa anaongelea 2013 na campaign. We were told of like kuinua vijana wapate kazi. That's the same thing that he's talking about now. He's in the government, but he's talking as if he's an outsider. Ruto is in the government na tunamjua kama deputy president. Kasi deputy president ange attend ile function ya juzi tulikuwa nayo. Angekuwa introduced in public functions like a deputy president. So what I was expecting Ruto to do, like own the government. Asisema ati mtu ameingia, mtu akiingia kwa nyumba yako, sasa utatoroka, utaacha mtu bibi yako na nyumba yako na watoto just because he's an intruder ama ni mgeni. So you have to fight for it. Inafu usimame ujue like tukujue yeye pia ni mtu mwenye unaweza stand. The next thing why I say Raila like is a good leader. Raila has been able like Raila ni mtu mwenye akona ile national interest. He is able to forego his personal interest for the good of the country. Let us go to 2013. Yeah, Raila was the president. He was the one who was vying for the presidency. But ukiangalia mwenye alikuwa na agitate sana, atikaa ni kubali, kaa ni kufa tukufe, was the deputy president. Mwenye alikuwa like is having a stand. Yake amua ni hiki. Just because his personal interests are heavier than the public or the national interest. That's not a good leader. That's the person that I can describe as a dictator. Because yeye akisema ni hiki. No consultation, nothing else. Ni maamua ni hivi na ni hivyo. So I'm very afraid that this can be the worst leader you can have. na ni muongo, because actually somebody who is supporting like has like bottom up narrative labda ni mtu mwenye agenda shule, because ni mtu mwenye kwa ushago huko mwenye adadanganya na like nataka tuinue vijana wa mama, ataanza kubai hiyo narrative ya bottom up. As much as it's a good narrative, but the way it is being put is something very different. The other day alikuwa anasema hiyo nini ya 6,000, is it 6,000 per those unemployed households. Other people are saying si ati itakuwa inapea ati kila mtu kwa familia, it will be the household's head. For example, kama familia ina mtu mwenye maajiriwa kwa serikali, hana kazi yoyote, hana income, then that's the family, that family will be entitled to 6,000. Let us go for like, okay, today alikuwa Kakamega. I was following very keenly because I have political interest.
Wilson, summarize. Your time is up.
Na summarize. Alikuwa alipeana 1.5 million, if I'm not wrong. So what is that? If that is not handouts, what is it? Because akiona Raila akisema mambo na 6,000, yeye anasema ni handouts. Hii yake ni gani? Na kwanza is selective, anaenda kwa mama mboga. How is she sure that hao mama mboga watapata hizo pesa? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go. If there is no question, we go to Kunta. Have you sorted out your sound issues? Unmute. Kunta. Hey. Okay, let's go to Christopher. Christopher, unmute and speak. And why do people put on the camera and then you want to show us your forehead? Or you disappear inside, then come out, let us see you, so that if we have anything against you, we can report we saw you.
Yes.
Christopher, wacha kuzama kwa kamera, toka hivi tukuone. Yes, Kunta, you have unmute. Hebu ongea.
I had him unmuting. Thanks so much. Nikarudia history. The bot.
No, Kunta, your network is bad. We can't hear you. Your audio yako ni mbaya kabisa. Hatuwezi kuelewa kile unasema. I think you need to reset your gadget. Kunta, you need to reset your gadget. We can't understand what you're saying. The audio is very, very poor. Christopher Otieno, umelala? Okay. Yes, Yusuf.
First, tukicompare between Raila and Ruto, I think Raila is a statesman na wengi walitaja juu yake, waliongea juu ya performance, juu ya ile walileta na Kibaki wakati wa handshake, before handshake, ile wakati walianza, wakati alisema Kibaki tosha. So I want to talk about Ruto a little bit. Na sitaki nifahamiwe na kina Kiblagat. Performance wise, Ruto na Uhuru ni both president and deputy. Ni kama tuseme for example in a house, kuna mama na kuna mzee. So wote wawili they are responsible. So Ruto performance wise if you look at this 10 year, the last 5 years, so many companies were closed. So many companies. Even though it's unfortunate, kuna some factors which are beyond their control kama COVID ambayo ilisababisha economy haribike zaidi, lakini most ilisababishwa na corruption. And as youth or as Kenyans, ile kitu tunataka sana ni economy. Kama economy ni mbaya, Kenya ni mbaya. Kama economy ni mzuri, kila mtu atakula side yake. So what causes economy kuwa mbaya? Number one ambayo Ruto haongeangi juu yake ni corruption. Sijaona Ruto akitaja hata siku moja juu ya corruption. Corruption ndio the biggest killer of our economy. And then kuna tofauti ya corruption. If, for example, I want to give you one example of bad corruption. Pesa imechukuliwa na hakuna kazi imefanyika. Mtu ya mkono hajapata kitu yote. Material haijanunuliwa. Kuna vitu mingi haijapita the process. So, who among them is better placed to fight corruption? I think it's Raila. The other thing ambayo nataka kuongea, every time politicians wakikuja tunapewangwa fake promises. You remember the famous in 3 months time tutafanya hii. You remember the tablets or the kid tablets or ni laptops ambayo haijawahi fanyika. Saa hii ile kitu tunaambiwa promise ingine ni hustler. Mtu ambaye ako na chopa anatuambia atahudumia all hustlers. Maybe Wakenya ama youth wenzangu waliona chopa na wheelbarrow zinafanana, zote ziko na mguu ya kusimama. Lakini tunafaa kuangalia, is this real? The other thing, sisi tuko na neighbors ambayo tunashikana. Who among them is better placed to talk to them? Kama mtu hawezi elewana na boss yake, ataelewana na wenzetu, ataelewana na watu wengine. Because all our leaders wako one side and then someone ako side moja peke yake. So tukiangalia, unajua in leadership there is teamwork. You respect your boss, you also get respect from him. You respect your co-workers, you also get respect from them. So hapa tukiona hii serikali, and it's unfortunate if haukubaliani na boss yako una resign. And in fact hiyo ndio mimi ningefanya kama mimi ningekuwa Ruto. Lakini haja resign. Leo anaongea juu ya 4 agendas ambayo wanatimiza, kesho tena anatusi kwa mhadhara ingine boss yake, which is not good. Sasa such man, can you elect as a president? Because kesho unaogopa, unasema huyu hata respect mkubwa yake, yeye atarespectiwa. Yeye atarespect ile promises ambaye atachukua kutoka Wakenya. So hiyo pia inakuonyesha pia hana tolerance kubwa kama mkubwa ya for example serikali kikuwa mkubwa ya serikali. A president should be tolerant because utakuwa na a lot of inaitwaje, wale watu wa security watakuwa chini yako. Kuna vitu mingi ambayo hata kesho president akisema huyu mtu ashikwe na afungwe 10 years utanyanyaswa. So a president who is tolerant ndio tunataka. A president who talks about or who cares about fighting corruption ndio tunataka. A president who will perform whether through his ideas or through the team ambaye ata lead ndio tunataka. A president ambaye who will work with his team, who will respect with his team, ambaye hata peana fake promises. You can promise. Unajua sisi kuna msemo tunasemanga on promises kuna msemo inasemanga mwanamke wakati unataka kuleta kwa nyumba unamwambia uongo ndio aingie box, lakini ukifika kwa nyumba ukileta unamweleza ukweli ama unalisha yeye kwa ukweli. Lakini hizi ma politicians ile sahii wanatupatia ni hizo kama hizo. So nataka kuclose ndio nipeane wengine time. Let us look at what this person is saying apart from the handouts. Apart from the handout, is this genuine? Will we be tolerant? Because example, angalia what happened in Rift Valley wakati wa 207. That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Tusirudi kwa hiyo. Raila wakati hata hii BBI ilikuwa inakuja, mimi hata sikuwa naunga mkono, but there's some part which I agreed with, like the leadership positions. The leadership positions ingesaidia, haingeturudisha wakati kama 207. Kenya ni kubwa, itatosha sisi wote. Whether mimi ni Msomali, mwingine ni Mkale, mwingine ni Mkikuyu, mwingine Mjaluo, all tribes. So let us elect someone who cares about Kenya and who will fight corruption. Thereafter, economy will improve.
Okay, thank you, Abdi. Arun, your hand is up. What is burning you? Unmute your mic and speak.
Now, thank you very much. Allow me to ask Abdi one question concerning corruption. Let's assume that Ruto is corrupt. And president is among the top, is the person in top of Ruto. He's ahead of Ruto in terms of position. Now, you've said that Ruto is not defending himself concerning the issue of corruption, but let me ask you a question. Who has come out
I think he's hanged. He will ask the question when he comes back. Wokelo.
Yes.
Vipi, karibu.
Asante sana. Naongea kutoka Kacheliba ama West Pokot. Comparing Raila with Deputy President is that when you see the records of Raila and Ruto, I have seen for the past, for example, 2010, Raila has been advocating for devolution, and the Deputy President was against it. And you see, that one can show you who is a real Kenyan or who is a real father concerning the people of Kenya. So I'm now surprised that you see Kenyans are being cheated. That's how DP will bring change. And he's already in the government. And we have seen nothing. We have been promised millions of jobs 2017 as youth. For example, we have the internet jobs. Internet jobs, imagine that we needed bundles to get just to access a job. We needed bundles. And I've not seen those bundles. So I'm urging Kenyans that let us see. You see, Raila is doing good. And Raila will lead Kenya with experience. That is my opinion. Raila will lead Kenya by experience. Thank you.
Okay. Malawi.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Ujavalia mavazi ya Walawi. Wewe mbona una jina la Ulawi na utaka kuvaa kama Mlawi?
Walawi wakati kuna joto kiasi, Walawi wanatoa ile the war coat. Alafu wanakuja wanakaa tu hivi wanakiwa na upepo.
Hiyo ni makosa, lakini tutakusamehe saa hii. Endelea.
Kesho nitavalia war coat na helmet and I'll be having a shield and a spear. All right. So I just want to be very specific today I want to talk about Kisii County and Nyamira County, the community of the Abagusi. So when we want to compare William Ruto and Raila Odinga in that community, I think, in my opinion, from the facts that I have, is that William Ruto is going to beat Raila Odinga in Kisii. And these are the reasons as to why. Let's look at history. The Abagusi and the Luo community, they have been actually very good neighbors from the past until 2002. In 2002, when Nyachae was expected to be the president of this country, Raila Odinga, who was at the verge of helping Mzee Simon Nyachae to win that seat, actually moved away and supported Mwai Kibaki, who was a distant neighbor. So the Kisii people are people who don't forget about very little things that a neighbor does. That one can even be traced back even into the plots where we live, any place where we live. You have a Kisii there, you mess
Sasa
up with the Kisii.
Malawi, point yako ni nono kweli, lakini wewe mbona unatupeleka Kisii? Sisi tunatafuta rais wa Kenya.
Ni wa Kenya, but now I want to be very specific. Tomorrow I'll talk about.
Ngoja. Mimi watu wa UDM mnanisumbua sana. Angalia mada alafu changia kulingana na mada. Hii story ya kudeviate topic tuanze kutupeleka msituni, hatutakubali tafadhali.
Hawana point. Hawana point,
No,
so
I have
inabidi
a point.
wakarabati kila kitu.
No, I have a point. I'm devolving the issue. I'm devolving it.
No,
Please
no, no,
give it.
no.
You know,
Go to the point.
the way those
you have 3 minutes to make your
Okay.
submission. Forever.
Let me give my submission then. So this guy actually never supported Simon Nyachae, and now in the year 2007, when he stood for presidency, that community had no option. They voted for him. Actually, they gave him around 120,000 votes from Kisii County and 60,000 votes from.
Kuna chochote wanaweza kusema wamefanya hii Kakamega? Kuna chochote wanaweza kusema wamefanya hii Kakamega? Na si kila mtu amekuwa na nafasi ya uongozi. Si mwingine alikuwa prime minister, si mwingine alikuwa deputy prime minister, si mwingine alikuwa naibu wa rais, lakini hawana chochote wanaweza kuonyesha wamesaidia Kakamega hii. Sasa wewe umekuwa na nafasi ya uongozi miaka hii yote, huna hata alama kidogo ya kuonyesha uongozi yako. Wewe unakuja kuuliza rais, kwani rais ni urembo ama ni aje? Sijui kama tunaelewana Kakamega hii. Sasa kila kiongozi akuje na agenda yake na akuje na track record yake. Mimi
Bernard.
Aya.
OBS na kukoroga.
That was a reminder of the debate. Kila mtu akuje na track record yake na athibitishe uongozi wake. Endelea Mlawi.
Yes. Now, let me say that now, if now the people from that region are not going to vote for Raila in the next year's general elections, and the total votes from that area is around 900,000 now, the total registered votes. You understand? 900 votes is around I think it is 2%. I'm not sure. Around 2% of the national votes. This will lead to Raila Odinga losing, and his ideologies of saying he's going to give youth
Bernard, sorry for
6,000.
this. Actually, Mulawi is talking about the votes, and we are talking about the good leader.
Pardon?
He's an analyst here.
Anafaa tuambie ni nini
But
anafanya
even if he's talking about the votes, he's on his own, because what happened in Kisii today, You should even be ashamed of bringing such kind of discussion here.
You know,
Mulawi,
yes,
Mulawi,
yes.
who do you support between Raila and William, and why?
I support William Samoei Ruto. This is because I am
Yes.
an ardent supporter of his policies. I'm an economist and I know what he's talking about when he talks about a bottom-up economic model. I also support him because I know where he has come from. He has been an hustler, the way he says, and most of you don't actually agree with him. The other thing is, I like he is a go-getter. You understand?
No, you are saying that he will win, and at the same time, you are saying most of us don't agree with him.
You don't agree that he's an hustler because I had in the previous discussions you were saying that he has choppers and he's cheating youths, that he's giving them wheelbarrows.
You know,
Do you
where
mean
you are
that
getting,
an
you are not.
hustler is not?
Okay, hold on, David. David, hold on. Mlawi, okay?
Yes.
Sisi wewe ukikuja utuambie unaitwa Mlawi, okay?
Yes.
Hatuwezi kwanza kukushuku until you begin to prove otherwise. Unaelewa?
Yes.
So sisi
Yes.
tuwaumini, ukituambia wewe unaitwa Mlawi, tunaamini wewe ni Mlawi kwanza. Lakini baadaye ukianza kukaa vingine mpaka tuulize maswali, mbona wewe ulikuja ukasema Mlawi? Saa hii umeanza kukaa Mlosi.
but you know,
yes,
in this politics, there are people who are influential in the information field who can feed us as citizens with information until we feel that now somebody is has offended somebody, or somebody has done something bad, whereas in the real facts something bad has not happened. It's only a political game. So we have to be differentiating between what's a reality and what are political propagandas. You understand? So when we are talking actually about, let me talk for instance about the scandal of Arol and Kimwarere. I think I found that somebody talked about in 3 months' time something is going to happen, and you blamed on Ruto that he was the one on the wrong. My friends, I have evidence that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the one who signed the money to come out from the treasury when the construction of those dams started. If Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta had a problem with those dams at that time, you could have raised an eyebrow or whistleblown that and said, there are some people who are stealing money from here. But he left until the money came out of the treasury, then left somebody else, somebody who we don't even know, we only knew him when he died, came to whistleblow that now there's some money that has missed from this and that, and something had happened, which means right now the foot soldiers of Uhuru Kenyatta, whereas these sycophants of Raila Odinga are some of them, are blaming on Ruto that.
I get, your point is very clear. The only problem is you are giving us the wrong point for the wrong debate. You have said clearly you are supporting DP, okay?
Yes.
And the DP has challenged everybody asking for presidents. He should come with track record. Sawa.
Yes. Yeah.
So give us the track record of DP from 1992 when he joined politics to 2021 that makes him fit to be president.
Let me start now.
Don't start, you're concluding. You have taken almost all the time.
No. You know, you've taken some of my time asking questions in the middle of my debate. So the first track record I give is uniting people. In the University of Nairobi, where he was a chairman of the Christian Union, I think there is no any other university in Africa apart from the University of Pretoria where a student religious movement was united, like in the time of William Samoei Ruto, who actually
how
came.
How is that helping Kenyans?
Listen, bro.
David, hold
Listen,
your
listen.
horses. Hold your horses, David.
No, 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 no. You can't help.
No,
You
no, no,
can't leave this
ngoja
guy to
tu.
proceed
Ni
like this.
track record.
Okay.
CV unaandikanga kule umesoma na extracurriculum activities. It's allowed. Malawi, continue.
Yeah, during this time when William Samoei Ruto united people into the religious pact, actually many people who came from very humble backgrounds came into the limelight, and they were helped by the then president Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. I can give an example of some. There's an MP from there's a former MP from where I come from, anaitwa somebody Obure, not the Chris Obure, but he's called I don't remember the other name, but he's Obure from Kisii, for those who know him. That guy came from a poor background, but because of the Christian Union in the University of Nairobi, Moi found out their potential and took them, helped them, and that guy became an MP. Ruto himself gained his fame from that unity in the Christian Union in the University of Nairobi, which means the unity he brought made some people make breakthroughs in life. Notable people in the country made their breakthroughs from that unity in the university. That's one track record. The other track record, listen.
Malawi, you're saying
Yes.
he was the chairman of the Christian Union.
Yes.
But it's a union already, people already united. You're not supposed to be brought unity again. I was a Christian Union chairman.
He has united more people than Pastor Uor.
When was he selling chickens, by the way? I want to be informed.
Listen to me. Don't bring propagandas. There was the Christian Union in Kenyatta University, but
there was
when,
division in the Christian Union in Nairobi until Ruto came and joined them.
Yes, actually, we had somebody who actually brought some chaos in the Christian Union, and actually many students were expelled for using the Christian Union to divulge into political affairs. So it had been disbanded for some time. So for Moi to recognize that body, he really worked hard to bring it back into existence. You understand that?
Thank you. Move on. Go continue.
The other point I can talk of the year. Okay, in Eldoret North, let me talk about Eldoret North, where actually he constructed, he brought construction of more than 12,000 kilometers of road. Yeah, he actually, his tenure as a member of parliament in Eldoret North, saw the construction of 12,000 kilometers of roads, more than the closest competitor in the parliament. And the closest competitor during that time was George Saitoti, who had constructed roads in his constituency that were around 15,000 kilometers. You understand? So he became number 2 over the overall infrastructure development during his tenure as a member of parliament in Eldoret North. The other time is when he was the Minister for Agriculture. However much many people fought him when he wanted maybe to expand the production of cash crops in Kenya, he had actually laid down plans on how Kenya will be a leading producer of cash crops in East and Central Africa. Actually, he had started with Trans Nzoia. I know Trans Nzoia is somewhere near his home, and he had actually a grand plan of introducing the genetically modified seedlings of maize, which many people opposed because they thought they have very many negative effects than positive. But in developed countries like America, Brazil, we can talk of Taiwan, actually genetically modified seeds work better than anything else. So some people fought him politically, but they didn't know the negative effects it was bringing to Kenya.
So let me ask you.
Don't
You are
ask, let
saying
me
that
finish. Ask at the end of my time.
You're singing lullaby. You're singing lullaby to us.
seriously.
No, not a lullaby. Is it not a fact? You are talking it's a lullaby, but is it not a fact?
And unless there's another meaning of fact.
That
It is
there
a
were no
fact.
negative there were no negative effects from the genetically modified seedlings, or what? Well, you know, you're using two different
I'm
words at the same
saying
time. Yes.
I'm saying there are negative effects, but the positive effects overdo the negative effects. Even in Brazil, they use genetically modified
That was
seeds.
during which year?
It
That
was
was when
after
he was
the-
an agriculture minister, right?
Pardon?
When he was a minister of
But
agriculture
he had
in
a chance to do it.
2007.
He had a chance to do it. He had a chance to
No,
do it when
he
he
was
was there in
transferred
2013,
when Raila
2017.
realized
Did he do it?
when Raila realized that his ministry was performing better, he transferred him into the Ministry of Higher Education because he never
Okay.
wanted
What I'm
the
saying
rewards
is,
to go to him.
what I'm saying
David,
is,
David,
in
hold on. David, hold
2013,
on.
Yeah.
Now,
So when
now,
Raila realized
now,
that his ministry is performing better, he transferred him to the Ministry of Higher Education. And the reward actually for the best performing ministry went to, I don't know, Sally Koskei, over the work that William Ruto had done. So in the Ministry of Higher Education, William Ruto fought hard. People started getting help. Watu wakaanza kupata pesa mingi sana help in campuses, in Kenyan campuses. He fought for the comrades. He worked hard to ensure that the comrades had a better life. But also Raila, realizing that he is going to get a crown in that ministry, he removed him, and that award went to somebody else who came after William Ruto. You understand? So Mr. Bernard,
Who was Raila during that time?
Raila was a
now,
prime minister. Raila was a prime minister, and
Malawi, we want you to conclude, but before you conclude,
Yes.
Deputy President has been Deputy President from 2013 to date, okay?
Yes.
The agricultural project they undertook as Jubilee government was
Yeah.
Kulalu and Kulalu, something like that.
Aha.
As the number 2 man, all right?
Aha. Yeah.
What came out of it? Where is the maize that was to be produced to subsidize, to make the cost of hunger go back to 50 shillings?
Number 2 man, that was not his responsibility. They had a minister for agriculture, right? So the minister of agriculture was directly answerable to the president, not to the deputy president.
and he's the one who appointed that minister of agriculture from a Kalenjin. Do you have that? Do you know that?
How do you are not supposed to have that information? That is the propaganda I'm talking about, because the government actually chooses ministers.
No, you are the one who's
and
saying
the
propaganda.
information
You are the
comes
one who is. What you are saying is propaganda. What I'm saying is a
No.
fact.
Where do you get the information from that this one chose
And
this
you,
one?
where did you get the information that you are saying that mine is not right?
I'm not
Yes.
saying you
Where
are not
is-
right,
All
but
right,
you are not
all
supposed
right,
to get
the
that
two of you,
information because
order. Now, Malawi,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
I think you need to conclude. But what you're saying is not factual. Tukubaliane tu.
It's very factual. Just ask me what's not factual, and I'll expound
The
on
government,
it.
the government does not work. Ministries don't execute things on their own. Everything
So
the
which
government
means-
does is passed in the cabinet.
Which means akudanga kitu yeye anafanya kwa hii government. He's just
The
a
cabinet
passenger.
is headed by the president.
The
The
cabinet is
cabinet-
headed by the president and deputized by who?
The cabinet is
In
not
fact,
deputized by
2013, 2017, the supervisor of ministries was the deputy president.
no.
Okay, go and check the records, come and verify.
Okay, like here I am connected to the net, and I've just searched whatever you are saying. He was not the supervisor. It's only that Kenyans had that mind that William Ruto was running the government from 2013 to 2017.
We don't have
It's a
that
political
mind.
propaganda.
He was the one chairing.
Let's
He's
give it
the
to
one
him.
who chairs
Let's give
the
it to him.
subcommittee of cabinet.
Now when
friend.
Matiang'i was given the responsibility to supervise ministry, okay?
Yes.
What was the outcry of UDA people? that Matiang'i has taken the job for?
The UDA people were making that noise. It's a political propaganda from the UDA people. They are also allowed
Political
to
propaganda.
play
Okay,
propaganda.
thank you for
Yeah,
confirming
they
it.
are allowed.
Yeah, I think we are just like forcing this Mulawi. Mulawi was talking something to do with the voting. Nothing to do with like the what we are calling track record. Yeah? So Malawi ana facts. The thing is that's the problem with these guys. Wanadanganywa, wanakuja wanapingana, hawana facts.
No,
Now
I
see
have
when
facts.
like he's talking like as if amezaliwa jana. Actually have been in this government for so long, yeah, for this country for so
Well,
long. So
Okay,
hatuna fact.
order now, order everybody. Now let's make progress. Duke, Aaron, you are lifting your hand. What is
Yes.
it?
Now
Hold
allow
on,
me
Duke.
to
Hold on, Duke.
now
Yes,
allow me
Aaron.
to let me support Mulawi on one side. Now sometimes we say that let's always base on facts. The chair of the cabinet is always the president. Deputy president is just there aside to make correction. And that is why the other time I was disconnected
Make
talking about
what correction?
What are you saying,
Now,
Bade? Can you repeat what you're saying?
What do you mean make corrections?
now I was saying this. Let's always base on facts. The chairperson of the committee of the cabinet is the president. And the deputy president is also the member, just like any other ministers. So sometimes when they differ, who is supposed to be blamed? The final decision is always the chairperson and he is the
You mean
president.
Ruto is just a passenger in this government?
No, hold on, David. Hold on,
That
David.
is what I can say that. Deputy president is just a passenger in the government. And that is
Maze,
why whenever
Maze, you are
Just
the
what?
deputy
you are
president
I'm not getting
and
your word. Hold your microphone away from your mouth. Deputy president
now
is
we
just
can
what?
say that somebody has just said that deputy president is not a blame maker in the government, but he is a contributor in terms of leadership. He is advised by the president, and he also always supports the president in any decision that is made. So when the deputy president differs with the president, there is where everything went wrong. And that is why the first term became good because we had no complaint, we had nothing to complain concerning it. Now, the difference is that when the deputy president differs with the president, and that is why the other time I had pointed out the issue of corruption. The issue of corruption is that while the president, while the deputy president is being accused of being corrupt, where is the position of the president? President is supposed to raise the case, let the other part, the concerned bodies respond. And the question which I have always been asking, the accusation has been given to the deputy president. And the question is, why has he not become guilty concerning the issue of corruption? There is no case that the president has ever, the deputy president has ever been found to be guilty concerning all those other accusations. So I can say that deputy president, in most cases, is not somebody to be blamed. It is only that he has not been given time to sit and also exercise his duty. So I can say that don't blame deputy president for the responsibilities that is not up to his task. The blame of corruption, the issue
Now,
of scandals
Aaron, just before you
yes,
go any further,
yes.
do you belong to any church or organization?
Yeah, I belong to church.
Have you ever been a member of any committee, wedding committee, youth committee, or anything?
Yeah, in fact, I belong to one committee. I'm running currently.
Now, in that committee, when you are discussing agendas, do we have people who just sit and do nothing because they are deputy?
Now, let me tell you one thing. Now, as the committee, we always go as the majority. That is what I can
Thank
say.
you.
We always go as the
And that is how the
majority.
cabinet works. That is how the cabinet works.
Now,
So if there's a decision
let me
of
tell you
going to plant
sometimes.
maize,
Now, let me tell you one thing. Sometimes you call the side of majority because you don't want to shame the leader. Like, for instance, many other things has been
Please,
conducted
Aaron, you
because
people,
members.
just accept it. Don't hold brief for somebody for just for the sake of the same. Kama komiti
Yeah.
mmekubaliana kwamba mnaenda kupatia chakula kila mshirika korokoro 2, okay? Imepitishwa hivyo, ndio msimamo wa komiti. That is collective responsibility. You cannot come out and say mimi kama rais nilikuwa nataka korokoro 3, lakini hao wengine wakasema
No,
2.
don't. This is politics. Don't stop comparing the
No,
real life and
you cannot
politics.
use
Those are the things
politics
which
to
are quite
justify.
different.
What do you mean?
You know people like Aaron.
Let me tell you, politics,
People like Aaron,
and real life situation is something which are quite different. Quite different.
What is
Politics
different?
and real
What is
life
different?
situation is different.
David, hold on.
Now,
What is different here?
let me tell you one thing. The difference is that politicians are more concerned in personalities, the personal interest.
No, we
Other
are
than
talking
the issue
about
of
cabinet. When you introduce maswala ya cabinet, sio politics inje, cabinet.
Aaron, let me help.
I'm still on that point.
Aaron, let me
Cabinet
help you before you
in Kenya
continue.
is always influenced by the president, which is political.
Before
Even
you help him, I want
siku
to ask him
haijaisha,
something.
umesikia Matiang'i amesema nini huko concerning the politics? Is the current minister and is running politics.
Aaron, we hakuna kitu natuambia hata kidogo.
Yeah,
Let me help.
First of all,
Let me help here.
wewe, you are just praising Ruto because he's from your tribe.
Look, Bernard.
The guilt that you are bringing up your point with.
Bernard.
Let's hold on, everybody.
Please,
Okay.
30 seconds.
30 seconds for who? Everybody's talking. What is happening?
For me, Mlawi.
Mlawi, what is it? What do you want to say?
I have a constitution with me here, and I want just to read a certain article here about who a deputy president he is. The deputy president is the... Please, listen.
Read out.
All right. The deputy president is the principal assistant of the president. He only is assigned any government portfolio by the presidential proclamation. He is only assigned any government portfolio by the presidential proclamation, which means once the president has been given a duty by the cabinet, or once something has been passed by the cabinet, the collective responsibility comes in this way. The president must give an order to the deputy president to execute something. If the president has not given an order to the deputy president to do something, it means the deputy president will remain workless.
How do you know that he was not given? How do you know that he was not given?
Now,
the president could have been complaining that the deputy president doesn't want to do my work.
David,
the president doesn't want to complain because the deputy should know his work.
If
the president doesn't want to complain, then he's comfortable.
You accept that we are having a DP in the country who is doing nothing but being paid salary. Is that okay?
It's very okay. Even Rafael Tuju has that position. You see, Uhuru removed the powers of the deputy president and took them to Rafael Tuju.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Let's agree on one thing. According to your assertion, we have somebody in the country who is occupying the deputy president's office, earning salary for being workless. Using your own words.
It doesn't mean that he is workless. He is supposed to be given a job by the president who doesn't give him the job.
You know,
thank you.
He is supposed to be given the job by the president, but the president doesn't give him the job.
No. Bernard, hawa watu wawili wa UDA hawezi wakatubeba ufala. We must just tell them that what they are saying is wrong.
It's not wrong, it's true.
No, Mlawi, forget
Can you open your constitution, guys?
No.
Let's hold it there, please. I'll begin to send people to quarantine, Nastaki. Let's all agree.
This is what they do all the time. Wanatubeba tu ufala.
Hapana bwana.
You see, those two guys knows nothing, but they are just controlling the show.
No, why are you saying that we know nothing?
They know
Why are you?
nothing. There's nothing you are
Okay,
saying.
okay, it's
If
okay, it's okay. Thank you,
in
thank you,
terms
David.
of performance, you two guys, you are the worst in this debate.
No.
Let's do this. Let's do this. If you are not giving us track record, tuachie tu hapo. Hatujakuja hapa kutetea mtu tafadhali.
The debate is taking.
Let's go to Duke. Let's go to Duke straight.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity, and I've listened carefully, and unfortunately, we sometimes are losing our tempers that we can talk that down to some of our colleagues who are giving their personal opinion, which is contrary to what is supposed to be. I think as we progress, let us respect opinion. Now, we are talking about track records. I want to fall for the side of William Samoei Ruto. And my age, I knew William Ruto maybe from history 1992, the Youth for KANU 1992, and lovely as a member of parliament of which constituency was that?
Eldoret North.
Eldoret North member of parliament, and now the minister for agriculture, the minister for higher education, and now deputy president. Now, on that basis, these two gentlemen leading politicians in Kenya, that's Raila Odinga and Ruto, they have not had a really express opportunity to lead a country. That express opportunity is at the helm of power. So much of the track records we can associate them with, not really their track record.
But let me ask you. We understand, but why is it that Ruto always tell Raila? He always, in fact, today he was asking Raila, Mudavadi, and all the rest what they have done. Yet he knows very well that the other guys have not been having a chance to lead.
It's okay, David. It's okay, David. Thank you.
I think it's time.
Give them time to explain their point.
Hold on. For us to debate civilly and for our followers to follow us, let's give everybody opportunity to give their views and limit yourself to the 3 to 5 minute submission and give facts, not stories. Thank you.
So, as I was saying, William Ruto as a minister of agriculture was actually ranked the best minister. That one you can take it from me. He was ranked the best minister.
Where was it? Where should it take? Can you prove? Where is it? Google. Let us Google it now and prove. Don't just come here and tell that he was ranked. We want some evidence.
David, hold on, please.
Bernard,
hold on.
Bernard.
Because I'm submitting anything I'm saying, you can be verifying from your phone. You already have bundles, I guess. So, and I remember in the Ministry of Agriculture, then as William Ruto as the minister, we had what we call subsidized fertilizers, and until William Ruto was fired by Right Honorable Raila Odinga in 2000.
Why was he fired? Why was he fired?
How can you fire best performing minister?
Why was he fired? Where is?
Because of 900 scandal.
I'm answering the questions as I'm speaking as well. So William Ruto was fired by Raila Odinga in 2012 as a minister of agriculture because of there was an allegation of we had a maize scandal, the 12 billion maize scandal, US maize scandal.
900 bags.
Was it? So there was a maize scandal. My friend, am I submitting or you want to submit on my behalf? What is it?
How did he perform well if there was corruption in that ministry?
I don't have space. Chair, can you protect me? I need space.
Order, please. Order, please. Let us remain within our boundaries, tafadhali. We are punishing the people watching the show. We are punishing the people who are watching the show by unnecessary interruptions. Okay? Everybody mute your mic until it's your turn to speak. And while you're waiting to speak, invite somebody to watch. That will help you better than all this counter accusation. All right. But Duke, when you state facts like those ones you're stating, tell us he was the best performing ministry, not only minister. How has agriculture improved since he was a minister, and how has agriculture dropped
And the
since
speaker
he
is
stopped
going
being
off.
a minister? So, sorry?
The speaker of the day is off.
I think that was the time the price of unga went really up.
Let me continue my
You will counter all that. Relax, okay?
There's a lot of interruptions, but let me proceed like that. No, now, as I was saying, William Ruto was fired in 2012, and by late Honorable Raila Odinga, and Kibaki appointed him as a minister for higher education. It is in that year that William Ruto introduced double intake to universities, where previously students were staying home for over 2 years, then join a university. Then he cut that short. Immediately after Form 4, the following year, you were to join a university. That's an achievement and that was implemented by William Samoei Ruto. Now, from 2013 to 2018, we can associate not really his track record, but an association, because by that time, constitutionally, the deputy president is merely a principal assistant who should get duties from the president. But politically speaking, they had some romance. They were together in some way, and maybe majority of the things that were happening during that period were that I can say they were associated. They were involved, the two of them. Now we are talking, number one, the construction of TTIs in every constituency that was done from 2013 to 28 to around. Although few were constructed after 2018, but the majority of them were done between 2013 and 2018. This thing of laptops or in primary schools, unless you want to play some side shows. My nearby primary school, not one, very many of them, there were tablets that were brought in between around 2014 and 2016. Tablets are in school, although they were only for one class that time. So there were tablets, but according to that project, it was projected to cost around 50 billion. The other cost for the preceding years were not there. Now the laptops are the tablets are in school. You can go to any
No,
primary
the problem with these guys is that one thing you want to use 3 minutes to explain. Just drop the points as you go, the way we talk about Raila.
That's
Why
my
is it
way
that
of
you still
explaining.
have
You
to
have
take
your
us
time and
around
explain
how the laptops were supplied in a school near your area?
Acha hiyo, tafadhali.
So there were tablets that were implemented in school. Another thing that would be associated with
they promised laptop, they implemented tablet.
You know, they serve the same function. In fact, the tablets are now better because from
There are no tablets
let
we
me
are talking
say one
about.
thing
We have
now.
not seen any tablet. If you've seen them near your
You
school,
have not
we
seen
don't
any
know.
tablet. Don't say we have not seen. But personally, I've seen a tablet in schools written government of
It's
Kenya.
okay. If you
Many
have
of them
seen the rest,
this public
we
schools.
have not seen it.
So
Number three.
Duke, hold on, Duke.
Yes.
So you're saying William Ruto improved agriculture, is his track record. He brought tablets. You are enumerating the track record of William Ruto.
He connected electricity to me.
An associated track record, because these two people have never had an express opportunity as the leaders of the nation.
So when someone does something good in the government, Ruto associates himself with that thing. But when Ruto does something good, he doesn't want anybody else to associate. Wait. When Ruto does something, he doesn't want anybody else to associate himself with that thing.
I think
But when someone else does something good,
David,
this is an interruption.
Wacha maliza wengine waongee.
So,
Let's hold on, everybody. Everybody mute, please. I want us to move the motion properly and conclude it sufficiently. Okay. If we are going to award presidents, okay, to somebody, we will award it as an individual. Okay. So when we analyze this person, we need to analyze him as a person. What did he stand for? What makes him stand out as the best president, just like he has posted this challenge.
Na wao kuna chochote wanaweza kusema wamefanya hii Kakamega? Kuna chochote wanaweza kusema wamefanya hii Kakamega? Na si kila mtu amekuwa na nafasi ya uongozi. Si mwingine alikuwa prime minister, si mwingine alikuwa deputy prime minister, si mwingine alikuwa naibu wa rais, lakini hawana chochote wanaweza kuonyesha wamesaidia Kakamega hii. Sasa wewe umekuwa na nafasi ya uongozi miaka hii yote, huna hata alama kidogo ya kuonyesha uongozi yako. Wewe unakuja kuuliza rais, kwani rais ni urembo ama ni aje? Sijui kama tunaelewana Kakamega hii. Sasa kila kiongozi akuje na agenda yake na akuje na track record yake. Mimi
So I think I can continue from where I left.
Yes.
So again, the other thing that I wanted to talk about is this famous electricity connectivity. It has been done in Kenya. A record numbers in Kenya since 2013. And the last, not but least, is about the roads, the infrastructure. The infrastructure, we talk about the SGR. I don't want to talk about the expressway because that one is called an handshake thing. The SGR and the wide road network, which is totaling to about 5,000 kilometers. So that is directly associated with the William Samoei Ruto. Lastly, about William Samoei Ruto. You know, these two politicians, leading politicians, none of them is poor. All of them are very rich. But we can see, however small, the hand of William Ruto to small-scale business people. In any event, maybe he can do some contribution, then says, I want to push your stock for about 3,000 for those small businesses, very small, right from the villages. Another thing, we have seen him participating in constructions of quite a number of churches across the country, because it is evident Ruto does contributions to build the churches. And of course, these churches, we cannot say they are bad structures. Those are places where people expect to have some spiritual nourishment. And again, now when I compare the two, the image wise, the hardworking wise, somebody who can take Kenya forward, not somebody who can tell us histories, somebody who can take Kenya forward in terms of development, not in terms of choreograph the story to attach us to the way the pre-colonial Mau Mau fighters fought. William Ruto shows the energy. You can see him from what William Ruto wants to do, he can really get it done. Now, there's this thing which is called Stadia, which has been famously spoken that William Ruto promised about stadiums and they didn't achieve any. You cannot say that we don't have a stadium constructed in Kenya today. That can be a complete fallacy. However, not all the stadiums that were promised were constructed. But there are stadiums in Kenya. Maybe they could have been mentioned the names, they could have changed the priorities later on and constructed different other stadiums. So up to that point, I can, in comparison to Raila Odinga, William Ruto has a little bit more association to development. Last, it is about unity. We had an handshake at Afra Stadium in 2013. an handshake between William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. That is unity. There is no better way of describing a person who can unite people like the handshake we had in Afra Stadium. Remember, those are the people who had come from the 2007, 2008 post-election serious crucial battles. So uniting the country to the handshake at Afra Stadium was really an achievement, not only to Kenya, not only to William Ruto, but also to Kenya itself. Now, that is my submission.
Okay, I don't want to interrogate that because it will dig us into one other forest I don't want to get to. Munungu Wafula. Wafula.
Hello, Bernard.
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Wewe nimesemea kwa sababu umeleta picha, lakini tulifutilia watu kujificha kando ya curtain.
Niko kwa giza, sijui kama naonekana hapo.
Sawa, uko sawa, endelea kuongea.
Okay, thank you. I hope you are doing well. We are all doing well.
We are fine, thank you.
Allow me to carry on with my submission.
Please do.
Before I do that, allow me to say that let's try to be civil in our submission, because you are making the show to be so emotive at some time. And anyway, that aside, my submission is based on 5 key points. One, I want to analyze the early stages in politics for both Raila and Ruto. I want also to talk about their periods in cabinet. I want to talk about tribalism. I want to talk about their records on democracy. And I want to talk lastly about their corruption records. First, allow me to say that the track record of William Ruto and Raila can be compared side by side, and there's no much difference. One, let me talk about the early political stage of Raila Odinga. We can all agree that we first come to hear of Raila Odinga about his infamous period in prison. That is past 1982. But rarely do we go ahead to ask, why was Raila in prison? Or why did President Moi imprison Raila for that period? First, it was because he was alleged to have been involved in 1982 attempted coup. That was the main reason as to why Raila Odinga was put in prison. He was accused of treason by President Moi, and as per that reason, Moi being the president and wanting to protect his regime, he chose to put Raila Amolo Odinga first under house arrest and then in prison for some years. Two, we come to hear of Raila Amolo Odinga the period between 1995 and 1997. Why? This is because of the wrangles in Ford, Kenya. It was wrangles about controlling the party. And after Raila failed to capture the leadership of Ford party, he chose to bolt out and join President Moi in Kanu under his LDP party.
Speaker, look at the time, man.
Then 3, if we say that President Moi was oppressing Kenyans, then the same can be said about Raila, because there's no way you can say that he was against oppression of Kenyans, and then he goes ahead and joins the very oppressor of Kenyans. 2, let me talk about Ruto. We first hear about Ruto in politics in 1992. Why K92? We know Ruto and Ruto was among the main masterminds that were being used by President Moi to advance his 1992 presidential campaigns. And then we also come to hear about Ruto in 1997 when he first became the member of parliament for Eldoret North constituency. Then let me submit that both Raila and Ruto became members of parliament in the same year, 1997. So from this, what I'm trying to say is that both Raila and Ruto, first, you can argue that they were involved in behaviors or activities that you can argue they were uncouth to the well-being of the nation, considering coup. You can also argue that Ruto was on the same side in 1992. Of course, we all know the story of YK92. I believe we are students of history. Then 2, let me talk about the history of the two people, of course, Raila and Ruto in cabinet. Ruto was appointed first as, of course, he was on the side of Kanu between 1997 and 2002. But he was first appointed to cabinet as Assistant Minister for Home Affairs in 2002, towards the end of that period. So I will not dwell on that. I will compare the Raila in cabinet between 2002 and around 2005, or about there, because after reshuffling of the cabinet, he bolted out. And Raila in cabinet between 2007 or 2008 and 2013 during Sumkate, I will compare that to Ruto's cabinet in 2017.
Wafula, you have two devices working. You are getting too much echo.
I will compare that. I'm sorry for that.
Speaker, look at your time, man.
So I was saying, if you look at Raila in cabinet between 2002 to 2005, and then you look at 2008 to 2013, you can compare that to Ruto being in cabinet between 2017 to present. Why? Because all these periods, we see the cabinets being mad with wrangles. In 2002, Raila worked in harmony with Kibaki while serving as the Minister for Roads until when the campaigns of Banana and Chungwa began. We saw there was a lot of wrangles thereafter because they were pulling from different sides. Then, if you look at the period between 2008 and 2013, yes, there were a lot of achievements. We cannot deny that. But we must also admit that Raila and Kibaki were not working in harmony. There was a lot of wrangles. There were a lot of complaints, especially from the side of Raila, some about carpets, some about toilets, and so forth. Some about disrespect of like some government dignitaries could not attend Raila's meetings while they could attend Kibaki's. The same issue, you can see it in the cabinet between 2017 and 20 to present, when Ruto is complaining, or they are not working in harmony with Uhuru, complaining that Uhuru brought in an outsider to take the position of the deputy president. Whether that is true, it is subject to discussion, but I'm just laying facts. Then Ruto being in cabinet in 2013 and 2017, we saw there was harmony, their cooperation with president, but we also see a lot of corruption taking place between that period. We see the Eurobond scandal coming up and many other scandals. But on the same, we can also trace some corruption deals, especially because now we are comparing Raila and Ruto. Let me dwell on Raila. We can see the scandal of Kazi kwa Vijana. Raila was mentioned. Whether that was true is still up to the courts to prove. We can also see Raila was also mentioned in maize scandal. It is also subject for proof. We can also Raila was also mentioned in BAT scandal in 2015. Whether that is true is also subject for proof. Let me talk about tribalism.
Man, so people talk for
Oh,
10
Oga,
minutes.
your time is up.
When the
You are taking forever to drive your point.
No, it cannot
No
be
way.
that my 5 minutes are over.
You have taken even 10, not
10.
even 5. Yes.
Okay,
We
let me
are
stop there.
asking for track record, not historical events. You are giving us historical events.
But it's giving facts.
Historical events cannot be dissociated from the track record. They are one and the
Historical
same.
events are
giving facts.
supposed to support
everybody needs to talk.
the track record, not for them to become the track record.
I believe by
Everybody
the
needs
track
to
record we mean some qualities that can help us to choose a person, whether he's the best president or not.
Yes.
And that's what
That
I'm saying.
you tell us DP's stand on corruption is this, and he has demonstrated in this and this and this.
Yes.
DP's stand on agriculture is
That is
this,
how to
and he has
speak.
demonstrated in this and that.
Yeah.
Not just
Wonderful.
historical
Now telling
chronological events.
Is there any difference between what you are saying
Yeah.
and what I'm laying down?
No,
Because
I would not
man,
want
because-
to lecture you on how to debate. I'm just guiding you, but your time is up. Summarize. We move to the next person.
so based on this thing, all these facts that I've laid, I can say that both Raila and Ruto, there's no much difference that one can allay that either Raila or Ruto is way better than the other to make you base your decision on a specific thing to elect one, leave the other. So, having said that, I want to say that I'm here to decide on my president, and when I do, because we are here, I will let you know. Thank
Let
you.
me leave it there. Somebody's lifting up their hand. I want the people who have not said anything to say something first. We have we have the Vika. Is it the Vika or the Vika? Get it. We have the Vic and David Kenya have not said anything. I want them to have their chance first before we begin to this interrogation thing. Then Deto has also come in. So let's begin with Vic, then go to David Kenya, and then we can now take the other interjection after Deto. The Vic. Hey, the Vic, uko kweli? Okay, David Kenya, take it.
If you can mute yourself.
Gentlemen, I've been here for I've been here for some time. I hope you guys can hear me. I've been listening.
Yes, go ahead.
Conversations and arguments left, right, and center. Yeah,
your audio is
first of all, I
high.
appreciate youth coming together.
Sit up. Your microphone is not capturing your voice properly.
So first of all, I appreciate youths coming on a platform like this, discussing and negotiating the way forward for our country. So it's such a wonderful thing that such a platform exists. Now, I will not really go into theories and history like my predecessor, but first I feel that it is form of an insult that we sit and discuss the difference between Ruto and Raila. It's clear. It's like day and night. In 92, like somebody was saying, Ruto was in the system. Raila was fighting to deliberate the system. We all know the story. So I really don't want to get into the history and story. When we were changing a new constitution and all of you voted, maybe some of you are young, that's why you don't know. They were too young to know what was happening in 2010. When we changed the new constitution, Ruto was opposing it. The same constitution is now allowing him to be the deputy president. Otherwise, if it was the old constitution, it would have been very easy to remove him. When we talked of devolution, he didn't support it. So when the story of he has never stood for anything that helps Kenyans. When you talk of corruption, we all know the stories. So let's not get into this kind of stories, wasting people's time talking about this and this and this. But it's your right to give your opinion. But personally, I feel like it's an insult to sit here and talk about Raila and Ruto, even though in somebody else's opinion they might not be the best of the candidates. But putting Raila and Ruto on a telescope and trying to compare doesn't make sense at all. If you are not thinking tribally, this guy has been a deputy president for the last 10 years. And he had the opportunity to do everything he wanted to do. Right now, he's telling you bottoms up. Now, if somebody asks you, really, what is the philosophy of bottoms up? How will they implement it? what are they really implementing? What are they changing? Is it taking money and giving to Mama Mboga, or what is this thing all about? None of you knows. Ruto doesn't know. The UDA people doesn't know. They know they're dealing with idiots whom they'll come and tell bottoms up. And because people are ethnically confused and people are just reasoning with their feelings and not their heads. And sometimes I regret why I had to find myself in the mud of being an African, having to live in the same continent, in the same country, having to share my votes, having to confuse my future and my destiny with the kind of confusion that is in our country. And we have no choice, we have no way out of it. It's like, God placed you there and you cannot change it. I listen to youths talking here and I ask myself, where did we go wrong? I think next discussion should be, what do the youth stand for? Sisi, what do we stand for? Like Kenyans, what do we stand for? Leave alone the leaders. Leave alone, like right now, we know the system is with Raila. So whatever you say is going to be the president. So just prepare yourself. The question should be, how is Raila's presidency going to help the youths? That is what we should be talking about right now. So the next topic should be that. Because whatever you guys are saying, I've been there before. We have supported Raila. We know he won even the last election, and the court proven that he won, but he did not become the president. So if the system doesn't want you, you cannot be the president. So whatever Ruto is trying to do is just kicks of the dying horse. So whether you make noise, whether you shout, Raila supporters shouts more, and they can bring the country down, and you guys know. Ruto supporters will not come out and bring the country down because they are not in Nairobi, they are not in Kisumu, they are not in Mombasa. If you don't lock those three cities, you cannot lock the country down. They'll only lock Eldoret down, of which we can ignore, and the country moves on. So all these noises, the youth should ask themselves one question: how are we going to move on with Raila's presidency? How are we going to get from that government? What are we going to get from it? How is it going to help us? So you can speak from your tribal alienation, you can speak from your hatred background, whatever you want to say, go ahead and say it. We've seen 3 times he tried, he won, and he didn't become president. He swore himself, he didn't become president. So, guys, let us start. What is there in for us? Sisi kama youth, sisi kama wana Kenya, nini iko kwa hiyo serikali inakuja yetu? What is inside there for us? What is there for us? That is the question that we should be asking ourselves. Like jobs, tenders, like our lives, how can it improve? Let's start asking ourselves those questions. That's my small contribution.
Okay. Thank you, David Kenya. David can come Amanda. Let's go to Ndeto. Ndeto, welcome to the show.
Wow, thank you so much, Bernard. I've been following, and you guys are doing great. I think the nature of the debate today, it is fine. It is fine. But let us bear with one another. If I do not support whom I do not wear his colors, then I think you should be contented. So I'm one supporter of one William Ruto. And today, I've decided, due to the love of this man, this is wheelbarrow, and I know what.
Give us his track record, please.
Yes. People are saying that he is introducing the 16th century kind of technology, but I also wonder how it is landing to a developed Kenya. So one thing I will say, I will mention a few things about maybe his track record. One, I will start with his own story. Ruto is one man I have read and repeated his story severally. And this is a young boy who used to look after cattle, a young man who never wore even shoes. This is a young man who was in very deep kind of a village in a primitive place. But one thing, he was a focused boy. And he was so obedient to his parents. And out of which, you know, he is sharp. So when he went to school, he did so well. And he kept on climbing in the academic ladder up to where he is today. And, you know, during the Moi era, if you saw President Moi like cherry picking a leader, that shows there was something unique with that person. And the way he was picked in 1992, you know, it's out of his influence. You know, this is a man who is well presentable when it comes even to speech. He is an orator. You remember a guy like this guy of Germany, I do not recall his name, but Ruto is a good communicator. He is a person who can influence you with what he is talking about, and you can be captivated to be an audience whenever he is speaking. So in his life story, look, a village, very poor, from a village boy from a very poor family. Currently, the guy is a billionaire. You know, I will not dwell so much on what people are used to say that maybe the source of wealth, but the fact remains that he is a successful businessman. And all of us know that all the businesses he does are legal, and they are rigorized.
Neto,
Let me
you are brushing over the case. Please, if you had to
let me
prosecute the case, prosecute it properly. And if you have any information, since you've been reading about the DP, I've been looking for any book about him. I've not found. So since you have read him, please help us understand how did he move from not wearing shoes to becoming billionaire that he is with legal business. What kind of legal businesses? That will help us better.
Wow, that's a very good insight. You know, Bernard, you always even twist me towards the right direction. And you may think that I lose the point, but this is the point. This man called William Samoei Ruto, this is a guy every Kenyan is aware of. Sometimes back, he was a millionaire. Today, he is a billionaire, meaning the multiplying factor in his businesses. Name them. We start with the farming business. There is the issue of real estate. There is the issue of investment in the food industry. There is the issue of even maybe energy. This guy even owns very many shares in the renowned companies whom we all know. So it is out of commitment. It is out of being bold. It is out of his courageous and being brave. It's out of all these attributes that this man has come out from nothing to something. You know, people will give you a lot of theories. You have not heard about William Ruto's book? Let me tell you, it is in the archive. The day you will hear that we are launching the manifesto, that's the very same day we shall launch that book. And I know, Bernard, you are a good reader, and I will avail a copy for you so that you can really get in touch with reality. So what
You're telling us you have read a book that is yet to be written and be published, and then somebody moved from zero to abundance without a systematic way. He just got shares, he got legal business and all that. Lead us. He went to school, graduated this year. He bought 3 chicken, he sold. He bought 10, he sold. He bought 20, he sold. How did it translate from chicken to billions? So that we follow that track record. Also, we also want to make those billions.
You see, Bernard, the reason why maybe you have not also come in the class of billionaires is because you escape a lot of even discussions or interviews, maybe in various televisions when it pertains to William Samoei Ruto. I mean, I do not have to have read his book, but follow the bloggers, follow the interviews which he has done from 10 years ago with Hussein Mohammed. He has also been interviewed with other local televisions. The latest one is in Mombasa. I think of a certain radio station. So this guy knows so much about his story. And those who are close to him, like Deto, can tell you that the story I am telling you about William Samoei Ruto is so good. It's so inspirational. It's something that every Kenyan youth should emulate. It's a story I feel good when I'm identified with it. So, and that's why today I am talking about it. I am wearing a t-shirt bolded with wheelbarrow because I know it is from this wheelbarrow. You know, the economy of our country, Kenya, is at wheelbarrow level. You know, we are a wreck, and we need to move from wheelbarrow, and at one time we shall say from wheelbarrow to Mercedes. I look forward to see that moment when we vote in one William Samoei Ruto. Another thing I will talk about William Samoei Ruto is this man, he is a genius of kind. And let me tell you, he does not get angry so much. And that's why he has interacted with every of the past government. Look, this man has worked with the government of Moi. He has, with no opposition. The guy is always supporting the government. Look at the Kibaki's government. Even if this guy was the side of Uhuru Kenyatta, they never brought a lot of drama along the street of Nairobi, along University Way. You remember what used to happen in 2017? That people are fighting for the freedom. What freedom? We are a democratic nation. You know, you don't know how much impact those kind of riots caused to the economy of this nation. Yet we are talking about a certain leader achieved so much. Coming along the street, I feel no. So for William Samoei Ruto, this guy has been so supportive in the past government. Look, even the time we say that Raila had won, this guy was by his side. And the strategy he used by then, and also in 2013, and also in 2017, we can say without William Samoei Ruto, even Uhuru could not have been the president. I've heard people talking about the greater things this guy achieved when he was a minister of education, of agriculture. He also achieved so much when he as a deputy president. Let me tell you, Bernard, that when you preview the record of the Jubilee government and its achievement, you are also reviewing the record of William Samoei Ruto. Look at what happened the other day at during Mashujaa. You know, media has been just so, I don't know if these guys are paid, to paint a wrong picture on the eyes of Kenyans. Look how these guys smiled at each other when they were dancing in the Kikuyu band. You remember that moment? William Samoei Ruto comes to Uhuru, they are like whispering to one another. Then they were just laughing, and even some bloggers indicated that walikuwa wanamsegenya baba. So you never know if someone is being played upon. And you know, one thing I like about this one William Samoei Ruto also is about his unison strategy. You know, this is a person who have brought a lot of people together. Look at his strategy of changing the narrative of campaign. You know, like in 2017, people are talking about digital and other analog stuffs. In 2013, people are talking about we want to vote in young people. We do not want sijui nini. Look at the kind of the narrative he has brought in the political space about the economy. And I'm happy that every person is talking about the economy, the economic welfare of this nation. Look, he has even suggested a model. This is an effort. To me, it's a track record because I've never seen a politician who has come up with such kind of an ideology that is resonating with people. When you get to Kisumu, people are talking about we have been exploited for so long. We need someone who will improve our economic welfare. If you go to Migori, to Bungoma, come at Mount Kenya, we have a similar and a common denominator. And who has brought all this? The influence of one William Samoei Ruto. I think if you just ignore this character, you are too blind. You do not even know the situation of this nation. What is Baba telling Kenyans? On the other hand, is that one thing I will say, I like Baba so much because whenever he talks, I feel so happy. Look at the kind of soldiers he has. They are Tuori. I listened to an interview, the recent interview of a Tuori at JKL. It was informative. But when you look at the way they are forcing Baba in, it's like it is Baba or no other person. I think that is so bad. And that issue of like there is a state push for a certain candidate, that's how you are also decampaigning Baba. And I will deconstruct the analogy that the guy who has just said that we should be discussing about what Baba will do to youth when he becomes the president. This is a neutral platform. You should not say that so and so will be the president and you are so bored. What we need are the ingredients that will take this person into the parliament, into the state house. Not about him being emotive or not about saying that this will be the 50th president or what. Tell us the ideas. What is this that your candidate has that is resonating with the people, like what the deputy president of Kenya has? I think I will not surpass that because I believe come 2022, and I have been mobilizing even people to come out in large numbers to register as voters so that we vote in one William Samoei Ruto. And I know before then, Bernard and the rest, you will have joined the camp of one William Samoei Ruto.
Ndeto, we wish you all the best. All the best. All the best in your pursuit and your mobilization. But you are here to convince me why William Ruto can make a better president. His scorecard from 2013 to 2021 is wanting by all standards. I don't think up to 50% of what he promised has been delivered. And now he's promising more. You don't sit for a standard 5 exam and fail, and then you say, allow me to go to standard 6. I promise you, standard 6, I'll perform 100%. It doesn't work that way. But you're all entitled to the same.
Bernard, may I counter
Hold on,
in 30 seconds?
Yes.
Why do you blame Ruto on government?
Okay, let let me counter what you have just said. You know, when we are planning for even organizations, because I believe Kenya is a wide organization, you know, there are risky factors. Yes, you know, there are risk factors, and one of it is that what came in 2020, the COVID-19 factor. That's something we cannot ignore because it has gone with almost all the budget. Look, everyone is talking about COVID-19. Look at the ache it has brought even to our economy. I think this one of the factors that has made the Uhuruto administration not to have achieved the stadium we are talking about, even the other promises of laptops. That one of the deterrents of their development agenda and the big four.
But your party leader has not owned up to any of that. He's looking for who to blame. How does that one make him a better leader?
No, we have seen Uhuru Kenyatta going to United States. You saw the other day discussing with Joe Biden on how they will assist Kenya and African countries.
Ruto is not the president.
Vicky, we are coming to you. You tell us how he's not the president. Being deputy president makes you the assistant to the president and to the presidency. So if the presidency fail, you are part and parcel of every failure. If it succeed, you are part and parcel of the success, to the best of my knowledge. The Vic, take it.
Thank you for welcome. Now I will tell you. I will go straight back to why I support Ruto.
Yes.
First of all, promote his track record. Ruto has achieved so much. Just like Munuku alikuwa na explain hizo vitu zote na compare. He was very right. He was very right. And alikuwa anafanya the right thing. But let me focus on Ruto. Like I'm a beneficiary of the transformation you made in the higher education. Where we used to kitambo walikuwa nangoja like 2 years before they join university. And the help pia ilikuwa it was not equal for all the students. So I'm a beneficiary out of the policies zenye I'll implement while he was in Ministry of Higher Education. And then one thing I want to correct Mr. David, that no one has a monopoly of violence. Asikia alikuwa na sifu anasema ati Kenya ati wafuasi wa Raila wana nini, yaani wa Ruto wana nini, wezi sustain violence. In fact, Kenya imecome to a standstill only when Rift Valley is fighting. When Rift Valley is fighting, kila kitu hiyo inasimama Kenya hii. That we can tell us from 2007. So it is wrong for David to imply that it is only Baba supporters who can cause violence, serious violence. It was very unfortunate statement from him. Nah, I think I can apologize. Now then, one more thing, Ruto ni the way he has changed the conversation, politics. Amekuja na tunaongelea mambo economy. Tumetoka from tribal stuff. Kuna wakati Raila alikuja na ile slogan ya 40 against 2. 40 against 2 ama 1, which was a very dangerous statement. Ruto managed to shift from such statement to anaongelea vitu zinatu affect. This is about economy. Nah, that's a plus for him. That's what I like about him. I will vote for him. Thank you.
Okay, Vicky, before you go, just one question to you.
Yes.
As you support Ruto, I don't support him. What is his policy on war against corruption?
Or against
If
corruption.
if you believe corruption is the, I hope you also believe that corruption is one of the leading problems of this country.
Yeah, corruption is one of the leading problem. Ruto does not support corruption. Has indicated that he supports.
Okay. But
But what?
where is
But
the
what?
refugee center for all people accused for corruption?
At where is what?
The refugee
Accusation.
center for all people accused of corruption in this country.
Like you've rightly put it, those are accusations. I can as well accuse you of being corrupt.
There is a difference between you accusing me for being corrupt, okay? And another thing for me being arrested for corruption and you defending me for not being corrupt.
There's no problem being arrested. You can be arrested. Has it been proven that you are guilty? Has Ruto been arrested because of corruption, for example?
He has been taken to court, found guilty, and ordered to pay back.
On corruption?
Yes, so
With
the
corruption.
Muteshi's land. What will you say about Muteshi's land?
Muteshi's land.
Yes.
That was undoing, but when it comes to land,
it's not corruption.
All politicians are accused. No one is clean on matters.
That's where I fall out with you guys of UDA, because you want to make everybody corrupt so that you make corruption not a problem.
One thing,
Bernard, can I Bernard,
wait, I finish.
Bernard.
Yes.
Wait, I finish, Bernard. First of all these politicians are not all clean. They're not angels. Even Raila has been accused of several misdoings. Huh? But those are accusations.
Where has Raila been taken to court and convicted to pay back for any corruption proceedings?
Raila, there are two reasons why Raila maybe has never been taken to court. There could be several reasons, but there has been accusations, and money was lost. Actually, money was lost on those scandals.
So, what are the reasons? I thought you were giving us reasons.
Just because someone has already been taken to court and the money was lost, doesn't mean that it was not corrupt.
Hey, let me surrender there.
Bernard.
Bernard. Yes. Ndeto, what is it?
I have an observation to make on Muteshi's land issue.
Which observation?
When media is doing some write-ups in the local papers or maybe in the stream media, these people talk about grabbing of land. And in some instances, the people who are alleged to have like stolen the land or grabbed the land, they bought the land in a willing seller, willing buyer basis. It is only that the person who sold it to them was not so clear in a documentation of the land. Look at what happens at Weston. People talk about Ruto as grabbed the land of the public school and the Wilson. But look, this guy bought the land at a willing seller, willing buyer. It's only that the land has issues. It was not checked so well in the registry, after which it just exploded. And media is so smart to tell us this guy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Your story. Tutaendelea na uchunguzi.
Ndungu land report.
Ndungu land report. Yes. What did it say?
Yeah. Does it accuse the Odingas?
Accuse.
Are they not mentioned?
In the Ndungu report, they mentioned as what? What did they grab? You are the one to inform me.
Raila ni mwizi.
Wewe Jakaredo, kuja hapa
And
na adabu. Ukikuja
Dunguland
hivyo
report clearly tells us
finya.
who stole land.
Kiplagat.
Kwanza anataka kuwe president ndiye atuibie land huko Kisumu. Never.
Do you have land
Okay,
to
it
be
is my
stolen?
time.
You Jacaredi. Hebu tulia hapo.
Never. Na unikumbuke mimi
Okay,
mtu wa
it is my
UDA, mimi pia niko na point.
Wewe tulia hapa.
Sawa,
Kiplagat.
okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the speeches of Ndeto and my friend here, the Fik. They have really defended just the way Bernard is defending Raila. They have come out of the field and they have staged all the weapons to make sure that whoever they are fronting is protected. And this is very pleasing. We could have rather say who is very energetic and who has got good strategies to actually sit in State House after the next elections, because when we come to track records, the duo, I mean Raila and William, none of them has ever been at the top office, but we associate them because none of them has ever been in the office whereby they command the ruling government. I mean, they have never been presidents. So what happens here is that we associate. And it's very unfortunate that many of us, Kenyans now, especially for us, we don't have histories. The majority now in Kenya are the youths. And we are speaking of, in Kenya, we are speaking of Kenya being driven by the tyranny of numbers. And we, the youths, who have just voted for the first time as from 2013, we are very many, and we can drive this country because of the tyrannies or because of the monopoly of votes that we shall exercise. And as my friend here, Ben Andeto, pointed out, he gave us a brief life history of William Ruto as compared to Raila. We know Raila is a dynasty, that is very obvious. And William Ruto is coming from a very what can I say, that background which was never lucky for one to stage a very good war to the poverty that faces many Kenyans. But he has struggled a lot until, in fact, I read last 4 months ago, he's being ranked number 9 in the country among because of the various investments that he has entered in. And to be serious, the elderly people, I mean the 50s, people who can fall at the age of bracket of 45 and above, they know more about what Raila did. But with the youth, of which we are many numbers, we have witnessed a lot that William has done, and we can say that is a very kind, a very generous man, and he can touch the lives of many Kenyans. Someone from Mombasa, you can find someone from Mombasa defending him. Someone from Kisumu defending him. Someone from Narok here, where I am, you can find defending the name of William.
From Homa Bay.
Look at that. And this, can you look at the approach of Raila? We cannot say Raila is poor, and he is never poor at any scale. But his hand is so short to assist. He is so short to push the agenda of this country. And in fact, he lacks strategies. In fact, I sympathize with him now. If the competitor he will face is William. I don't know. He should seek. I don't know if the strategies that he will use. I like Orengo. I know that Orengo is on his side, and Orengo is a very good gentleman, but they are very slow, and they cannot counterattack this man because William is coming at, you know, he has got styles. I mean, he can touch the life of every single Kenyan from every single corner of this country. If for now he has, it's like, I don't know whether campaigns have started, but whenever he visits, let's say he's feeding, he will visit Homa Bay tomorrow, Homa Bay County. He will have that very Trumpan entry to that Homa Bay County. You will find those who have graduated from maybe from technical institutes. If one can shoe clothes, unapata anaenda na shoeing machines up to 20, unapata anaenda na bodaboda tuseme 50, anaenda na laptops 50. At the end of the day, he will have tied some numbers of lives, and you will find that region echoing the name of William, of which for now Raila is so old. I can say he is so old to face this man, because this man is very fast. He knows how to create that rapport with Kenyans, and he can speak up his mind, and he wins. So it's about strategies. At least the title of this discussion could have say who can best. Okay. It's also, we are also, you are very right, but none of them can make the best president because there are two, but one of them will be better than the other one. And the approaches they use, I can conclude by saying that William has got that very smart approach. He works his politics smartly. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Kiplagat, you have defended your guy very well. I give it to you. Right? Politics of tricks and schemes will all be napped in time.
Yeah, and that is that is Kenya now. That is the current Kenya.
Hold on. Which current Kenya? This Kenya will not be left in the hands of irresponsible young people. The elders will rise up to rescue the country. So that way
Kenyans do not need theories now. Kenyans need practicals.
Yeah. It is not. It's no doubt that the people flying around with Ruto are the young people, but we know how to handle the young people. Don't worry about that. But all in all, what I would want us to focus on is not just what is good for the young people or what is good for the elders, what is good for Kenya, okay? What is good for Kenya. And the unfortunate statement posted by Murkomen of if you want to know history, listen to Baba, and if you want to know the future, listen to Ruto, doesn't even add up, because you cannot have a future without a history, and you cannot have history without a future. So anybody who cannot tie the history to the future is taking you to no future, because there is no tree without roots. So the person carrying people, Kenyans, for to nowhere is the one who doesn't want to know history, and he wants to take people to the future. It doesn't work. There is the God of Jacob, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac. Then there can be a God of Moses, then God of David. But you want to have the God of Ruto without the God of Kenyatta, the God of Jaramogi, and this other. It doesn't work. So jihojini sana hiyo maneno. That is enough of my statements.
Acha kuhubiri bana, nipe nafasi ya kuaddress huyo mzee.
Clinton Magaredo. It is your turn to preach.
Bernard.
Preach. Yeah. Who is calling
Bernard,
me? Yes.
so keep lang. Allow me
Yes.
to attack you a bit.
Attack me. Attack me.
Can you? Yeah. For now, I know we as Kenyans we need someone who can convince us that we shall have money in our pockets. Isn't that so?
A person giving you money, okay, he's one of the people denying you money. The best person to give you money is the one securing you industrialization, economic zones, and productivity and support for the poor. Because as long as you have mouths you're feeding, you will never make enough money to be rich. But if somebody can feed for you 3 of the 5 mouths you feed, you will have some 2 shillings to save that can contribute to your riches. So all these other stories of bottom up, we will distribute money, will sponsor the SAPs.
But can that your Mr. Glatton feed for you
Bernard.
those 3 people?
There is no Mr.
Bernard.
Glatton. Don't use that language. Baba has just finished donating
Bernard.
a 12 billion, a 10 billion scanning machine for Kikuyu. Is it Kikuyu or wherever?
Bernard.
Ninyi
Bernard.
mnafurahia milioni mbili zinapeana kwa mamomboga and the rest. That is only buying votes.
No.
And anybody who buys leadership
Bernard.
will never use that leadership
Bernard.
to take care of it. Yes.
Hello. Bernard.
Hello. Talk.
From the manifesto,
Bana, keep
manifesto of
like
the
time yangu
UDA.
bana. Ngoja kwanza Clinton dakika moja. Yes, manifesto.
Dakika moja. From the manifesto of the UDA, I overheard that for every constituency, they will have a fund of 100 million.
Yes.
Whereby the funds will be channeled to youths in form of loans, but the loans will have a very low interest. So it means that the youths will get the loan and they will pay back with a lot of conveniences, since it bears a very, very low interest. And that is very, very pleasing, because what we lack as Kenyans is capital. Some of us, you have got very, very bright ideas, very, very smart ideas, but to work on them, the starting capital is a problem.
The question to you is, after you take the loan and your business collapses, how are you going to pay back the loan?
You can't say you have a bright idea.
No.
Okay, Bernard.
Because according to statistics, 90 or wherever, is it 90 or they say 75% of businesses started never make it to the second year. So only 25% do.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
I'm listening.
Do you know that businesses relies on the purchasing power of the citizen? You know that?
Yes.
So when almost each and every Kenyan has got some money, maybe to do some kind of business, their purchasing power will be promoted. And therefore, I don't think you will possess a business whereby you will lack customers because of the low purchasing power of the people living or who surround you.
Mr.
So it will be obvious that almost,
wewe ni mtu mzuri sana. And I love you because you are thinking very well. The only problem is you are thinking one-way traffic. Okay? You think after you receive the loan, all factors will remain the same. Utaenda kununua mboga yako, ukileta wanunuzi wako tayari wananunua, wanaenda nayo. Hakuna matope utakutana nayo, kila kitu itakuwa tu shwari. Alafu watu wa loan pia hawatakusumbua. But truth be told, 75% of all businesses started, according to statistics, never make it to the second year. So if we borrowed the
So the second,
120 million, okay, and 75% of that 120 million
yes,
ikazama kwa sababu biashara ilianguka, hatuwezi kulipa, will it revolve the third year? No.
it may
So
not.
that means your project itakufa hapo hapo wakati imeanza.
Why do you cast your future? Why
I am not casting my
why do you
future.
cast your
I'm giving you statistics. All the same, it's something to think about. It's something to think about. On the other hand, on the other hand, the support. Ngoja kwanza bwana, okay? I'm not the one saying it.
Come on.
75% of businesses don't make it to the second year. You can Google that information, you'll get it. Okay. That means if we give that
information from
to,
statistics, yeah?
Yes. If we give 100% of the 120 million to the youth, okay, the year 2022
yes,
or 2023, okay, by the time we get to 2025, yes, 75% of all the businesses started that time will either have collapsed or they will be under receivership. Okay, that means these people will not be able to pay back the loan, and the loan is dependent upon you paying back for somebody else to get. So if 75% will not come back, it remains 25%. Will 25% sustain the revolving of the fund? No. So that scheme will collapse, just like the maize they went to plant in Kulalo, wherever farm. Na zikakauka huko, na hiyo story ikaisha after it ate a lot of billions of shillings. So let's think outside the box. And that is, I'm not holding that against the DP or anything. Let's just reason out. Loan itasaidia ndio, vijana kufanya biashara ndio, but you cannot grow an economy on businesses. You grow an economy on production. And this production has to be massive production, industrialization. Sio mtu kuchoma mandazi hapa kando na mwingine anapanda sukuma hapa kando. That is we call it sub what? We used to call it what in agriculture? Subsistence farming. Ile ya kupanda mboga nyuma ya nyumba, utachuna na inaishia hapo. So you can't use it for marketing. It can't be agro business. Now, for the sake of time, let's listen to Jakaredo, then we'll take one round na nafikiria tufungashe kama hakuna swala lingine. Jakaredo, karibu.
Hey, long time Bana Ben, Dynasty.
Yani, you forsook me. Why has thou forsaken me?
I can't forsook you, man. Is forsook an English word?
The way we are brothers.
Hey man, it has been hard, man. You see, winter is entering, yeah.
Oh.
And now degrees is just 3.
Hey.
So you only leave your.
Send you to Duvet.
Yeah, Duvet should come.
And Kenyan coffee.
And you see, that guy will not allow Kenyan economy to grow. Na sijataja mutu. So Ben.
Asante, hakuna mtu umetaja, tuko pamoja.
Ben, Madaraka celebration.
Yes.
It was a very nice celebration, yeah?
Yes.
But I want to request His Excellency, yeah, the President, to ensure that such celebrations, only serious people should be given opportunities to talk. Why do we talk about things that happened in 1901 when the railway reached Kisumu? For instance, people walking with passports. I don't know, the one that was written Jogona Sijui what from Meru. Why do we talk about such things? And Kenya moved forward long time ago. Why? So I think other people should not be allowed to talk in such.
What was the celebration, Kwanza? What was the celebration?
Mashujaa Day.
So what was relevant?
So we jamaa mwenye alitajwa kwa hiyo passport ni shujaa.
Yes.
Ben, that thing was strategic.
Kwa nini mnataka kwenda mashujaa alafu mtani ikue bash.
Ben, that thing was strategic.
Amtaki mashujaa watajwe kwa mkutano yao. Yaani ni kama umekuja birthday yangu, alafu mtaki kunizungumzia, mnataka kuzungumzia vile mtanipandia mdizi, vile What is wrong
Ben,
with this generation?
I think your party leader alikuwa anatumia hii occasion kutuambia kwamba wakati wakale walikuwa wakiongoza, Wakikuyu walikuwa na visa yao chini ya maji na wako Kenya. So Baba just wanted to remind us that when Moi was the leader, Kikuyus were to have their own visa, maybe to transverse Kenya, you know. So alikuwa anajaribu kutuambia kama tutapea huyu kijana mkale tena, kidogo kidogo hivi Wakikuyu watahitaji visa na passport imestampiwa kama ya Miguna. So I think it was not healthy for Baba to do that according to his age. Na venye anajifanya yeye ni umoja, sijui azimio ya nini. Baba ni yule tu watu tu, ni slogans tu anabadilisha. So hata hii azimio la umoja Ben haitutishi sana. Kwa sababu tumeona maslogans kadha wa kadha. Unaelewa? And now back to this thing hapa chini ya screen, Raila versus William. So Ben, mimi since nianze kuangalia opinion polls, naona tu Anko anaongoza kila siku. But this is a guy to beat, to be sincere. That's why kuna meetings mmehold kila mahali. Mara planning, you just plan against William. Hata Raila amekuwa presidential candidate, this is the 6th time. Na hajai planiwa venye William anaplaniwa. So I don't believe William can win. But why plan all these things against him, man? Why? Even the sitting president now pia amejoin hiyo party ya kuplan against him. So I think there is something that William has.
When were you in the meeting planning against Ruto?
Ben, Ruto is a
mkutano ambaye ni private and confidential.
Ruto is a leader in Kenya, man. And when leaders meet, you see even Weta has no party, but he's being
shida yenu watu wa UDA ni moja tu, okay? Ninyi mnataka watu wasikutane kwa sababu wakikutana watakutana kinyume na nyinyi. Sisi tunapaswa kuuliza, mbona leader wenu hataki kuhusika na leaders wengine, anajitenga kando?
Tumetengwa bana.
This way. He's the only one
tumetengwa Ben. Kitambo tulikuwa
ni mchawi.
Kitambo tulikuwa tunaenda kwa rallies tunaambia Wakenya tumetenga mabilioni. Siku hizi sisi ndio tumetengwa. Haki hii dunia hii. But in life.
Your prophecy is coming to pass. Tumetenga mpaka mkatengwa.
So Ben, I think William is a man to beat, and I'm happy that the likes of Baba are coming to agree with the same, that they are now seeking support. Any support that Baba is looking for, he's looking for that support, and the main purpose is to beat William. But again, there is this former deputy speaker. Kuna kitu alisema in one of the TV interviews. Miss Kizi na watch my replays. William Ruto needs to be beaten in 2022. Thorough beating. Not things like 500k votes, 1 million votes. Alafu aone kuna mwanya fulani eti aliibiwa votes 100. Vitu kama hizo. Ata reject your election. So I think if it is beating him, the likes of Mudavadi and Wetangula venye wanatisha watu eti wanaweza kuwa president, waende wafungiwe kama ile siku ya swearing in ya baba, wasionekane kwa hiyo debe, alafu wakuwe na candidate moja washindane na William. Lakini wote wakijifanya, imagine Weta anadanganywa yeye pia ni principal wa kisiasa, yeye pia anattend hizo meetings. Badala aende concentrate kunini hiyo senate yake akuwe re-elected, rais anamtembeza mara ako Mombasa eti yeye ni principal wa kisiasa. Tangu lini Ben?
Yani
So in Kenya,
uheshimu chairman wa chama.
even in Kenya, even Wetangula is making decisions ahead of William Ruto. Bana dunia ni mviringo ama inaitwanga duara, ina circulate tu. Wetangula ni senator kwa chama chake mtu moja, but is making decisions ahead of William. It in principle. So Ben, we are having two presidential candidates. One is a newcomer, the other one ameshinda hapo. So Ben, tusemezane tu ukweli. Baba shakuambia sera zake since 2002 ama since 1982, na huyu jamaa mwingine pia amekuja na sera zake. Utachagua gani Ben? Utachagua tu hizi hadithi za Abunwasi kila siku
Shida
ama
ya huyu
utachagua
jamaa mwingine hana sera, ana matusi tu. Hana sera.
Hakuna matusi hapo.
Ye kazi yake ni kukanusha kile baba amesema. Hiyo sio sera. Sera yake ni kukanusha kile baba amesema.
Haja gani wewe baba mzazi ushinde ukipishana na watoto?
Ndio mkuja kutukojolea tusiseme chochote, sio? Haiwezekani.
Alafu
kitu iko Ben.
Maisha ya kitendawili ba.
Kitu iko Ben.
Kitendawili ni lugha yetu.
I think the best gift that we will give Kenyans come next year, August. William Ruto tunamjua kama mtu anaweza akafanya kazi kwa bidii under pressure. Baba tunamjua kama mtu ambaye ukitaka pressure anaweza kupa hiyo pressure dosi yenye umehitaji. Mbona tusimfanye William akuwe rais na tuweke baba hapo chini kama opposition? Ben, nakwambia kutakuwa na Kisumu Thika Highway, Kisumu Super Highway in 1 month. Kutakuwa na Kondele International Stadium in 6 months. Nakwambia ukweli. Tufanye William akuwe rais na baba kama opposition.
Wacha William pressurize baba.
This Ben, it was me, that was my suggestion. Why are you overhearing my suggestion? William can work under pressure. Ni ukweli. Baba ukitaka pressure anakupa. Ukitaka pressure baba ndio ako na
create. He's running away from the handshake. He can't work under pressure. Hiyo ndio shida.
Handshake gani na tunataka mtu wa kusukuma uhuru? Wewe unafikiria tunafurahia handshake man? So the best gift Ben next year, we know you love Raila, but we can use him. This is the last time, this is the last opportunity. Hiyo energy amebaki nayo kidogo, atumie kusukuma William ili William deliver agenda from 2022 to 2027. Tusipotumia baba kama opposition leader come next year, we will miss him for life, Ben. This is our last chance to use him as our opposition leader to push William Ruto.
Get an opposition leader if Ruto cannot be one. So organize for one. There is no Baba is not going to any opposition.
Man, let me finish then you ask me if it is opposition. Yeah?
Sasa hizi nani ni opposition leader? Ben.
Sasa sini Raila.
Na ako opposition kweli? Ama anasahau, ama alisahau tu.
So opposition leader in Kenya ni baba. Na kuna venye anaambiwa anaweza kakuwa rais.
It's not baba. The official opposition leader is a Kuru court. The only problem is that he doesn't have MPs, he doesn't have senators, he's not in any parliament. So he's the only official because he's the one who ran against Uhuru in the repeat election. Mbona mnasahau historia karibu? That's why you hate history. You don't fact.
So Ben, namaliza nikisema hivi.
Ben.
Yes, Kiplagat. Yes.
Swali kwa Ben.
What is it?
Ben.
Yes.
Iko aje?
Yeah.
Opposition leader ni yule akona second. Opposition leader yule leader akona second largest number of MPs in the parliament and the Senate. of which it was Raila.
Which part of the constitution
With this
says
NASA
that?
coalition. Sinivo.
Hakuna. They did not participate in the repeat
Lakini saisi
presidential
yako wapi
election.
bana?
The people who participated in the repeat presidential election, how on the opposition leaders?
Iko.
Yes,
Kiplagat, can you let me finish
Everything
my
there
point
is
and
now.
then I
Okay,
quit,
Kiplagat.
man?
Ngoja,
participate,
Kiplagat. Hold on, Kiplagat. Let Jakaredo finish his
Come
point.
on.
Tutabaki na wewe hapa tukidili.
Yes. Ben,
Endelea,
sasa
Jakaredo.
point ya
It's
kufanya
okay.
Ruto rais na Baba kama opposition leader, I support it 100% with everything that I have. This is the last time to use that last energy in Baba. Push hiyo serikali yenye inakuja, hiyo serikali ya mama mboga na vijana na hizo takataka zote. Baba azipush, nakwambia tutakuwa na maendeleo. Kenya will be like another first world country. And then Ben, when we talk of Baba talked last time of I have managed to climb the mountain. I felt like this was an insult to the people of the mountain themselves. It was also an it was a slap on the face of His Excellency the President, kwa sababu President hajampeleka kwa mountain. Then you stand in front of him, give that short history and say, I have managed to climb the mountain without him. Na tulikuwa tunamgoja apeleke Baba kwa watu kwa Wakikuyu in that regard. So Baba kumanage kuclimb the mountain alone na kuisema mbele ya rais, nilifeel ni kama amemdharau rais. Without you, I have managed to climb the mountain. Then you always tell us, Baba huwa anashinda bila hata kura ya watu wa Mount Kenya. Why is he desperate to get them right now? Si aende ashinde bila kura za Mount Kenya.
But before you go, the issue on the mountain, I have managed to climb the mountain. And anybody who wants the vote for the mountain must speak to me. Between the two, which one is an insult?
I think I have managed is an insult based on who said it.
No. And who tells you that Baba goes to the mountain without the knowledge of the president? The greatest insult is when UDA leader claims that is the kingpin of the mountain. The mountain
But
has
he is.
Mutamaki, and the Mutamaki has not been changed. Now, for you to claim you have become the Mutamaki of the mountain, that is the greatest undoing for the DP. Advise him.
Hataki advices zangu. Alafu on the same issue, Ben, I think Baba anasema 6K. William Ruto pia ametupromise mabilioni zingine hapo mbele. But I think Baba never wanted to promise us anything. He just wants to fulfill his agenda of being the president. I think that's the main agenda he has. But being that William Ruto's agenda, the main competitor of Baba, is about money, how to empower people, I think Baba is trying also to empower us. I think with this pressure yenye amewekewa kwa hiyo 6K yake, by next month atakuwa ametuongezea hiyo kitu ikafika 12 ama 15K. Juu kuna pressure amewekwa. Ukiona Baba siku hizi anaenda Harambee kanisani, kitu alikuwa anapinga.
Program ya kusupport the less fortunate was in the NASA manifesto. Baba is the only one who talked about supporting single mothers in his presidential bid for 2017. You people, you have turned William Ruto to be the pace setter in matters that he copied from NASA. So you guys, you just follow.
If he copied all this from NASA, mbona mnaipinga? Na ilikuwa agenda yenu. Simseme hiyo maoni ya William ni maoni nzuri.
The agenda ya bottom up ilikuwa we the people. Okay? Tulipoenda Uhuru Park, we saw in our president. The next thing was the assembly of the people. Okay, that's where the bottom up came from, the assembly of the people. But after the handshake, we suspended the program. That's what indeed took to your guy, and your guy swallowed it.
So lastly, kuna kitu mnafurahia eti mko na support ya president. Hata sisi watu wa URP tuliambiwa hivyo. In fact, during the day na microphone, cameras za TV zote zikiona. Hii yenu mlisema in boardroom. Sisi tuliambiwa hivyo na walichange. Sasa nyinyi wenye mliambiwa polepole mkiwa wawili, ni rahisi kuchange kushinda hata yetu.
There's no problem, but the votes are there, and everybody is free to hunt for them. The mountain vote, we don't need all of it. We just need a small percentage to reduce the one for Ruto. That's all.
Then also being a Luo, I am also tribalistic, you know. Ben, I'm happy that Mount Kenya are not having a presidential candidate. And they will feel the way we've been feeling all these years without a presidential candidate. Sisi Waluo tumekuwa nayo lakini anaibiwa tu. Lakini wao watakuwa na 0 presidential candidate. To mean ni ngazi tutakuwa tunakanyaga kufika State House. Alafu tukishapanda huko juu tunawaona tuite wangapi ama tukose kuwaita completely.
Ama hiyo lugha mmeanza na Junet. Mtawachapa nayo.
Hao watu
ambayo tushafunga.
Wamekuwa fixed. Wakienda kwa William atapanda juu ndio aone anaita wangapi. Wakienda kwa Raila atapanda juu ndio aone anaita wangapi. But lazima wa feel hiyo kifeeling tumekuwa nayo since independence. Otherwise mimi nawatakia kila laheri kwa hiyo position wanaenda kuhold in 2022. Kwa sababu hata hii position ya deputy president pia wamefanya ikakuwa tu kama ile position ya kina George na Tembea. Yaani haina nguvu. Hata hiyo pia wakipewa, pengine huyo president pia atakalia naibu wake. Unaelewa? Na maybe naibu pia anatoka central. So Ben, watashinda wakienda Sagana kucomplain kila wakati. Eti naibu wao amekaliwa. Kila siku kutakuwa na Sagana 14, Sagana 81.
Wewe Sagana tuachana hiyo maneno. That is not the case. That's why we are looking for an inclusive president. The president
hata Ruto alidanganywa ni inclusive president.
And make all Kenyans feel Kenyans without any preference of where you are coming from, how you are coming from.
Acha Ndeto aseme jambo.
Hata Ruto aliambiwa hivyo, eti hii kitu tumeungana sisi. Wakati wanataka wanasema tumeungana.
Kwa kabila mbili, hiyo ndio ilikuwa makosa. Kuungana kwa kabila mbili ndio makosa. Lakini kuunganisha wote, azimio la umoja, hiyo ndio italeta Kenya nzuri. Kama vile
ni slogan mmechange. Kwani Tialala haikuwa ya kutuunganisha?
Tialala wasn't a slogan. Tialala is a filler. When in the public speaker na ujui.
Bernard.
Okay.
Bernard.
Let's go.
Anyway, Ben, hiyo ya Wakikuyu ilikuwa tu jokes. Wasinimeze sana. Lakini pia kuna kaukweli 2% ndani. Itabidi wazoee.
Sawa. Please, let's move forward.
Ndeto ako na jambo. Ndeto ako na jambo.
Ndeto sema jambo. Wewe Kiplanga, you want to chair me so that I chair? Sawa tu, nimekubali.
Okay.
Hiyo inamaanisha Kiplanga atanakukalia. Ukisema anakuchair.
No, he is a smart secretary.
Smart secretary.
Yes, so you know, Jekorondo has tried to dissect the speeches of Raila and also the one for Ruto. Actually, it's a strong point because if you listened to Raila Amolo Odinga during the Mashujaa Day celebration, you know, I was waiting to hear what is this new that the guy will bring into the economic space or the political space. But he only narrowed all the heroes as if every hero comes from Mount Kenya. This guy was talking about Charles. This guy was talking about something to do with Charles Rubia, Matiba. Haredhuku. He was also talking about other guys. He never mentioned any other community. I think it is only one guy, the guy who was assassinated in 1969. That's the only person he mentioned from the Luo. The rest, he also even acclimated the whole thing with Kibaki. But look at the
It is
speech.
called desperation.
Yes,
For what?
look at the speech
Yeah.
that the deputy
It is
president.
not that. You people, since you don't understand history, let me help you. There
Let
is
me
a reason
finish.
why.
Let me
There is a
finish.
reason why.
Let me
Hold
finish.
on. There is a reason why it was resolved that the public holidays are going to be celebrated in different regions. Okay, and while it is in a particular region, the light is going to be shown more to the heroes from that particular region.
But
Baba
we have
is a
heroes.
historian, and he wants you young people to appreciate your history. If you
Heroes
have a
are
problem
heroes.
with
It
that,
doesn't matter where
like
they come from.
like in
that have
Migori
a problem,
County,
it is not
Governor
him.
Obado was the first to be elected on an ODM ticket. Our hero. Baba
He's
never
a hero.
mentioned that. What is
You
that?
want to, they were not giving the list of ODM heroes. Look at this one.
It was about the heroes, not heroes from
But
Baba should
Bernard,
be fair when
Bernard,
naming heroes.
Bernard,
Even
we
if
are losing the
atashinda
point.
akipea one tribe ministries akikuwa rais.
We are losing the point. This is the point, Bernard.
What is the point?
You know,
Look here. We
a
have
close.
two people. We have two people here. Okay, we have a generation that want to be told what they want to hear. Okay, and then we have a leadership that should provide direction to the people, not tell the people what the people want to hear. That was the difference between the speeches in wherever Mashujaa Day. Somebody wants to provide leadership, another one who wants to tell people what they want to hear so that they clap for him, and it ends there after the speech.
Okay. I like the way you have brought out the issue, Bernard. But I will tell you this: we have heroes like Eliud Kipchoge. We have heroes like even the girl who used to help other girls to come out of a disaster, the Inferno at Moi Girls. You know, those are also heroes. But Baba profiled every hero as if they all come from the mountain. You know, that's the only challenge I have. I found his speech so retrogressive, but for Ruto, it was progressive. Look at the way even he tried to embroider the Uhuru's administration. He appreciated the presence of Uhuru Kenyatta, the achievement of the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. He even gave a way forward on how he will take over after Uhuru Kenyatta. I expected a person who will connect from where we are moving forward, not from where we are going backward. As well, there is another point about William Samoei Ruto. At one point, he talked about he is the kingpin of the Mount Kenya. I think it was in Nyahururu when he said that he do not need anyone to come to the mountain. Let me ask you a question. And also, Baba mentioned something like he has climbed the mountain even without no presence of anyone. If you look the introduction of William Samoei Ruto and Baba to the mountain, you will find a very big demarcation. Reason being, if today I introduce you to a certain young girl, and maybe you fall in love with that girl and you start communicating like that, every day is not a new instance. It will come to a time even you become the husband of that girl. At that time, you don't need any introduction. The introduction was required at the initial stage so that you can be able to woo the girl. But when the relationship is built up, you don't need whoever connected you. But look at Baba. Baba has never been introduced to the mountain by one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Unlike Ruto, who was introduced in 2013, in 2017, even at Afraha Stadium, even Uhuru endorsed that Yangu Kumi and Yaruto Kumi. But I've never heard Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta talking about yangu 10, ya Raila 5. I have never heard about that. If you have an evidence of a book written, or even maybe bloggers have come up with write-ups, but I've not heard. Tell me, Bernard, if you have
The
heard.
problem with you, Ndeto, is that you want to reverse historical facts. Okay? Baba was taken to the mountain with Kibaki, not Uhuru. So, and when you become a son-in-law, you don't become a heir in your in-laws' place. You still build a house in your place. You don't become now the spokesman of your father-in-law and his children just because you have married their daughter. That is against our African traditional setting. So, sijui ninyi vijana shida yenu ni mnataka kwenda kinyume na maadili yote mpaka ya kihistoria.
I think Kikuyu culture is a bit Kikuyu culture is a bit different from your tribe. The way you should be free.
A son-in-law becomes the leader of the home.
No, but Uhuru was very clear that this guy will inherit after his tenure. So when he goes visiting around, he does not have any problem.
Anybody. Uhuru has no presidents to give anybody, and we have made that clear to you over and over again. Akona vote moja na hata akisucceed to convince Magi itakuwa 2. Those 2 votes cannot make anybody president.
Wewe Bernard, ulisikiza hata maombi ya pale ya Furaha Stadium? Ulisikia venye Uhuru aliambia wa Kenya?
Na kuambia Kenya haikuanza Furaha Stadium. Kenya ilianza mahali mbali sana. Wachana story ya Furaha Stadium.
In 2002, when Baba endorsed Kibaki, that's when you know the way you are animating it, you are also magnifying the chances of Raila Odinga, of which it is a good thing because he was
I'm just setting the record clear that Baba did not need to be taken to the mountain by Uhuru since he had already been taken there by Kibaki. So he's not invading. That's the same way you would say that Ruto was introduced by Uhuru to the mountain. So was Raila introduced to the mountain by Kibaki.
And that's why when you go to like a community like Meru, the other day they were shouting to Baba, Ruto, 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 Ruto. When Baba went there a few days ago, I think 2 days ago.
Those are your hired goons.
Yes, how many people are shouting?
Everyone was hired.
Bernard.
Everyone was hired.
The people in Western today shouted down Ruto. So what difference does it make? You know, I've been analyzing politics as long as I've been alive. Look here. Especially when it comes to booing and heckling, that one is choreographed, arranged beforehand. We in ODM, we know that better than anybody else. So you have learned from us. What you are doing is normal. So just leave it where it is.
So today, those who are paid goons, the ones who are heckling about Baba.
I did not say that. But the lies that the DP has been selling will soon backfire in his face. Let's hear from Wilson first. Wilson Baraza, you've been lifting your hand as long as.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just wanted to react to Neto's suggestions. Okay, Mashujaa Day celebration was not about was not a day of campaigning. That is the first thing you should know. Then also you could you noticed it was our central region. So we could be naming those heroes from the central part of Kenya. So that's why Baba majorly majored on naming the heroes from the region. Then from the speeches, I didn't hear Ruto talking of the heroes, given that it was a heroes and heroine days. Ruto never named anything. The only thing he said, he was all about campaigning. He was also only campaigning. What was surprising me was the day before the celebration, he was talking in was it Likoni? Saying how Ruto na Baba wa Uhuru and Baba wa matapeli. So this guy is akona, I don't know, is like a chameleon. Saa akikuwa hapa like the call is different. Akienda kule the call is different. So the guy is like akona ile like I can say hunger of power. Not even power, hunger for being a president.
Baraza.
So Kiplagat tutaacha niongee. So the thing is,
ngoja kwanza, Kiplagat ngoja kwanza. Mute
the
your
thing
mic
is,
or I help you mute it.
what Ndeto, I think like we are supposed like to go and sensitize our people, because I think you are brainwashed. Like nyinyi ni wale watu kupenda watu wa kuongea vizuri. Let us go for those people with the policies. Which are these new policies that you think they can improve our lives as youths? Let us not go like unaona sijui some of us are saying like these people are still youths, are energetic. Which philosophy do they have that can help us and our future lives and our generations to come? So at least we should like look leaders from their way of like how they handle issues, how they talk. Me by the I have been watching like those interviews like Uhuru ameenda kwa TV. Ukiona some questions akiulizwa, actually is like akona ile kuna kasira fulani kana kuanga naye. Like akiongea, you know this is not a good leader. Akona kasira fulani, when you ask a question that is like pinchy, unapata nakasirika. So that is such a leader. Unlike other leaders who like ana moderate, like kasira yake anarudisha chini, like anajaribu kuwa moderate. So let us like stop like kudanganya wa Kenya na kudanganya wenzetu, youths wenzetu. Tell them the truth. Mambo nakuja hapa ati Ruto sijui ako na good background history, ametengeneza mali. That is a like, let that be a motivation to you to work hard, but not prove that anaweza kuwa good leader. He has nothing to tell us. Hakuna cha anaweza tupea. Give us those track records as we discussed earlier. Give us track records. Give us reasons why are you supporting him? Tupe wacha kutuambia alikuwa mfuga kuku.
Bernard,
Yeah,
this guy has mentioned my name. May I say something small?
So, Ndoto, I know, okay. Mtu mwenye ana kitu ya kusupport, hauna evidence, you'll be like, utakuwa unashikashika kila mahali okay. Give us those reasons, like concrete reasons. Ruto has been in power. Let me start from 2013 to now. Ametufanyia nini? Alituambia mastadia. How many stadiums do you have? Apart from the Machakos one, I think which was also a contribution from the county government of Machakos. That's the only stadium that we can like tunaweza jivunia. You have the other one from like ile nilijengwa juzi Meru. So I think let us like wacha tusikue psycho fans. Actually, na tusikue like ati tunaenda juu ya tribe yetu, no. Let us just go for those leaders who we know that after tumewa-elect, they'll do something. They'll not be like wanaenda kutafuta pesa. They'll go work, improve our lives. Sandeto, I think you can give me reasons, strong reasons.
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Wilson. Okay.
Thanks.
Ndeto, in 1 minute, want to hear from Washington.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Ndeto Kiplangat, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I will start by deconstructing the narrative he has just, this guy has just lied. That Ruto never talked about heroes in his speech during Madaraka Day. And not Madaraka, but I think Mashujaa Day. Ruto touched about the men in uniform. Those people who are building or are contributing to the peace in our borders. He also talked about farmers, the people who are working so hard to enable every Kenyan has meal on the table. Revisit on DP's speech. You will get those as his heroes. Then you have just asked, what is this guy doing to young people since 2013? We have seen one William Samoei Ruto spearheading the agenda on a technical vocational education training. This is where young people or youth, they are engaged into activities that can equip them with hands-on skills. And, this is the way to industrialization. To support this, there is no other administration than the Ruto administration, which has connected as many Kenyans to electricity. The reason why they are connecting people to electricity is when today you get a skills for welding or for salon, you can be able to open up a small business and start metal fabricators. You start something like a salon, something small. Then you are saying that Ruto is not in the agenda of supporting employment among young people. I think you should get deeper and connect well how this guy is creating as many jobs to the young people through connectivity of electricity as well. The SGR, the roads are constructed by young people.
Stop.
This is direct
SGR
labor.
is not SGR is a different thing, Bana. Don't talk
I
of SGR.
am saying this. Listen, I am saying we need labor, casual labor in the construction sites of the roads of the SGR. I've not seen Tanzanians or Ugandans being imported into Kenya. We are using Kenyan youth. Those are the people who are working in those projects. Then you are saying that he has not provided employment to.
They promised, eh? There are million jobs they promised.
Bernard.
No. I want you to confirm, just confirm. There are million jobs they promised in 2013 is working on constitutional construction sites for the graduates that have graduated from TVET. And then after connecting us to electricity, they give us wheelbarrow to use it for electrical transportation.
You see, Bernard, when you connect a place to electricity, you also enable access of fiber or internet to that place. And in a way, you are opening the economy of the place. A young person who has gone to university can start an office there. Something to do with online jobs due to electricity factor. And also,
I love your line of thought, and I love the way you reason out. The only problem is you are very good in theoretical approach towards life. What you are talking is very good imaginary fiction written story, but really life,
Bernard,
where the rubber meets the road,
Bernard, you never accept my point. You never accept my point. You always have to give stories. And you are asking me questions. I am justifying to you. Then you are saying I'm dwelling on theories. And I'm a beneficiary of this internet. This electricity I'm talking about.
So
I have my own company.
Internet iko kwa watu wa UDA, sio? Hata mimi na join UDA. Inapeano wapi? No. Please, let's hear from Washington.
Yes, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm just going through the headline. I'm seeing Raila versus William Ruto's past records. Okay, if maybe to begin with maybe the past records of Raila Odinga and William Ruto, all of us we are aware that it is Raila Odinga has got a speaking track record as compared to William Ruto, and that's why whenever Raila stand for presidency, even kusikia tu eti huyu mjamaa bado wako anaenda kusimama, kuna wasiwasi mingi ambayo even with our opponents. And
your volume iko chini kiasi, songa karibu na mic.
Oh, iko chini. Let me adjust it. Okay, unanipata sasa? Yeah, like if we look at the track records between Raila and William Ruto, hatuende wapi, and that's why wanapata hard time competing with Raila Amolo Odinga. Nilisema sijai decide on which side to follow, but going with what I'm seeing, and again Raila is playing a mature politics. That is kindly a mature politics. hata ukisikia from I know even Reto hapa ako, lakini amejua tu kweli yenye iko, amejua tu pale naye tunadanganywa, lakini acha tu juu, kwa sababu nilishaamua naenda na hiyo train, acha tu ni sell na hiyo. Reto, unanisikia? Then again umeja penye kuna uzuri pia, hatuwezi kosa ile mbaya mbaya pia kidogo, like just to speak of the event of today that was in Kisii. Actually the event ilikuwa sawa, and again tukiangalia tunapata the basket of Raila is keeping on, inazidi tu kuwa full, but again kuna some few issues
Ongeza sauti kidogo.
And again kuna some few issues ambayo pia inafaa tuzungumzie, like actually nilipenda speeches zote zilisemwa, even Junet Mohamed was on track, only towards the end ndiye alijaribu kuharibu tu kidogo tu, alijaribu kidogo, ni ile tu labda aliangalia huko akaangalia akashindwa, sasa niseme nini, acha tu niseme hii kitu ambayo somehow haikuwa nzuri sana, kwa sababu you know unaweza sema kitu nzuri sana, lakini ukisema tu ile mbaya tu kidogo pap, hapo ndio na shikwa nayo. Na hata Ndeto nimejua nimeingia late, lakini nimejua alishaongea hiyo maneno, like alisema like serikali ikikuwa ni ya Kenya, ambayo it's going against the Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja is for every Kenyan, not only Kenya but even we have Kenyans from abroad, ni ya kila mtu, all tribes, kila mtu, and that's why saa zingine pia it is good hata before
Washington unahitajika UDA uletewe internet. Pole. Kiplangat, ulikuwa na swali kabla tuende kwa inawezekana?
What was it about? Sijui nilikuwa na nini. Unajua watu wameongea mpaka nimesahau. Mtu akiongea anani inside at that moment. But anyway, Ndeto ni mtu mzuri huku, anajua kutetea. So I know we shall have Deputy President being our president. In someone who cannot even request for a written speech to speak to this country. He has got his plans and heart, and he loves this country, and he will drive this country forward. Si kama wazee bana wanategemea written speeches. Wewe anaongea bana kama the former US President Barack Obama. Ni mtu akona interest of this country at heart, na anajua kila anatuambia na kila anataka kutufanyia kama Wakenya. So tusimteze mzee apumzishwe, apewe hiyo nini retirement pension ya politics. Tanga yenyewe amesaidia Kenya, amefight vile mnasema, ingawa hatujaona achievements zake. Pengine achievements ni kufungwa tu na kufunguliwa.
Wewe kwa sababu wewe ni kipofu ama umekuja Kenya leo? Hata hii uhuru unaongea mahali unaongea sasa hivi haikukuwepo. Ulikuwa unaongea ukisema kitu yoyote unaangalia your shoulder, because special branch can pick you anytime, and when they pick you, you disappear. So you who are millennials, you seem to have a problem with understanding that where we are coming from that's why you want history to be forgotten, and that is why DP doesn't want history to be revisited, because his history is not good.
He has no place in
history to look in the future, so that he deceives the people that did not see him fighting, the people that were fighting for the freedom for us to express ourselves here, for us to congregate. It was illegal to gather 3 of you on the street. Mukipatikana watatu mnaongea. Now we are not talking about pre-colonial. We are talking about Moi era. After over 15 years of independence, it was illegal for 5 of you to gather in one place and have a discussion. Even in church, when you are preaching in front, there will be 3 special branch behind there watching anything you will say. If you say anything against the government, utaokotwa. So the struggle that the country has gone through before we come where we are. We can now tell the president anything and nothing happens to us. We can call the DP anything and nothing happened to us. That freedom was not there. It was paid for. There are people who shed blood for it. There are people who are detained for it. All those things ninyi mnasikia mnafikiria ni hekaya za Bunuasi. Vile DP amewafundisha.
Yes,
Hey,
yes, yes.
God help us.
I've had all of the meeting. Can I also just give a contribution?
I think we want to close, huh? Na inawezekana hajaongea, wacha inawezekana ongea, alafu utapeana closing remark, Ndeto closing remark, tufungashe.
Sawa.
Inawezekana.
Ni aje wasee, mko poa wasee?
Poa vipi? Tupo.
Nimekuwa nikifuatilia.
Ukishatolewa curfew uonekani kabisa.
Hapana, nimekuwa nikiwafuatilia kwa umbali. Niliwaambia mimi ni wakusikiza venye watu wanaongea na kucomment mambo kidogo kidogo. So leo sina pia kitu ya kusema, lakini watu wa UDA ni kama mko very much brainwashed. Mnasemanga watu wa baba ndio wako brainwashed, lakini nyinyi the way you guys speak hamna point. Mnafaa tu mkubali tafadhali, si kwa ubaya, but you guys don't have content, you don't know what you're talking about, na si madharau. You guys should have point. You should go back and check. You should ask the DP what is actually talking about. Si rumors kuzurura hapa na pale. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say for today. I guess kesho nitakuwa na content.
Okay, David Kenya.
So mi nimefurahia meeting, imekuwa poa, watu wameongea. Chenye nimelearn ni kuwa I now understand why the establishment in every democracy normally decides where the nation goes. Because if you leave this thing called democracy to the millions of Kenyans or Africans to decide, then they'll take the country into drains. Because even in the US, the presidential elections are always somehow affected or influenced by those who control the economy. So I really now understand. I used really to talk so much about rigging of elections and interference from the government and the deep state and the establishment. But listen to the Kenyans, because let's say we wake up tomorrow and Ruto is the president. What will change? Because we've seen him as the deputy president, as the most influential man in the government since 2013. He is still the deputy president to date. We've seen what he has done. So if he's the president tomorrow, just ask yourself where you're seated. What will change? What is his strategy? What is he coming up with? What is he bringing on the table? He's not shared anything. Zero. All he's doing is just to do propaganda and up and down. And look at the people around him. Even look at the kind of people he's surrounding himself with. These are individuals who have no point in our history. They've not influenced anything in our country. They don't stand for anything apart from their stomachs and their pockets. They don't have any intellectual capacity that we require in our country. So even the people around somebody can tell you he's not fit to be in that office. So I really now understand why even in America, the media and the establishment make sure that the election goes certain way. And I've seen in some other countries where the kingdoms rule, the people don't talk about politics, because we know from this to his son to his grandson, like that, the countries are more stable. But if you leave the kind of people I've had arguing here to make choices for the future, to give the nation's destination or destiny, That's why we are keep on crying. That's why we will keep crying for a long time, and that's why I've of late really stopped emotionally getting attached to politics, because we have people who really, uh, for the lack of better terms, most people are ignorant. It's not that I'm putting people down, but that's the reality. Having gone to school doesn't mean you are not ignorant, because you might not be informed. You might not have really reached a position or a scenario where the information gets into your brain and changes you, or the information becomes part of you. Going to school just means you paid fee and you can speak some English. Doesn't mean that you're not ignorant. So most Africans are still really so ignorant, because Africa is the land of milk and honey, but we are the poorest continent in the universe. So what does that tell you? It's not about our leaders, because these idiots, you choose them. You keep on crying, our leaders, our leaders. Which leaders are you talking about? Who elected them? They are not. It's not a kingdom. We didn't inherit them. We elected them. So if they have failed, then you and me have failed. And this is why I would really still not even cry anymore if the establishment helps us to make good choices, because then you are not capable based on how you are reasoning. Nobody's giving us serious direction why we should elect this guy over this guy, and nobody's even asking what is in there for us as Kenyans. What is in there? What is in there? That is the big question we should be asking. What is in there for us? In the US, if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you know what is in there for you. But in Kenya, what is in there for you? None of you is asking those kind of questions. And that's why we will keep on wallowing in poverty. We'll keep on following these people. We'll keep on voting the wrong people. And you aggressively and you protect them with all the power in you. You know, it's so disappointing. It's really, 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 really disappointing, guys. And I wish, I'm saying this because as I'm talking to you, I'm in somebody else's country, and I've seen what people can do in other countries. So I'm saying this because where I am, I've never heard of politics. For the last more than 6 years, I've never heard of politics. When I only hear of politics in Kenya, I don't even know what the government is doing. You don't hear the government, but you see the government. You see the government, you don't hear them. But in Kenya, tutaleta wilbaro. Hey, are you normal, people? Are you really normal? With your PhDs and your education and what have you? And this is why in 1900 people were inventing aircrafts. African, our grandfathers were inventing children and doing practicing witchcraft. When people in the US were inventing aircrafts, this is why we are still behind to date. We now want to invent wheelbarrow. You guys, good night.
Thank you, David. Continue watching. And we invite you to join our WhatsApp group if you would want to follow up on what we do. On the private chat, you can drop your number. We'll add you to our WhatsApp group. And we continue debating to help Kenya become a better place. Now, Washington, have you come back?
Bernard,
Yes.
before you go to Washington, I have something to say, just a bit. I think it's good that people are saying there are people who are ignorant and also people who are just misguided. Others are saying there are people who come at this platform and they do not have content just because we are supporting a particular candidate. I have listened to Inawezekana. You have given him a chance to give his submission, And the guy is saying, I'm not prepared today, but I have this one observation to make that, some people are just pointless. Some people do not have content. And that's an observation of a full researcher, a person who understands so well this topic. Then other people are giving deep and even emotive kind of contribution. And what you can see is just lack of content. And you are saying that some people are even brainwashed. Even the guy who has just spoken, he is telling us smartly that he is in the United States of America, where he went some years back. Brain drain. The guy went there, but he is doing a lot of nothing to Kenyans. You go there, you better your life there, you forget where you came from.
That is uncalled for.
You know, Bernard, these guys are provoking also when you say that we are.
Ngoja kwanza. When somebody gives his observation, let us respond to the observation, not attack the person, number one. Number two, this is, we are not here to defend individuals. The really reason why I'm still awake right now when everybody's asleep in Nairobi is because I want this country to be a better place, okay? Not for me to win an argument and you win an argument. Not for Raila to win an argument or Ruto to win an argument. After they win an argument, my landlady will come to my house for rent. I will need to go enter Naivas and do shopping for my family.
Bernard.
And now that you are vying for a member of parliament seat, you should get used to all these controversies and be able to find what path to take, not to be sucked into what is going on around you.
Bernard,
let me finish before Inawezekana comes in. What I mean is this, Bernard. I am also spending so much time here. Then when someone just says that we Kenyans, we are ignorant, we do not have points, I think you are also campaigning. They are also campaigning for the person they are supporting. Because when you tell Kenyans that we are empty, that means you are also campaigning for the person who I am not campaigning for. These guys.
Over nothing. You are taking offense over nothing. Please let that matter rest. Let that matter rest. Let's go home and let's sleep over it. Think through. Okay. You have come here. You have defended UDA stand. You have defended Ruto's track record. Compare it. You can watch the video and see did I defend rightly. That is how you learn. And we are not here to display how much we know or how much we don't know. So he has given his observation not in support of Raila or in support of ODM. He has given his observation for the country. He says he now understands why the state machinery can interfere with a choice of who leads the country when there is a danger to who everyone wants to go for. He just understands that. That's what I got from what he said.
But Bernard also, you should not allow statements like some people are so ignorant. Those are demeaning also choice of words. Because the moment you say that and we are debating, I'm also demeaned, and that's why I'm reacting over it. So don't apply double standard. Don't apply double standard.
All right.
No. But Uda people have been saying Baba is old, and that unafikiria Honorable Ndeto, unafikiria sisi tutaichukulia aje when Uda people are saying Baba is old? We cannot allow that.
But I have never said you are ignorant. I have never said you are ignorant or you are pointless, because
I did not say
normally
specifically. Honorable Ndeto, I did not point you specifically that you are ignorant. I said that most people from this other side, they are ignorant. They follow their leader blindly because of how they speak and what points they try to put forward. Their points are not clearly stated. That's what I was trying to say.
But you have just inawezekana
Yes.
you have just entered in the show ignorant or you have just entered in the show and
I was
you are
following in
just
the background.
the
Now,
point
order.
is you have just entered in the show.
Stop those your words.
That
I'll send you to quarantine.
I think
they
that is
are
overreacting for
ignorant.
nothing.
Hold on, everybody. Mute
Their
your mics.
leader blindly because of how they speak and what points they try to put forward. Their points are not clearly
Bernard.
stated. That
Hey. Now, can
Ben.
we lay a grip on this? We were
Ben.
closing this show very nicely. I don't know
Ben.
where all this is coming from.
Ben,
Yes,
mimi sijasikia hiyo
was
argument
entered
ya
in
Ndeto
the-
na huyo jamaa mwingine, lakini na support Ndeto.
You support
The point
Ndeto?
is, you have just entered in the show.
I'll
Bernard,
send
I would
you
like
to
to
quarantine.
contribute on this.
Ben, excuse me kiasi.
That is overreacting for nothing.
Ben, I was not in when Ndeto was
Bernard,
arguing
may
with
you
the
allow me
guy.
to go?
But because I support UDA, I just
All right.
think Ndeto is right, Ben.
Because you support UDA, Ndeto is right.
Yeah, I just think Ndeto is right. I did not hear the argument with the other guy, but let us give Ndeto is right.
That is why UDA is wrong.
No, Jekorondo, I think you are a mispressed.
What they have not had.
Ben.
I think you are just wearing a skin of a sheep and you are a fox yourself. Don't say that you do not support me, but just because I'm a UDA supporter. No, if you never listen, don't comment like that.
Ndeto, now you see how you guys are
Ndeto,
exposing
look here.
yourselves.
Look here. Stop this. Okay?
Ben,
Stop
may I
this.
go ahead?
Ben, I was not in when Ndeto was arguing with the guy. But because I support UDA, I just think Ndeto is right, Ben.
Okay, thank you. Support UDA, Ndeto is right.
Yeah, I just think Ndeto is right. I
You see that
not
kind
hear
of
the argument with
statement.
the other guy, but let us give Ndeto is right.
Ndeto, you can see, you can hear for yourself.
No, Jekorondo, I think you are a mispressed.
What they have not had.
I think you are just wearing you are a fox yourself. Don't say that you do not support me, but just because I'm a UDA supporter. No, if you never listen, don't comment like
There is something amiss somewhere. Kuna
How you
feedback ya
guys
mtu.
are
Ndeto, look, inakuja.
exposing yourselves.
Okay, Ben, may I proceed?
Look here. Stop this. Okay, hold on. That is Steve.
I think Ben, my suggestion on this is asking, then there should be tolerance. I think again the discussion should be on what.
Thank you.
Hello, may I proceed? I think
yes,
I think the discussion should be
You see that kind of statement.
Inawezekana mute.
Ndeto, you can see, you can hear for yourself.
Okay, I think
Steve.
Ben, on this issue, I think we should discuss on issues.
Steve, you are
Can
mute.
I say something?
You are
Can
mute.
I
Just
say
hold.
something,
No,
Mr. Bernard?
inawezekana, ngoja.
Ben hata mimi ndio nimeingia kwa show na unipi nafasi.
Wewe Jakaredo. Wewe. Steven,
Na,
you
na
are mute.
watu wananiita mkora na utaki nijidefend. Ben unajua nitakuwa nataka nchi hapo mbele na watu kuniita mkora itafanya nisipate. Nitakuwa nataka nchi with a Kikuyu running mate.
Si mimi nakujua. Steven,
Sasa
you are mute.
unipe nafasi basi nijitetee. Undike ananiita hapa mkora bana.
Bernard.
Yes.
Allow me to just wave and wish you good night, guys. It was pleasure having a discussion with you. Naona kuna mambo kuna mahali ninaenda very early in the morning. So thank you guys and may you have a good night.
Na uniombe msamaha bana. Umeniita nguruwe mwenye amevaa kondoo bana.
Before Honorable Ndeto you go, I would like to really apologize. I had no bad intentions to specifically you or anyone else. I have been listening to you very carefully and very keenly, and I know you and I understand you, and I would have no intention to disrespect you, Honorable Ndeto. I was just stating out my observation, and honestly, it was correct. The way I spoke, it was correct, but I had no intention of disrespecting you. So I am sorry, and I hope you accept my apology.
Na hata mimi nimeitwa nguruwe mwenye amevaa kondoo. Ben, wewe hutaki niombwe apology Ben? Niombwe bana. Mwenye aliniita nguruwe mwenye amevaa kondoo.
You know, Ben, will you give me just a minute?
Okay, Ndeto, take the minute.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Na yeye aende na msamaha yangu ba.
Thank you so much, Inawezekana and Jekorondo. And it is good sometimes to accept, because we are not here to make one another feel bad. No. We come prepared on this show. Even you can see at the moment I have a pen. I also have a book. I have written a lot of things because I am listening to you guys. Every day is a learning opportunity. I would like to learn from you people. I'm noting a lot of points down, but the moment you just scrap everything, people feel bad, especially those who are committed, those who are serious on it, they feel like that. But I accept your apologies. Na si kusema hivyo kwa sababu nilikuwa na kitu yote kwa roho. It is only to tell you in a polite way that next time, hata kama hautaki mtu ama kitu fulani, just be wise enough. Choose your words wisely. That way. Also to Jekorondo, I'm sorry kama imekuuma, lakini hakuna venye unaweza sema haukukuwa kwa show tukidiscuss, lakini kwa sababu Ndeto is a UDA supporter, Ndeto win. I think that's where I've seen, that's where nimeona your argument was a bit petty. And that's why I've used the analogy of the sheep and the fox thing. Because we could be discussing serious issues, then wewe unakuja unasema vitu zingine zenye hata hazieleweki, hazina miguu.
Apology or explanation?
Okay. I think for Jekorondo, he understands. Tutapatana kwa hema.
Aya, muonane kando ya hema tafadhali na msituhusishe.
As in short nilikuwa nataka tushinde Inawezekana. Ben, wajua kuna majina zingine amfai kuruhusu kwa show. Nini inawezekana? Hata yeye akiulizwa ni nini inawezekana. Hakuna. Ni maslogan tu mnatubadilishia kila wakati na kiongozi ni yule yule.
Vile siasa inapangwa. Subirini tu.
Jamaa jiite majina yake rasmi badala ya kujiita vitu zingine hazi exist. Najua atahitaji msamaha lakini haitakuja hivi karibuni.
Jacoredo, can I ask you, Jacoredo, did you study in the University of Nairobi? Did you go to the University of
Sasa
Nairobi?
ile ni ya wachache bana wasomi.
Did you
Ile
go
ni ya
there?
wachache, si ya watu hivi hivi. Nimeenda huko
Ah,
tu
but did you...
nikiwa form 2.
Oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, I've been there.
But your guy ndio yako kwa ngozi ya kondoo na ni huyo mwitu huyo.
Please.
Honorable William
Now,
Ruto.
look here. All of you,
Ben,
please.
jua
We are
watu
ending this
wote
show and
wameongea.
let's end it in style.
Acha nitoe speech
Mkiomba
ya mwisho
msamaha
na
mkipewa explanation mkubali. Naomba hivi.
Majina pia wabadilishe, majina pia usisahau hiyo.
Chakaredo hata hiyo jina pia ulibadilisha. So hata mimi nitabadilisha kwangu. Nitaweka hapo Bernard
lakini kuna majina mengine yananiuma kama inawezekana. Mwingine anajiita Azimio. Ni nini hiyo inazimia na nini inawezekana?
In fact,
maana tutakubali majina
today
mengine.
I'll be called it is possible.
So Ben, sinitoe speech yangu kwa yule jamaa wa nini ya mwisho alafu ndio ufunge show. Juu nimekuja ukifunga. Unataka nisitaje yule jamaa wa nini?
Ebu harakisha haraka tusikie Levi na community.
Ama wale majamaa wa
majamaa wa nini? Endelea.
Ben, mimi napenda sana watu wa ODM. Lakini network ilinitoa ile place nilikuwa nasema kuna mashujaa wengi Kenya hii ambao hawakutajwa kwenye hiyo sherehe ya mashujaa. Na baba alipata nafasi bana, nafasi yenye si ya kila mtu, badala tumie hiyo nafasi kutaja mashujaa sana sana kutoka kwenye jamii yetu ya Waluo, alitulet down. Ben, tuko na mashujaa wengi kwa Waluo. Ukikuja kwetu Homa Bay County, we were the first county in Kenya to produce 2 governors. Kidero anatoka Homa Bay, alikuwa governor Nairobi. Ukiongeza na wetu wa Kuba, tulikuwa na magavana 2 Kenya hii. Something that is very rare. Sisi ni mashujaa, baba hakututaja. Ukiteremka hapo Migori County, kuna governor Zak. The first governor to be elected on a non-ODM ticket where baba thought ni ngome yake. Baba hakutaja shujaa gavana bado. So hiyo kitu inatuuma sisi kama watu wa South Nyanza, hatutaisahau.
Simujitaje tu wenyewe.
Sasa utaki bado atajwe kama shujaa? Ama what do you mean?
Lazima baba atajwe.
Yeye na story yake ya Sharon hawezi
na ni lazima ataje kina nani wenye walipewa passport watembee nayo 1902.
Ni muhimu.
So lakini hiyo mambo na passport imefanya nikachukia baba sana. Huwezi chukua passport ya mtu mmoja na maybe the whole community walipewa passport, alafu unatambua huyo mmoja kama shujaa? No. Na unajua anatukumbusha yaliyopita Ben. Ni kama venye ile siku DCI waliita 207 sijui nini waende pale kwa tent waandikishe taarifa. Baadaye taarifa ikazimwa. Sasa hata haijulikani waliandika nini na what step is next. But Ben, I reiterate this. For Kenya to move forward, we need leaders in 2022. 2022 is next year. And my best choice for president, umetuliza hapa ni Raila ama Ruto. I prefer William Ruto as the president because he's someone who works under a lot of pressure. Na hii pressure, hakuna mwenye akona pressure Kenya hii kushinda Raila Amolo Odinga. And this is the last time that tunaweza tukafinya baba hiyo pressure yake ya mwisho, apush nayo Ruto, atufanyie maendeleo. Sasa Ruto rais, baba kama opposition, Kenya itasonga mbele. Let us not make a mistake of making...
There is nothing that you are saying.
Let us not make baba a president and Ruto an opposition leader.
No,
Ruto hatampush.
We cannot allow you to state some such useless statements. You know, baba, the way akiongelea about history, the more you speak about history is the more you see into the future.
Inawezekana. Ndeto amekuelimisha sahi akasema Everybody is entitled to his opinion. But once you call mine useless, and then you call me well, and then you ask me whether I went to the University of Nairobi.
Ngoja tafadhali.
And I'm also saying my statement pia iko valid.
But you just abused me on mine first.
I have not abused you. I've just stated a fact. It's useless. It's not making any sense. These two guys are flag bearers. Ni wa hii upande ingine na huyu mwingine ni wa upande ingine. So huwezi sema ati Raila hafai kurana, anafaa kuwa in opposition when you know. Sasa huyo Ruto akuwe hapo wakiiba so that Raila akuwe kazi yake tu ni kusema kitu imeibwa. How is that going to help us? Does that one feel like ignorance? That is the highest point of ignorance that you are exposing yourself. How can you say, yani unataka mtu akubaliwe kuiba na sasa ndio huyo mwingine akuwa akipiga kelele ati hii imeibwa? That is ignorance.
Inawezekana. You made your point. Thank you.
But I never meant it. Ruto ni rais mwizi. Atakuwa akiiba wakati huyo Joshua akipiga kelele. So umetoka University of Nairobi lakini
unataka tuende.
Yes, umekuwa University of Nairobi lakini your grasping of issues is like I don't know.
Clinton.
Yani kama hujazoea kutusi mtu hata ukitaka kumtusi matusi yanapotea. So man, I don't know what to tell you.
Ni msafi kama pamba. Huwezi tafuta tusi kinyume na yeye. Endelea.
Sasa mimi ni mchafu ndio maana amenitusi. Inawezekana tutafutane nyuma ya tent.
Mbona nyinyi mmeamua kuwakilisha Nancy na Ashley kwa hii show leo? Shida yenu ni nini?
No bana, lazima tuambiane ukweli. Pesa ya COVID imepotea, badala hata Haji aingilie kati, vitendawili ashatuambia eti hakuna pesa imepotea.
Na Aror na Kimwer mlituambia ati only 7 billion, only 7 billion.
Haitwi Kimwer, inaitwa Kimware. Unatoka Uganda jamani.
Jakaredo, Azimio ndio huyu amefika. Wacha yangu.
So huyo ametoka tu akabadilisha jina. Hao ni agents of the failed Joshua. Wanatoka wakibadilisha jina. Akuje hata mwingine ataingia hapo eti the fifth. So Ben, hakuna haja tudanganyane eti Ruto is corrupt. Eti his competitor is not corrupt. All these guys are corrupt. We are only going to choose among the corrupt to lead us.
That you've been pushing for a long time, and my stand is the same. Corruption is evil. Before in this country, and we cannot make everybody corrupt.
Before the Pandora issues came, every holiday you used to tell us, "I'm fighting corruption. Whether you are my friend or you are my what, I'm fighting this and this and this."
How much was lost in the Pandoras?
But in this holiday,
I'm asking you, because you guys.
But I'm not an agent of the Pandoras, man.
That is what I'm telling you. And then don't perpetuate what you don't understand where it is.
I also read from papers. But if the Pandora papers were meant,
don't provide evidence.
If the Pandora papers were meant to pave way for
tunajua mahali zilikuwa zinatoka, sababu kwa nini zilitoka, kwa sababu watu walinyima contract fulani.
Bernard, how are you?
What wanyime ma contract?
Karibu, how are you?
I'm very fine. Clinton is providing useless statements. That's not an insult. If you went to a university, when somebody is saying the statements you're providing are useless, that is not an insult. He's simply saying they don't make sense. That's not insulting you. It's just telling you, Clinton, my brother, that the statements you are saying don't add up. So when they say useless, it means they are not useful. The opposite of useful statements is useless. That's not an insult, my brother, Clinton.
I accept, Patriot, but let me ask you. Nikisema eti nataka William akuwe rais na baba ampush kama opposition leader, where is the uselessness of that statement? It is my opinion.
That's a very good question. I think you deserve to be answered. The answer to that is this. Why inawezekana perceived that to be a useless statement? It is because in a modern democracy, we must have people competing for a serious post, especially the presidency. It is never given. You must merit, you must fight for it, you must go out and convince Kenyans why you need it. So why do you want us to give Ruto the president on a silver platter by removing his competitor? That's why it's useless, that statement. So you need to say this. You pray for a competitive election where it is going to be a fair game, and you pray that your DP, who is the man you're supporting, and I think that is your democratic right, to win. But you don't start advising your opponent. Can you imagine? You're a man who is playing in a team like Arsenal, and then you want to be the one, helping the team manager of Manu to form his team. That would be a useless statement. So that is why we say you stick to your democratic right of supporting the DP, and we respect that, Clinton, but don't advise us on who to present as a competitor. So that is why I'm of the view. Listen, just a minute, Clinton, before I give it back. That is why I am feeling that the introduction of such a statement is not only misleading, but wasting people's time here. We need to discuss about the track record of the two leaders. That is today's topic. Why are you bothered if Raila will stand na anguke? You don't tell us how we need to make him the opposition leader. Prove that Ruto is the presidency. That's your business. Our business is to prove that the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya is Raila Odinga, and that is democracy. So don't tell us to remove our candidate. We will not support wheelbarrows, just like you will not support us.
So I think you should stop addressing me with feelings like wheelbarrows or oranges.
No. Wheelbarrows are not feelings. Clinton, wheelbarrow. No. Clinton, I respect you. Wheelbarrows are not feelings.
I have to defend myself.
Why are you feeling bad when I say wheelbarrows? Wheelbarrows, those are your whatever.
No.
Wheelbarrows, why? I must talk about wheelbarrows because your sign is wheelbarrow. It is written in your capes. It's written in your trousers, in your shirts. I must speak about wheelbarrows.
I haven't felt bad that you've talked about wheelbarrows.
Yes,
but you seem to lecture me not to convince my friends like Bernard why they should vote my candidate.
Yes,
how can I sell my candidate?
I want to buy. Listen, Clinton.
Wait. How can I sell my candidate without inviting those with the divergent opinion like Ben to come and support my candidate? Wewe unaona nikikuja kuiba mtu wa ODM kama Ben, najaribu kufanya Raila kuwa opposition leader.
Ngoja Clinton.
You are calling me useless, but at the end of the day you may turn out to be useless than me, to be sincere. Kama Ruto ametoka, ameenda leo Kakamega, kwenye ngome ya Raila. Wait.
Nobody has told you
just allow me to answer you.
Yeah, but allow me to answer you. Why are you changing my words? I said your words were petty, not you. Don't play semantics.
But the words were from Clinton. I'm the same. Mimi ndio nimezisema mimi.
It depends which university you went then. That's not what. Don't put my words into your mouth.
Hey, you guys.
Don't put words into my mouth.
We
say,
I think
give us Clinton. Don't bring us useless topic. Yeah, please.
You are done with me. You are done with me.
The two of you.
Okay.
Ben, I need like 2 minutes to respond. I need like 2 minutes to respond. Na 55 nitakuwa nimemaliza kurespond, Ben. Na 25 maybe. Ni saa 7 na 23. Na 25 nitakuwa nimemaliza kurespond, Ben. Ben, if my words are useless, then it is me that I'm useless. And in fact, the Azimio and the Azimio and the Inawezekana started by asking me the university I attended. In fact, akanipea the choice. Did you attend the University of Nairobi? So I think all people who are wise attended the University of Nairobi. But I think, Ben, we need to be sincere.
Mr. Bernard.
When I stayed, when I said that
Clinton,
I
give
want
us facts.
Ruto
What are
as the
feelings,
president.
bwana?
But I'm entitled to my opinion, man. Why don't you allow me to say my opinion? Then you also come with yours. If I say that I prefer William as the president and Raila as the opposition leader, then I explain my point. Convince me that, Clinton, this thing should be upside down. Let Raila be president and William opposition leader. Hiyo ndio difference in opinion hiyo yenye mnaniambia hapa. Lakini mimi nikisema hivyo, eti nimekuja kuambia Raila yeye asivai, Ruto ndiye avai. Man, hata kama ulikuwa University of Nairobi, understand these things. Yeah? Wengine hatujakanyaga huko lakini tunaelewa kidogo. Unaelewa? So Ben, I will stand with my point that Ruto deserves to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, but for him to work well, he needs a strong opposition leader. Na kwa opposition leaders wote from Weta to Raila, mwenye ameonyesha kuwa anaweza kuwa strong opposition leader, amekuwa Raila. That's why I prefer William to be
Bernard,
president.
you should not
Na
entertain this kind
atumie
of a
dakika
talk.
za
No.
atumie miaka zake za mwisho kwenye siasa kufanya hiyo kazi ya opposition leader for the last time, and we will remember him for the rest of our lives. That is my opinion. I prefer William as president, Raila as opposition leader. Kama hataki hiyo cheo ya opposition leader, siende nyumbani basi kina Weta wachukue. That's my opinion, and I stand with it, whether I attended University of Nairobi ama Machakos University. That is my opinion, and I will always defend it. I prefer William as my presidential candidate.
That is we need to answer you now. Unyamaze sasa uambiwe Clinton, and we will tell you on your face.
But don't answer me by abusing me, man.
No. Don't tell us how to answer you.
Your data bundle.
Acha mambo yako Clinton.
Clinton, you are very
Okay.
No, man, you can't call me useless. Mimi nacheza kama mimi, Ben. Waambie bana. Alafu huyu ananikujia hapa na feelings. Mara umetoka university gani? Mara umetoka university gani?
From the way you are talking, you are a joker.
Kama ulienda university mzuri, why are you taking feelings, my friend? Unless you didn't go. What's feelings bana?
Hapa ni place pa wenye wameenda uni peke yao.
Enda ulale, peleka wheelbarrow huko. Ni nini unaongea mbaya? Ukiambiwa unaanza kushika feelings ya nini? Why are you taking feelings yourself?
Wenye watu werevu hata wafungui mdomo sana. Utaona wametulia tu hapo kwa screen. Lakini we mwenye una represent fools utaongea sana.
So unamaanisha ni fool kabisa
kuongea sana. Hiyo ni ujinga unaongea Clinton.
Sasa mimi nimetusi patriot na inawezekana pia ananitusi surely.
Yes, we have been keeping quiet, but hatuwezi
Clinton, you are abusing us. Lazima tukuambie that's not fair. You're not being fair.
But you've abused me, that's why I'm abusing you. My friend, dawa ya moto ni moto. Huwezi ni abuse mimi nikuhubirie? Never.
Unakuja kuabuse baba hapa alafu ukombeleze.
In fact, you are abusing somebody who never went to the university. Na wewe umegraduate University of Nairobi. Hata kushinda kwa matusi
sana. You know, we can
Clinton. Ukiendesha wheelbarrow stake kila mtu aende kwa wheelbarrow boss.
Takwisha na nyumbani.
Wewe endesha wheelbarrow tu boss.
We have been silent for a very long time. But hatuwezi kubali.
Order all of you.
But Ben, you should bring order here. Am I entitled to my opinion? Ama lazima niingie kwa kanisa ya kina inawezekana?
Thank you, Bernard.
Sasa kama mmeanza kunisumbua, mtaweka nje ya tent kwanza. I want order so that the people viewing can follow what is going on, not this exchange market thing. Sawa. Let's allow everybody to prosecute their cases. Wakimaliza tufanye nini? Tujibu. Hii exchange match yenu mnaletea na wakati mimi nafunga station sitaki tafadhali. So Jagredo.
Yes. Ben, I think we just need to be sincere. But okay, let me finalize in 1 minute. Ben, I've been a senior member here and I've never involved in exchanges with people. Unaelewa?
Yes.
And hata we unakubali kuna venye nimeingiliwa huko nyuma, mara umesomea wapi, mara opinion yako, unajua my stand
No,
politically,
he wanted
na
to
nimekuwa
find
na
out
msimamo
whether you are
wangu
classmate. Alikuwa na
since
classmate anaitwa
20
Kakamega. Wewe
since
mbona
2019.
mimi
Ben, si
nashindwa
classmate inaishia kwa class, classmates inaishia kwa class, unaileta hadi kwa market eh? Classmate tunaachia huko kwa class. Ben, so
wewe
I think
Clinton.
as a senior member of this forum,
Nakupiga
man,
fine
let me
sasa.
Clinton is trying
execute my
to
point
compete.
nimalize. Clinton mara ngapi? Si nimepewa 1 minute jameni.
Clinton,
Okay,
why are you acting
conclude
like you're
please.
competing for
Conclude
something?
please.
Umekunywa nini leo Clinton wewe?
Hey, I won't answer that, Ben.
Okay,
Ben,
please
in my 1 minute I want to use
Let
it
him
well.
conclude please, everybody.
Yeah, Ben, kwa hizo miaka 4 nimekuwa hapa kwa show. Sijai tusi mtu ama nitumie lugha mbaya. But hata wewe utakubali I've been pushed in the last 20 minutes. Unaelewa? Hata kama alikuwa ananiuliza whether we were classmates, hakuniuliza vizuri. Alafu pia kuniambia sifai kuwa na msimamo wa kisiasa. Unaelewa? Pia haijanibamba. Na hata wewe unajua msimamo wangu wa kisiasa iko wapi. Na hata hapo kwa comment section ukifollow vizuri, wanajua where I support.
Shida
But
yako
lazima
ilitokana na Ndeto. Hii inawezekana is just overflow. Shida yako ilitokana na Ndeto. Very relax please.
But Ndeto nilimsupport ili iume wale wa inawezekana, na ilikuwa joke but they took it seriously. So Ben,
please just conclude
wale
maybe
ambao
has not
to
said anything.
Yeah.
My community ancestor has not said anything, so has Patriot. All these people need to give their closing remark. Mifunge station ilale tafadhali.
Okay, so Ben, kwa wale ambao tume exchange I say sorry. Alafu nitawatafuta huko nyuma ya tent pia niwaombe msamaha ya pili na ya tatu ya nne mara 7. Mimi ni MSDA, msamee mara 7 mara 77 hivi. But my stand politically,
haina noma Clinton.
My stand politically wanajua huyu inawezekana is not the first time amekuja hapa. Huyu amekuja nikiwa ODM, nikaruka huko URP nikarudi hivyo. Na pia kesho pengine naweza kuja kama mwana ODM na sitachoka. So
unajua wewe ni mtu wa ODM, kwani
poleni.
Kuna chairman wa Kondele ODM ni nani? Si ni wewe?
Yeah, poleni na mkilala mlale poa jameni. Mnajua thank you lakini.
Tuma
Ben, hebu nitafute nyuma ya tent
Sawa. Nitakutafuta nyuma ya tent. Thank you.
Ulikuwa unasema nitume nini?
Your payment ya chama haijaingia?
Oh, hiyo ni kitu kidogo Ben.
Asante. Okay, thank you. Levi, please. In 1.5 minutes.
Good evening, guys.
Good morning.
It's morning. Sorry.
Where we are, don't worry about where you are.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I think I'm here for the first time, and I'm trying to follow up on Mtembe for the last couple of years. Whatever you guys are doing, you're doing awesome stuff. I'm not really in Kenya, but I'm back in the US. I'm trying to follow up back at home. Politics vile iko mnanibamba sana. Today it happens. Nikasema leo nimeingia home mapema. I have to log in. Nifuatilie Bernard anasema nini. I need to appreciate for once. Of course I don't want to take sides. Nimeona watu wametekea mtu ni kama watu wamekasirika sana when you take your stand. I think it's your democratic right whether ukiamua una support huyu na support yule. At the end of the day, what matters kura yako in account makes a lot of sense. What I was trying to say, because this is international platform, even here back in the US, watu wengi wana follow up na hii kitu sana by the so I think si vizuri tujibiane vibaya so that now we end up losing opportunity yenye we as people tungekuwa tuna follow up. What I wanted to say, because I need to also very fast so that if hata watu wengine opportunity waongee. On the track record, based on the two candidates, that's William Ruto and Raila Odinga, basically the facts are clear, so that what Raila has done to people. Najua yule mtu mwenye anaweza kuja aweke whatever difference yako nazo asahau, for me I can say it can be a good leader, but the opportunity is that we as electorate, what are we doing as a person? Because electorate, we keep on complaining about the poor leadership. It because electorate hatukuchagua watu because of their really still agenda ambao they want, their clear manifesto. We end up unapata umechagua a wrong person because you didn't take time to choose the right person that you need to choose to elect. It's high time mtu take time, despite mtu comes from your tribe. How am I going to gain if I get the right person? Is he going to develop the country? What is he going to bring on board? Those are the few things that tunafaa tuangalie. I believe strongly, I know most of the youths, the population, the youth, they make a lot of impact by the, is only that wasitumiwe vibaya. If they can make their personal decision, because I know the narrative behind, some places like hapa US, the electoral college make a lot of difference. Ingekuwa sasa is on the systems unatumia, whether the popular vote, watu wengi wanasema zikura zetu, huyu jamaa anaongea jua watu wa chini. In the real sense, you're trying to lie to people. You rather tell people exactly hii kitu inawezekana, hii haiwezekani. But our youth unapata tumekemea mali moja because of huyu anaweza fanya hivi. In the real sense, mi nasemanga, naombanga sana, because of course, personally I'll come nikuje kupiga kura. I'll make sure at least if we youth, we can able to elect people based on their agendas is the best way forward. Because hiyo najaribu to follow up so that I get the context I say. How can we develop ourselves? Unajua kuna content naweza sikia msee uone, I can able to try to change some few 3 people. Hiyo ni kura mbili umechange because of the ideas that we have. So I think Bernard, what I can say is we electorate able to kwesopa, then we get the right people that we need to elect, so that now tusikue na gaps come after 2022 that nilifanya makosa. You know, we need to make our sense in a way that to make the right people. Anyway, that's my submission. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Levi. You're welcome. Continue following us. We are here to shape the opinion of Kenya by ensuring that we keep facts clear in the midst of propaganda. So
lakini amedanganya Wakenya kidogo.
Clinton hakuna mtu amedanganywa hapa buda. Mimi ni Mkenya. Najivunia sana.
Ben amedanganya Wakenya eti yule jamaa mwingine amefanyia watu kazi bana.
Gani huyo?
Jamaa gani hajafanya kazi?
Eti kuna jamaa akiangalia vizuri amefanyia Wakenya kazi since independence. Sasa anafaa kuchaguliwa.
Najua uko side gani buda. It's your right to be that side. Sikatai.
Anyway,
lakini mchango wako poa. Your contribution is nice. You know,
thank you both of you.
Vizuri.
Maybe we invite you to join our WhatsApp group. You leave your number in the private chat.
Ben na mimi hiyo group mnaniweka mkinitoa. Amjanitoa, nakutananga na wheelbarrow mingi hapo mpaka naogopa.
Wewe unakuja na wheelbarrow, si geti yetu ichukui wheelbarrow. You come with Mercedes.
Huwa mna asubuhi bana msha post wheelbarrow mpaka anasema guy. Mna post party leader wangu amesukuma hiyo wheelbarrow kwa Mlima Kenya mpaka kachoka. Kitu inaniuma mpaka wa leo.
Sawa, please. Let's make progress. Community ancestor.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Panel na fellow panelist kwa hii mjadala ya leo kuhusu track record ya hawa viongozi wawili, na mbona mkasahau Oka man? Oka mlisahau, maybe next round muta waada hapo hivi. Sasa mimi kwa wale ambao wamekuwa wakinifuatilia, mnajua community ni mtu wa baba damu. So mimi ningependa kusema namna hii, baba track record yake mnaijua, ni kitu ambayo ukiingia kwa mtandao utaipata. Kama sasa wakati 1992 alifanya maja wakaunda new KANU, you saw baba in fact making sure that Kisumu and Mombasa wamepata kitu naita cities. Alafu kitu cha pili, baba is one very person was who ensured during the time he was a member of parliament in Kibra, alipush Kibra, in fact kajengwa ngambo ile, ukitoka high rise the other side, usoevo mwenye amekuwa Kibira, mimi nimeishi Kibira hapa darajani, so napajua vizuri. Kulikuwa na manyumba pale zilijengwa, even though siasa ilikuja ikaingia hapo katikati, but hiyo ni Kenya yetu. Alafu kitu kingine, highways hizi ambazo zimejengwa wakati baba amekuwa yani hizi pipers kama northern pipers, southern pipers, to help to decongest Uhuru Highway. In fact hapo nampatia pongezi. Mau Forest, baba ndio alijisacrifice, akahakikisha kuwa miti imepandwa pale, hata kama ndio sio watu wote walitolewa pale, but in an extent baba alisaidia. Alafu tuje kwa CDF, yeye akiwa under the administration of Kibaki, waliensure kuwa CDF imekuwa into place whereby shule zetu, in fact nurseries wanga watoto wetu wanazipata, alafu kufanya renovations za mashule hapa na pale. Hiyo ni record ambayo inamwendea kwa baba. Tuje 2010 constitution, baba ndiye alipush, then kutoka hapo tunafurahia matunda ya devolution. Alafu kitu kingine, baba aliensure that Kisumu International Airport, in fact imekuwa upgraded kufika kwa hiyo stature ya ndege kubwa inaweza land pale. Alafu then kutoka hapo ilete resources kwa nchi ya Kenya na wale watu wenye wanatoka pande ya Kisumu kama the likes of Chakoredo. Alafu lastly, kitu ya muhimu sana, na hii sijui kama wengine wameiguzia cause nilifuatilia kiasi hivi nikatoka. Jambo la muhimu kabisa lenye siwezi nikasahau baba nayo, when yeye na Kibaki walikuwa under hii nusu mkate government, Raila Odinga ensured that tax for importation of boda boda or those pikipikis has been scrapped off. Then kutoka hapo sasa, whosoever who was importing those pikipikis, in fact waliziimport na 6 million jobs were created mpaka sasa hivi. By the way, hata zimeongezeka, maybe zimefika 10 million. So kama baba ange push Kibaki waka agree, in fact sasa hivi wale hawa vijana wetu wangekuwa wanahangaika. So I gonna say baba amejaribu sana, alafu ningependa the likes of Jakaredo na wao wakati wanaweka record ya Deputy President William Samoei Ruto, wao wanaiweka vizuri, tunaifuatilia, then kutoka hapo naweza kuwa swayed in one way or the other, then kutoka hapo niwafuate. Asante sana, Mungu azidi kuwabariki na abariki Kenya.
Thank you community ancestor. Well articulated.
Historia hutengezwa. William bado anatengeza historia. Akimaliza
from 1992 unatengeneza historia ieleweki. Hey.
Sasa tunataka kuwe rais ndio tukuje hapa kwa show tuambie ametenga hivi akafanya hivi. Sasa hizi tunatenga. Tutazifanya hivi karibuni.
Sawa sawa. I will be happy to publish that book. Now, Stephen. Stephen? Wewe Stephen, sauti yako haiko poa. We can hardly hear you.
Huyo ni community bado anaendelea kuongea. Kuna mtu amefungua redio, community bado anaongea.
So let's go to Wilson.
Nana ndio unanisahau.
Wewe napatia wewe neno la mwisho.
Yeah, I think
ulikuwa umemaliza. Sema neno la mwisho tafadhali tuondoke, hata nimeambiwa huko kwa comments niharakishe watu.
Asanteni sana. By the way, imekuwa journey poa, talking to people with different views. Hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I'll just urge you as my fellow youths, let us go sensitize these fellow youths of ours. At least watu washike kura na wajiregister kwa wingi. I think that is the only thing that tunaweza fanya saizi. Tukue na bunduki na tukue na risasi. Wakati wa vita kupigana kabisa. Asanteni sana na muwe na usiku mwema.
Alafu Wilson, wakati mna sensitize watu, hata masupporters tulikuwa nao kidogo mnawachukua. Sasa hiyo sensitization sieri ikae.
Sasa wewe kwanza wewe Jakaredo utakwambia
bana, tulikuwa na masupporters wachache huko coast, wameenda tu mara moja wakachukua.
Yani kwa sababu
masupporters eti Azimio la Umoja.
So every bus that is yellow should be in your meeting.
No man, hii Azimio la Umoja president aisimamishe. Masupporters tulikuwa nao coast, tumetafuta kidogo mkaenda mkachukua eti Azimio la Umoja. We call upon the president to stop this thing.
Go to the court and see whether you can stop it this time round. Tutawafungia huko kotini pia. Okay. Jakaredo. I want to go to Patriot. Patriot, you will give your submission, your closing remark. Na tungatuke hapa in the next 1, 2, 3 in 5 minutes or so. Tuondoke hapa tafadhali. Thank you.
Okay, allow me to start by congratulating the panelists my comrade, fellow, Kenyans who are here. I think it is exciting to pull our short legs. For those who don't have short legs, it pains. So before Clinton starts to pull people's short legs, you need to measure our legs. Some of us don't have those short legs that you're pulling around. But I'm happy that you have displayed leadership. Leadership is tested when there is crisis. But I'm sure you have also learned that we are Baba's defendants. Some of us, please laugh.
Majamaa wa kung'oa reli.
Clinton.
Utanyoa mpaka nywele, wacha reli.
Wacha reli. Clinton, when you ask a Luo, which university did you go to, he will be very proud to entertain that topic. But when you find a Luo not entertaining that must be one who went to push some wheelbarrow somewhere. And I think alianguka na wheelbarrow imemuumiza.
Ben, is it in order for the guy to continue insulting me in the name of making a point, Ben? ni venye tu huyu ni nyani mwenye amechange tactic ya kula ndizi anaenda mchana badala ya usiku.
Alafu Clinton
Yeah.
Uzuri tena wewe ni Mwadventista kama mimi. Unaona? I'm also an Adventist.
Na wananitusi siku ya Sabato.
I used to go to Maxwell Church, where all the professors, the doctors, and the senior Kenyans from Nyanza come from. Huko tunaulizananga ulienda university gani bwana? We ask, ni gani ulienda? What did you do? How come I didn't see you there? Hiyo maswali.
Sasa hivi mtaulizana hivyo mpaka siku ya kura mshindwe kupiga kura. Tukiwashinda mmetuibia.
Clinton, you're wasting my time. It's my time, my brother. Just listen.
But don't lecture me, man. Wewe unazunguka tu around the bush, but bado unazidi kunipiga.
Okay, fine.
Ben, nimeacha.
Okay, so anyway, thank you. It was some nice light moment. And if we also hurt somebody's feeling, we are sorry. I mean, we didn't mean to. By the way, Baba's people, we are never insultive. We are only defensive. We are never insultive. So you need to know the difference. Tukichokozwa tunakuanga tuna sting kama nyuki. Lakini kama utuchokozi huwa tunakupea honey. We give you honey. But when you ukituchokoza, then we sting. That's Baba's supporters. So you need to know how to treat us. Kama unataka stinging, unatuchokoza. Kama unataka honey, treat us with decorum, respect Clinton. Lakini kitu mimi ninajua tembea tu kutangatanga is also good, but welcome home Clinton, because you belong this side of the story. Now, talking about Baba's track record, and I think that is the most important thing that I need to weigh onto. Baba is triple patriotic. I am a small patriot, I'm a small patriotic Kenyan. I think Baba is too patriotic to the extent that it becomes very difficult for any author to write that book conclusively to describe how Baba can be patriotic. 2007, when Baba unfortunately became the prime minister instead of becoming the president, the few seats that he got, Luyas got more seats than Luos. Kisses, whose numbers were barely 500,000, they had several assistant ministers, people like Magara, who have ended up, going to the wheelbarrow just because they lost the books that tell them about their. No, Clinton, that's my way of talking. Don't mind, please. It's just it is my way of my submission, and respect my submission. You told me that. So Magara was one of the people who benefited from that government. The DP, we had quite a number of them who have forgotten that Baba sacrificed seats that were meant to be given to the uncles of Clinton and Jacoredo. He ended up giving Kisses, who are very few, That was very patriotic of him. We are very few, by the way, though we can sting, we can sting with a very toxic sting than a Luo. Kisses they are bad actually. Those who support Baba, and you can see, inawezekana is a Kisi. Patriot is a Kisi, community ancestor is a Kisi. You can see we are quite another, and you Luos nyinyi ndio mnatusumbua. Anyway, so Baba has a track record, and the track record that he has is one. He is a Kenyan who is selfless. He is a Kenyan who is sincere. He is honest, and he does not change like chameleons the way they do. And I don't want to name anybody here. Baba is never chameleon-like when it comes to his character. Akisema kuna mamluki Kenya wamekuja, he'll give you evidence walilala wapi, atakupa atakupa manuscript ya kuonyesha vile walifly in, walilala wapi kwanza, wakaenda kama walienda Lavington, wakaenda Kitushuri, nani aliwachukua gari ya nani. He has those evidences. So Baba is one person who is always very factual, and I think in leadership it is good to be factual. It's good to be a person who makes arguments that are based on facts. I think that is the difference between us and those who support His Excellency the DP. We are the kind of people who have learned to talk the truth, but sometimes, since we are human beings, sometimes we sting when wakati tumekosewa, which is unfortunate, of course. But I think the attribute of a truthful person is something that you can associate Baba with, and that really makes him a very reliable leader, and a person who can be predictable. He's a predictable leader. It is wrong to have somebody you cannot predict. You sit with somebody, mnajua mumeenda Kisumu, mnaenda kuchukua omena, the person anaamua anakuja na mbuta. That's unpredictability. It's not fair, because you need to because the way you carry omena is not the way you carry mbuta. So you need to tell me tutaenda kuchukua mbuta. Usifike uniambie huko ati ni omena tulikuwa tunakuja, niliogopa kukuambia. No, just say exactly what you stand for. That is leadership, and I think that's what we need. Quickly, on the track record of our deputy president, the beloved deputy president of this republic, Kenya, Ruto is the opposite of Raila. One, I'm almost finishing, Clinton. One, he is unpredictable. He is an opportunist. He is a person who plays to the semanticism to arouse feelings of people. He is a very smart scientist who understands the art of psychology. The application of psychology in human character. He really knows how to play with that. Unfortunately, he's using his well-schooled, upstairs to manipulate the human character to his political gain. And I think that's where it is unfortunate. And I'll give you the example, because Baba's people, we throw facts. We don't just speak. One of the examples is this. Today, when he was in Western, he gave one lady 10,000 ambaye alimpea omena. Then kuna mwingine mahali sijui alimpea nini, tena akampea 10,000. This is the DP who wants to tell you kwamba hiyo sio handout. But when Baba is speaking about a structured way of mitigating the situation that has affected many Kenyans who are living in difficult times, especially this time of the pandemic, a structured way of helping people financially, which is a government policy, he calls it handouts. For sure, he's not the only graduate. We know the difference between a handout and financially structured policy that mitigates on matters related to humanity as a country. So and he wants to believe that we will be hoodwinked to understand that that's handout. Handout is the money that he gave kwa huyo mama wa Omena. Hiyo ndio handout. Hand out. Because the government does not use the hand. It's a person who uses the hand. Hand out, pesa yako ya mfuko. Lakini ya serikali, hiyo ni policy ya serikali, and it is never factored and looked at as handout. The next example that tells you that is one man you cannot predict. The other day in Madaraka Day, Mashujaa Day, he was the person who praised the president to the extent that, the president really wondered whether it is really Ruto or somebody else. You remember what he said? He told him that you are the greatest, you're the greatest president. You're the greatest president. Hello? You're the greatest president this country has ever had. Yeah? Has ever had. And he went ahead to give examples here and there. But now, a day or two when he's in Western, he had decided to be vindictive to the very person he calls the best president, by calling his opponent in politics as the president's project. Isn't that
Patriot, are you still there? Guys, community, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, nakupata.
Yes, tunakupata bana Dynasty.
Ni Patriot amefungiwa hewa na watu wa UDA. Sawa tu.
Patriot ameishiwa data yenye ilitoka Capitol Hill. Usiku hivi hazifikangi.
Sasa wewe Clinton, wewe, mimi nataka tuelewane tafadhali. Hii safari ya kwenda State House tulifunga miaka mingi, na wewe ulikuwa mstari wa mbele. Tusisumbuane wakati tumefika kwa mlango. Unasikia Jacaranda? Mlango huko wazi.
Bwana, sitoki kwa mlango, sitoki.
Moja kuingia. Wewe unataka kudivert ati upeleke wheelbarrow huku, upeleke kwanza isunguke Jiromo ndio iingie. Twende tu straight na State House Road from Uhuru Park.
Bwana, mimi sitachoka kuwakatia muungane na winning team. Kesho pia nitakuja tu niwaambie sera zetu. Sera za mama mboga.
Hiyo tabia yenu ya
tumeunganisha
kuleta kwa mkutano.
2013, skiza, tunaelewana. 2013 tumeunganisha, kulikuwa na watu 96,000 Kenya nzima na stima. Mara hii tumeunganisha mamilioni. Ni ukweli si ukweli? Barabara Ben tumejenga kutoka pale kwenu.
Kuna chochote wanaweza kusema wamefanya hii Kakamega? Kuna chochote wanaweza kusema wamefanya hii Kakamega? Na si kila mtu amekuwa na nafasi ya uongozi. Si mwingine alikuwa prime minister, si mwingine alikuwa deputy prime minister, si mwingine alikuwa naibu wa rais, lakini hawana chochote wanaweza kuonyesha wamesaidia Kakamega hii. Sasa wewe umekuwa na nafasi ya uongozi miaka hii yote, huna hata alama kidogo ya kuonyesha uongozi yako. Wewe unakuja kuuliza rais, kwani rais ni urembo ama ni aje? Sijui kama tunaelewana Kakamega hii. Sasa kila kiongozi akuje na agenda yake na akuje na track record yake.
Ben, sasa party leader wangu amesahau yeye si deputy president.
Ndio mimi nashindwa. Na governor wa Kakamega.
Party leader sometimes ananiletingi down, lakini hiyo nimemsamehe. Bado niko tu na yeye. Hapo alisahau tu kidogo eti yeye ni deputy president. But hiyo ni kosa kidogo naweza msamea bana. Kama mtu alijiswea na akasamehewa. Sasa Ruto kusahau yes deputy president.
We are the people that swore in Baba. Baba did not swear himself in. What is your problem?
Sasa kama hiyo sisi kama serikali tulimsamehea. Hii ya William Ruto leo kusahau Kakamega yeye si deputy president. Si ana deserve pia kusamehewa. Hapana bana, mistake moja hamfai kutupin nayo down.
No, mimi
Alafu
uone umati uko na uniform, alafu mabasi ziko kando, basi za shule za yellow zote. So that means those people are not even Kakamegans, they have been carried there.
Ben, our means of transporting our supporters isiwaumize sana. Pambaneni na hali zenyu.
School bus,
kwani bus ni bus, iwe yellow iwe pink, bus ni bus. Supporters pia ni wetu.
Ndio mlichagua.
Kitu inaniuma na nyinyi Ben. Kitu inaniuma ni kwamba tunaenda mahali kama Turkana, tunatengeza masupporters wetu hapo kidogo tu. Mnaingia huko tena na Azimio mnachukua au kidogo tuliwachukua. Sasa bana, hiyo kitu inaniuma sana.
Clinton,
najua next week mtakuwa Kakamega au kidogo wenye tumewachukua leo. Hadi huyu mama tumempea 10k. Bado mtamchukua eti Azimio sijui ya nini.
Alafu
bana, this thing, the president should stop this Azimio thing.
Subiri utaona. Tutawafundisha siasa pole pole. You will study our book.
But Ben, who will we choose as the running mate man? Hii kitu inanisumbua. Juu nataka ni support huyu jamaa mpaka ikifika time sasa naamua kurudi kwa side yangu. Nimempea masupporters wengine wachache. Tutachagua nani kama running mate?
Running mate tuko naye tayari, usijali, subiri tu.
Kwa party leader wangu wa saa hii. Unajua lazima toke Mount Kenya na wenye wanainua vichwa eti tunaweza wachukua pia mnafinyilia na system.
Shida yenu tu ni mchague ile mtu ambaye sio unifying factor. Mtakuwa mmeenda.
Sure.
Hao mamuluki wenu wale mmekusanya karikati watu wa wash.
Alafu imagine Mwangi Kiunjuri pia anatukazia eti anataka kuwa deputy wetu bana. Na ana wafuasi. Na ametukanyagia bana, anataka kuwa deputy.
Nani alikwambia ana wafuasi?
Walai tuko na shida kwa hii chama chetu. Mwangi Kiunjuri ana hata MC lakini ametukazia, bila yeye hatuna Mount Kenya.
Mungekuwa mmemove without him if he was insignificant. But he is
Mudavadi pia tunamkatia usiku na mchana, lakini akiona tu missed call kutoka State House, hata maybe ilikuwa salamu, anakimbia huko eti yes sir, ulikuwa unasema nini? Na huyu ni mtu tunamkatia asubuhi na mchana. So bana,
kumwaga mtama.
Itabidi running mate tuchukue after tumechaguliwa, to be sincere. Juu wenye tunawakatia wote hawana imani. Mudavadi can make a very good running mate, lakini any missed call ameona, hata ilikuwa walitaka call Raila akakoliwa by mistake. Bana anajipeleka mbio. Yes sir, I saw your missed call.
My free advice, mchague running mate mkishamaliza nomination.
Nomination ya chama.
Yes.
Nomination ya chama tutafanya. Tunasema tu Murkomen wewe ni governor hapa. Na nani wewe ni senator hapa. Tukijifanya tunaenda nomination, mtatufanyia ile kitu mlifanyia Isaac Mwaura kwa nomination yenu na Men in Black. Unajua kama Magerel Langat mlimwambia saa 5 na dakika 2 eti by saa 5 na dakika 5 ukue umetoka ofisini. Alafu by saa 5 na dakika 4 mshafika mnamtoa bana. 1 minute na 30 seconds za kufunganya virago. So nomination yetu mtaingilia. Ndio maana tutaifanya.
Subiri kwa hamu na gamu. Simulijifanya ni chama cha kitaifa. Subiri tutaona.
Eti tuweke Ruto afanyiwe nomination, simtapigia opponent kura bana. No, hatutaki.
Kwanza sisi kadi ya UDA tuko nayo, tunaenda kunominate the weakest.
Acha nilale. Nitafute energy ya kusupport Ruto kesho pia. Si kesho pia mko na show?
Yes, we continue mpaka Sunday.
But bana, wewe unani update ukienda live bana. Mimi sometimes natoka job nimeishiwa, so ni kulala tu, nimeboeka, but kwa show naweza ingia nipatane na kina Patriot.
wewe kwanza unapaswa kuja kabisa kabisa. All the same.
Hapana. Yeah. Siku hizi sina time sana.
Yes.
Wewe uko county gani kwanza?
Currently niko Nairobi.
Oh. Sasa wewe ndio utachoma nyama kesho. Ya mashujaa ulikula peke yako.
Alafu Wilson, ebu confirm hii kitu. Wilson, eti hapo Nairobi sisi UDA hatutapata kiti hata moja.
Hata kwanza sidhani kama mtafikisha hata 50 votes.
We sasa unaniongezea machungu. Achana nayo.
Hata Koriri kwanza ameanza kutoroka.
Kwani Nairobi mlikuwa mnapangia kiti gani?
Governor.
Hata MCA mtapata wapi?
Ma MP kama 17.
Oh God. Hey.
Chama chetu ni cha kitaifa Ben.
Tumewaeleza vizuri, mliambiwa hapa na David. Okay?
Ben, si unajua vizuri. Si unajua vizuri 207 party. Si unajua vizuri 207 party leader wangu ndiye alikuwa deputy party leader wa ODM. Si alisaidia Raila kama prime minister. Si akasukuma huyo rafiki yake mwingine akakuwa rais. Sasa hizi tukitaka kusaidia mama mboga na vijana wa bodaboda, mnaona shida gani nyinyi?
Sisi hatutazuia watu kusaidia mama mboga. Kila hatutaki ni mtu kusingizia anataka urais na anasingizia mama mboga. Mtu yeyote aende kusaidia mama mboga. Kivyo vyote vile anaweza. Sio lazima ukuwe rais ndio usaidie mama mboga.
Kuna mtu alirecord clip, hizi clips wanarecord kwa hii platform yenyu. Yeah. Eti Ruto achana na mama mboga. Umewaita sana. Kwani unawataka? But bana mnatuonea tu. Mama mboga ni wetu, tushawachukua. Na lazima watu feel kona zote za Kenya. Eti umetaja sana mama mboga mpaka wanaogopa kwenda sokoni. Eti wataitwa mama mboga. But hatujamaliza kuwataja. Tutawataja mpaka last campaign kwa
kuna ile ingine ya mama mboga anaongeleshwa na mama wa mitumba. Asema ninyi wa mama mboga ndio mnajulikana peke yenu kwa David Wright. Wacha sisi watu Azimio wa mitumba tutawafinya.
But sasa itakuwa tamu. Kutakuwa na matusi ndani. Mtu analeta sera yake inapingwa. Wajua Raila ana play safe. Kama Ruto kusema eti hizo mambo zake za handouts. Raila anasema kuna structured way mtu atapewa 6k. Na kuna mayouth watakubaliana hiyo 6k. Because hii handouts hautapata kila mtu haizi akapata.
Si kila mtu, ni ya households. Familia ambazo hazina mtu yeyote anafanya kazi. Ziko na watu kulisha. Kulingana na tathmini ya the last census, we have almost 8 million people that are living below the below poverty line. Those are the people factored. About
2 hiyo poverty inakuanga na line.
Yes, 2 million families.
Then niko hapo kama hata kama sina family hivi. Wanaingiza tu hapo. Ben, alafu niliona party leader wangu.
Ushapewa wheelbarrow enda kajipange.
Ben, niliona party leader wangu alienda Kisii last week kama last month. Alafu hiyo helicopter ikapaa juu ya gorofa. Simliongelea sana hiyo. Huyu ndio hustler. Na mbona ilipaa juu ya gorofa? Hakukuwa na space pale chini, ama?
Hataki kuguza chini, touch not my anointed.
Ngoja tu tupate urais. Makanisa mtatumiss. Chezeni.
So Wilson, you are saying?
I was saying mimi niko Nairobi. Nairobi village.
Oh.
Yeah, and I have enjoyed the session na nafurahia sana.
Thank you. Tuzidi pamoja.
Huyu Barasa ni jamaa wa vitisho tu. Eti Nairobi hatutapata hata MCA. Vitisho.
I'm telling you for
Nairobi washinda.
Mi nafurahia mama mboga wote na bodaboda tumewachukua. In fact tumewataja mpaka mna feel vibaya, mnatengeza maclips eti tunawataka.
Simamisheni mama mboga kama gavana, simamisha mama mboga kama MCA, bas mtapata. Lakini kama mnataka kuwatumia vile mmepanga kuwatumia, mtaona siku ndefu.
Tutawatumia ndio tukifika huko juu tuwakumbuke.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Saizi Ben, hatuwezi tukapata leadership bila kuwatumia kina mama mboga na bodaboda.
Okay,
so wakubali tuwatumie kwanza ndio tuone kama tumefika huko juu, kama kuna space waitwe. Lazima tuende tuchungulie kwa hiyo room kuna space kweli. Alafu Ben, niruhusu nitume rambirambi zangu kwa Waluya ndugu zako. Hey Ben, mnaua binadamu kama nyoka. Hata kama alisneak kutoka kwa jela, si angekujiwa tu na askari jeshi alafu arudishwe? Si mna relax na mgeni kwanza, mnapiga ripoti kwa polisi.
Abomination.
Nimeona mnapiga tu kama nyoka jameni.
Hiyo inanga masuala mengine.
Haileti shangwe ba.
No, it is when somebody has been banished from the nini after committing those crimes.
Alikuwa suspect bado, alikuwa suspect.
Hapana, si ni mtu anajulikana hiyo kijiji, alikuwa akicheza mpira hapo, akafanya hiyo mazambi hapo, so
ndio akatoroka kwenda na hii.
Yeah, akakuja na hii kuendeleza. So he was wanted on both sides. Kwanza yeye ni mjinga sana. Ametunukiwa kutoka kwa cell badala aende Uganda. Narudi ushago.
Na huyo si asla, huyo tumemuondoa kwa register.
Mkumpatia ile araturu ampeleke Uganda.
Lakini Ben, it's gonna be a nice competition, eh?
Yeah, it's building
itakuwa siasa kali. Mimi naipenda by the way. Kina Mudavadi wajiondoe kwa race, tukue tu na candidates wawili. Kina Kuru Okot in fact wakikuja, tuwapige sisi kama wananchi, tuwaambie you don't deserve to vie. Why are you vying?
No, tunataka Mudavadi hapa ndani.
Eti mnamtaka kwa show?
Mudavadi akuwe hapo ndani ndio Hasla akuja number 3.
Bwana Mudavadi hawezi shinda Hasla. Mudavadi last election alikuwa popular akapata 500k. Hii akijaribu ni 26,000 votes. na hataki kuwa governor Western.
Wacha madharau. Okay, Clinton, let me close the show. Thank you everyone for joining us. We appreciate you. Let us do this again this evening from 8 o'clock East African time. Keep at Mtembei TV, keep subscribing and sharing with everybody in your life. God bless you. See you then.
Na wakuwe maasla wa